Chapter 1401. Golden Seven Cities, an extremely dazzling ancient city shone with resplendent golden light. It truly looked like it was cast from gold, releasing resplendent radiance in the starry sky. From the distance, multicolored light flowed about, essence energy overflowing in all directions, filling the entire ancient region with powerful life force. Stellar streams flowed about below it. The entire city looked like it was built on a shining divine waterfall, a great river. It was magnificent, majestic, and grand. Yi Fan and the others searched everywhere, finally arriving at this place. They saw the legendary Golden Seven Cities. It was like a resplendent and beautiful divine pearl embedded in the heavens. When they got closer, they felt a boundless atmosphere. It was like a vast ocean surging, heaven essence and earth energy pervading the air, making one's entire body feel nourished. I thought it really was cast from a type of divine gold, never expecting it to be a special type of rock. Pang Bo said. This type of rock looked golden and translucent, like gold or jade. In addition, there was spiritual essence curling about it, so its value was naturally precious. It was rumored that it was extremely sturdy, almost comparable to weapon refinement materials. Country bumpkin, you really haven't seen the world. Right at this time, an extremely disharmonious voice sounded. Yi Fan and the others turned around, seeing a child who looked to be 7 or 8 years old. However, he was quite sturdy, currently looking at Pang Bo with a sneer on his face. Where did this little brat come from, daring to speak such arrogant words? Pang Bo was almost a zhang tall. He lowered his head to look at this child, truly like he was looking at a toy. Who are you talking about? This child's eyes were erect, extremely powerful, actually taking the initiative to attack Pang Bo. His little hands were rough, as if he had done heavy work all year round. A deafening hong sounded. The two large and small palms collided, releasing a sky-shaking sound, even the city gates trembling. One could well imagine the power these two possessed. Longma and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. This was just a 7 or 8-year-old child, yet he could fight against Pang Bo, and his divine force didn't fall behind. This was simply inconceivable. Where did this bean sprout come from, possessing such great power? Pang Bo felt that this was inconceivable. Don't look down on him, he isn't a child. He has cultivated for at least 100 years. Yi Fan activated the origin heavenly eye, seeing his true age from his bones. Huh? Are you a descendant of Tu Xing Sun? Did you cross over from the other side of the starry sky, ancient China? Pang Bo's gossipy flames burned brightly. Longma, Scorpio, and the others were all speechless. They didn't know if he was purposely mocking them or if it was true. This child's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Pang Bo to have such great strength. It simply exceeded common sense. He was like a demonic god, stronger than all other creatures of the same level. What nonsense are you talking about? Big guy, if you have the guts, take my axe again. If you can't beat me, then apologize to me. The child put away his contempt and solemnly said. Pang Bo laughed heartily and said, if you lose, are you going to apologize to uncle? Buzz. The child did not say a single word. A huge bronze axe appeared in his hand, which transformed into a bolt of lightning as it cleaved downwards. At the same time, a bronze light flowed through his body as he cleaved apart heaven and earth. Form of destruction. Pang Bo shouted loudly. 2 streaks of dragon-shaped light shot out from his eyes, colliding with the huge bronze axe. A sphere of blazing radiance erupted. The city gates rumbled and swayed intensely. Streak after streak of symbols appeared in the 7 golden cities. All types of Dao traces revived, protecting this city and preventing it from being affected. That's the dwarf race's young supreme being. He actually came as well. Someone cried out in alarm, revealing the identity of this child. His name was Shigu. There were quite a few people who hurried over from the city gates. Their goal was the same as Yi Fan's, wishing to enter the 7 golden cities. When they saw this scene, they revealed the child's race. This was a powerful race. Even though their bodies were short, every one of them had innate divine strength. They were quite talented in cultivation, and it was rumored that the 7 golden cities were built precisely by their ancestors. This was a powerful race. Even though their bodies were short, every one of them had innate divine strength. They were quite talented in cultivation, and it was rumored that the 7 golden cities were built precisely by their ancestors. Big fella, your strength isn't weak. Be careful after entering the city. Jianghu said this. Radiance flickered in his palm, and the enormous axe disappeared. He walked towards the city. Hey, you still haven't apologized to Uncle yet. Pang Bo laughed loudly. The dwarf race's young supreme being Jianghu glared at him fiercely, and then disappeared with a flash, entering the city. Who is this group of people? Every single one of them seems to be quite strong. Their origins are unordinary. Someone stared at the backs of Yi Fan's group, revealing a strange expression. The human race truly produced a few experts. The great demonic god and Di Tian are both formidable heroes, definitely great enemies on the ancient mythological path. Now, this group of people is also quite extraordinary. This might be the human race's group with the holy physique. What? It's them? They also came to the 7 golden cities? This is going to be lively. I was just saying, Jianghu has always kept a low profile. Why would he suddenly provoke them? He definitely saw through something and wanted to size up the strength of his competitors. Outside the city gates, a few people were discussing in low voices. Then, they all entered one after another, arriving at this place where the winds and clouds gathered. This was one of the few ancient cities on the Golden Ancient Path. After endless years passed, this path had long been abandoned, and the corresponding cities had all been destroyed by all types of powerful creatures. What was rare was that not only were the 7 golden cities perfectly preserved, there were still residents inside. Naturally, there were only a pitiful few hundred households. The lord of this city was a white-haired old man. After entering the city, no one dared to provoke him. They were all very well behaved, and this was enough to prove his unfathomable strength. Ow! A loud roar rang out. A huge monster flew over from the depths of the cosmos. It was actually a black barbaric ox that was as large as a mountain. However, it had a pair of enormous devil wings that covered the sky and covered the earth. It wanted to charge into the ancient city, but after a light snort from the city lord, it was as if it was struck by lightning. It immediately calmed down and obediently transformed into a human form to enter the city. A large number of cultivators came to the ancient city, even more than the residents. For cultivators, there was nothing more attractive than immortality in this world. The ancient tree of life had a fatal allure to all races. Xiao, 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 xiao. In the cosmos, 4 great golden streaks of lightning flew over with extreme speed. They descended from the starry river and were actually 4 golden snakes. They weren't that long, and each of them was only 10 zhang long. However, they emitted an aura that caused everyone to tremble. The 4 young Langjuns of the golden snake race have arrived. It really is them. One clan with 4 sons, each of them heaven-defying and known to be unrivaled. The 4 golden snake Langjuns are the young supreme beings of their ancient path. The 4 golden snakes turned into human forms. All of them were cold and arrogant, and their pupils were a faint golden color. After entering the city, they caused a commotion. I still remember that 10 years ago, the 2nd golden snake Langjun killed his way into another ancient path and wiped out the divine ape bloodline. He massacred a region and shook the entire starry sky. And now, the 4 Langjuns of the golden snake bloodline have all arrived. The sky and earth will be turned upside down. Who can be their opponent? People whispered among themselves. They were all quite fearful. Even those who came from some powerful races were respectful of them from afar. Within the city, Yi Fan's group walked along the ancient streets. This city was extremely vast. It could accommodate hundreds of thousands of cultivators for a long period of time. It was absolutely not a problem for them to cultivate here. The houses and buildings were all empty. Now, there were only a few hundred households left. It was extremely bleak and desolate. As they walked into the depths of the huge golden city, Yi Fan sensed the aura of a familiar person. He raised his head and saw Fairy Xianxia standing on top of a palace. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and her skin was sparkling and translucent. It was as if she was about to ascend to immortality. "Brother Yi, I trust you have been well since we last met. After 10 years, you have become even more unfathomable," Fairy Xianxia greeted. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Fairy's bearing is even more graceful than before. How can we mortals be unfathomable?" Fairy Xianxia smiled sweetly. Her eyes were bright and her teeth white. She was truly an outstanding beauty. She was light and otherworldly, and her beauty was beyond comparison. Pang Bo laughed heartily. He looked up and said, "Dare I ask if Fairy is willing to betroth yourself to me? I wonder if the two of us can catch your fancy." Fairy Xianxia was speechless. Although she had seen many pursuers, this was the first time she had seen someone so direct and shameless. She couldn't help but snort and ignore him. "Only now did I discover that Master Pang is truly a role model for our generation. He is a man of true character," Longma said. From afar, a figure walked over. His entire body was glowing with light, resembling a divinity. He exuded an aura that could devour the world, as though he was the only sovereign. Di Tian appeared. He walked over step by step, his true appearance was blurry. His body merged with the heavens and earth, truly becoming one with the heavens, bearing the might of the heavenly Tao. It had been 10 years since they last met. His aura was even more flourishing than before, resembling an immortal cosmos divine furnace. His radiance shone through the ages, smelting everything in the world and suppressing the mountains and rivers. This was simply like a young emperor walking over. Di Tian spoke, "It's been 10 years. I've created a fist scripture. If there's a chance, I would like to seek your guidance." Yi Fan didn't say anything. Pang Bo smiled and said, "What a coincidence, Yi Zi is also creating a Tao, nurturing 100 scriptures and researching his own secret art. His name is the Celestial Empyrean Fist. I can really give you some pointers." Di Tian was naturally being modest when he said he wanted to seek guidance. Pang Bo accepted it so casually and even said he could give pointers. This made the people behind Di Tian gnash their teeth in anger and speechless. Di Tian's expression also changed. To dare name it the Celestial Empyrean Fist, this kind of name that made one's bones and blood tremble must be exceptionally terrifying. It made him feel a sense of alarm. In another direction, another figure appeared. Although he was somewhat thin and weak, it seemed as though he was walking over by stepping on the corpses of all living beings. His ocean-like blood energy alarmed many experts in the city. It was precisely the great demonic god. After 10 years, he had become even more terrifying. It was as though he had just slaughtered his way back from hell. He was a demonic god who had unlocked his shackles and was exceptionally powerful. On top of a jade building in the distance, a woman looked over. Her style was unmatched, elegant, and aloof. She was like an ice sculpture and possessed an inviolable dignity. It was precisely the human king. Yi Fan smiled calmly. There was a kind of tranquility in his eyes, and there was not the slightest ripple in his heart. 10 years later, when they met again, he would also stand among the supreme youths and fear no one. "I look forward to meeting every old friend." These were his words as he walked away. There was no power emitting from him, nor was there anything unusual about him. He was calm and composed, leaving everyone with only the silhouette of his back. Even further away, the eyes of the 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake bloodline shot out divine rays like golden electric snakes. They were incomparably resplendent as they stared at the silhouette. Suddenly, a figure descended and blocked Yi Fan's path. This was an expert whose entire body was glowing. She was as beautiful as a deity, and her body was brilliant without a single blemish. At this moment, the golden blood within Yi Fan's body boiled and rumbled like a broken dam. It actually resonated and produced a reaction. His entire body emitted boundless light. The divine race. Many people cried out in surprise. They were incomparably fearful of this supreme race that was comparable to gods and demons and claimed to have the blood of deities flowing within them. Chapter 1402. The god race was an extremely ancient and powerful race. The blood of the gods flowed within their veins, and they reigned supreme in the world. They were known to be invincible in the heavens and earth, and they stood above the 9 heavens, overlooking all living beings. There were too many legends about them since ancient times, and they were spread throughout the entire star domain. They were high up above, a type of taboo existence. No one dared to blaspheme them, and few dared to challenge them. There was only reverence. The god race had disappeared for who knew how many tens of thousands of years as well, but no one had forgotten them. It was because they were extremely powerful, leaving behind too much glory. They would reappear sooner or later. At this moment, a woman who seemed to have walked out from a legendary era appeared. Her entire body was sparkling and releasing undying radiance. She stood in the ancient city, immediately triggering a huge commotion. She had red lips, white teeth, and a high nose. She possessed a pair of intoxicating eyes that flowed with a dreamy luster. Her entire body was translucent, as if she was carved out of jade. Her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders, making her look like a goddess. This was a powerful god race woman. She was exceptionally beautiful, and there was a type of pressure to her. Her beauty was unreal, making others feel a type of inviolable holiness. She seemed to have walked out from an ancient myth, blocking Yifan's path. There was a subtle connection between the two, and their blood was boiling. Strands of golden light emitted from Yifan's body. Every pore on his body opened up, allowing the divine light to flow out. Tens of thousands of strands flowed out in small streams. Shi Yan was shaken hard. He had an instinctive connection with his god body. He was more convinced that the god clan was an ancient branch of human race. They had the same origin. Shenlan, who would have thought that it would be her? She is actually a god race. A few people were shocked. This woman named Shenlan had always walked on the human race's ancient path, showing disdain for the masses. She was the most mysterious among the human race's young supreme experts, and was revered as a goddess. In the past, no one knew where she came from. It wasn't until today, when she sensed Yifan's constitution and emitted such an aura, that everyone understood. Everyone present was shocked. Goddess. God race, this is really not a coincidence. No wonder she has that kind of temperament. She actually came from that most mysterious ancient race. No one would have thought that a woman of the god race would walk on the ancient path of the human race. Why are you blocking my way? Yifan calmly asked. The sound of scriptures rang out from within his body, and in an instant, the boundless golden light was restrained. His blood also calmed down and returned to normal. Shenlan's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, feeling somewhat shocked. She didn't think that Qin Wentian would be able to suppress his instinctive reactions. Her bright red lips parted, revealing her pearly white teeth. 10 years ago, when you were undergoing tribulation, an ancient great emperor manifested. I missed it and felt deeply regretful. Today, I specially came to take a look. Her voice was as pleasant as the sounds of nature, carrying a kind of sexy magnetism. Her graceful jade-like body was sparkling and translucent. Coupled with her intoxicating appearance, her temperament made people's hearts beat faster. Her entire person was like a fantasy. Unfortunately, I don't have any tribulation to face today, Yifan replied. You can do it yourself. Shenlan lightly smiled, causing the sun, moon, and stars to dim in comparison. A shocking radiance flowed within her eyes as her palm that was translucent like jade swept forward. Her beautiful hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, causing her to seem like a fairy that was treading the waves. Pung! Yifan decisively made his move. His palm was as sharp as a heavenly blade, emitting resplendent golden radiance as it tore apart the void. At the same time, various phenomena appeared, merging together behind him, forming a real world. In that place, stars illuminated the sky, green lotuses were planted in the primal chaos, and immortal kings sat high up in the 9 heavens. It was like a country from ancient legends, shocking the world. In the rear, everyone's expressions changed. Even Pang Bo, Longma, and the others were greatly shaken. They didn't think that Yi Fan would immediately use such a terrifying attack. This was simply a fatal blow, a method that would only be used against the most terrifying enemy. In the past, Yi Fan was rarely so direct, yet he was already so fierce as soon as they exchanged blows. Could it be that this divine race girl was so terrifying? At the next moment, everyone understood. This goddess was truly too terrifying. She was unmatched in her generation and was a perfect masterpiece of the heavens. Her strength was also terrifying. In that instant, she froze the void. Regardless of whether they were close or far, they were all affected, especially the supreme experts of several ancient clans. They were at the edge of the battlefield, as if they had sunk into a swamp, unable to budge an inch. Everyone's expressions changed. The divine race girl Shenlan was too terrifying. Just the aftermath of her attack alone was enough to freeze the heavenly geniuses of several great clans, leaving everyone horrified. It wasn't hard for everyone to guess what kind of pressure Yi Fan was facing. This was but the center of the battlefield, the void frozen. This was practically sealing the world. Even if one's skill was heaven-reaching and earth-moving, it would be difficult to defend against. Hong! The world exploded. Heaven overflowing golden light surged there. Yi Fan's palm shattered everything. His irregular scene tore apart the void, but it wasn't frozen in place. Clashing sounds rang out one after another. Yi Fan quickly took action, golden palms and fingers covering the sky. In that instant, he struck out tens of thousands of times, as if all of them landed on Shenlan's body. Terrifying to the extreme. This place was covered in black holes. Stellar streams poured down from outer space, vast and boundless. It was as if gods and devils were fighting intensely. If not for golden ancient cities' formation patterns reviving, nothing would exist here anymore. Despite this being the case, there was still a boundless divine waterfall that submerged this place. 10,000 streaks of stellar radiance shot out without end. Two figures clashed. The male's divine might was matchless, while the female was like a reincarnated fairy. Brilliant light flowed about her, their entire bodies carrying blazing radiance. It was as if they were characters from a legendary era fighting. They were like two streaks of lightning moving about. Every time they collided, exceptional divine radiance would erupt. Suddenly, heaven and earth seemed to have calmed down. The undying radiance they released disappeared. They fought in close combat, divine techniques appearing brilliantly to the extreme. Yi Fan grabbed her arm. If she was caught, no one would be able to save Shenlan. The divine body's reputation of being unrivaled in close combat wasn't just for show. Her body was soft and specks of multicolored light flickered about. She almost brushed past the crook of Yi Fan's arm, graceful and agile like an immortal. She avoided a fatal strike and took advantage of the situation to fly out. Her rainbow-colored dress fluttered about, as if a celestial fairy was dancing. This battle ended in an extremely short amount of time, almost ending as soon as it began. There wasn't a true life and death outcome. Shenlan's appearance was picturesque, bright and pure like the moon. She released moving brilliance, and every inch of her body was translucent and radiating multicolored light. It was as if she was the work of the gods. From today forth, you belong to me, to the god race. Everyone was stupefied. Shenlan's style was unmatched, and even her voice was world-shaking. It was like an immortal's voice rising in spirals as it resounded by everyone's ears. However, the words she spoke were just too shocking. Her beauty was unreal, and her temperament was otherworldly. There was a type of holiness to her, as if she was an ancient goddess that didn't belong to this world. No one expected her to speak these words. This type of change, this type of impact that was completely different from before, made everyone stare blankly. They all suspected that they had heard incorrectly. The god race's goddess was extremely serious. Her appearance was dignified, and her appearance was otherworldly. She was bright and flawless, and radiance scattered down. She said again, whoever makes things difficult for him will become my enemy. She floated away, and a great path appeared beneath her feet. It was paved with a river of stars, and it was accompanied by L1. Brilliant flower petals danced in the air, and waves of fragrance wafted through the air. She disappeared into the distance in an instant. Not to mention others, even Yifan himself was a bit stunned. The descendants of deities, the most powerful race in the starry skies, hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years, yet the race's goddess actually said these words. So powerful. She is even more genuine than me. Pang Bo was speechless, and then he laughed loudly. Longma and the others were all stupefied. The unrestrained holy beasts and experts were a bit speechless, not knowing what to say. As for the others, apart from being dumbfounded, they were petrified, flabbergasted, and didn't understand what was going on. Belong to my god race, and I will choose a god race's pearl as your wife. Right at this time, Goddess Shenlan's voice sounded from the horizon again. Everyone immediately understood what was going on. It was clear that she was aware of the ambiguity, and so she was supplementing and explaining. Pang Bo laughed loudly. Ye can belong to you, but not to the god race. Hong. A terrifying divine light drowned out the heaven and earth, attacking forward and colliding with Pang Bo. Then, Shenlan left completely, somewhat angry. The young supreme experts of each race revealed strange expressions. Some were shocked, some had killing intent flashing through their eyes, some were disappointed, and some were deeply worried. I understand. The god race is the descendants of the deities, and their bodies flow with the most powerful ancient blood. They want to nurture a true deity. There had always been a rumor in the world that the god race wanted to stand proudly above the 9 heavens and restore the glorious legends of countless years ago. They wanted to establish a true immortal legend and restore the order of the age of gods. They respected the theory of bloodlines and believed that the most powerful deity would inevitably be born in the future. He would surpass the deities and become truly immortal, invincible under the starry skies. For this reason, they had always been searching for the most powerful ancient blood in order to produce an even more powerful descendant of divine blood. They wanted to make all races tremble in fear. The combination of divine blood and holy blood was considered a perfect fusion, and it would give birth to the most sacred bloodline. It was one of the god race's most powerful bloodline hypothesis. Only a few people knew about these secrets, but they weren't a secret here. That was because the people here were the most powerful trial takers of each race, and they had enough qualifications to know. After everyone came to a sudden realization, they revealed strange expressions. The combination of divine blood and holy blood will result in the appearance of the most powerful sacred bloodline. It will crush all enemies and realize true invincibility under the starry skies. Everyone was apprehensive. Now, all kinds of physiques had appeared, and many ancient bloodlines had reappeared in the world. If the god race brought several of the most powerful bloodlines into the world for their plan, it would most likely be a great disaster. In the following 2 days, a few more experts arrived one after another. There were young supreme beings from powerful races, as well as ancient creatures that foraged for food in the universe. Meanwhile, Yifan also encountered great trouble. Many people had their eyes on him. Since he had been chosen by the god race, it was impossible for him not to attract attention even if he didn't want to. The divine physique was only a member of the god race, yet it already shook the world. If the entire race was like this, then how powerful would they be? No matter which race it was, they were all extremely apprehensive of this race. The saint physique of the Emperor Burial Star. What is the most powerful ancient blood? Let me see how strong you are. There were ancient creatures attacking, and there were also experts from other races challenging him. Yifan didn't show the slightest bit of leniency. He attacked like thunder, as if he was the reincarnation of a demonic god. In the following days, he attacked in a domineering manner, killing 7 or 8 challengers. His fists drew blood, and these people were all smashed into pieces, truly intimidating the crowd. It was bloody and cruel. Blood splattered everywhere, as well as the sparkling white bones with traces of blood on them, caused people to be as silent as cicadas in winter, no longer daring to act blindly without thinking. On the ancient road, the geniuses of each race only recognized one truth. Dignity was gained through killing, prestige was gained through battle, and everything depended on strength. Woo, it has finally begun. The true Phoenix Pavilion will gather, and the young supreme experts of each race will appear. We will exchange what we need and piece together the 10 most powerful ancient bloodlines. This was a grand gathering of geniuses. Without a doubt, brilliant sparks would be produced from the collision. The God Race, Saint Blood, D. Tian, Gentleman Golden Snake, and the others were all part of it. Chapter 1403. The swan Ni originates from the southern sea and flies to the northern sea. It will not stop unless it is a parasol tree. The swan Ni was a type of phoenix recorded in the ancient books. It was born in the southern sea and wanted to fly to the northern sea. In this world, only the parasol tree was its true home. The true phoenix building was a giant parasol tree. It had grown for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Its branches were as thick as a mountain. It did not have a tree crown and had long been destroyed by lightning. Now, only half of the tree trunk remained. It had taken root in the city and was built into a phoenix building. It was the tallest building in the golden ancient city. It was hard to imagine that such a thick ancient tree had yet to become a spirit. Of course, there were also people who said that this tree had transformed into the quasi-emperor. During the tribulation, its cultivation was destroyed by the heavens and its essence was shaved away, turning it into an ordinary tree. Even now, one could still see the scorched marks left behind by the lightning. It had left behind an entire life of sorrow that was mottled with time and could no longer be healed. Today, the true Phoenix building was bustling with activity. Cultivators and experts came and went. Ancient beasts transformed into human forms and emitted a powerful bloody aura as they hurried over to this building. One could see experts from all different races here. There was a 10 zhang tall golden giant, a black dragon from the underworld sea, a drought demon from the folklore, from the descendants of the archaic demonic gods to the true divine race, and then to the most powerful ancient bloodline experts. There were countless cultivators with great backgrounds. Yi Fan's group had also arrived. They ascended the stairs and arrived at this building. The parasol tree let out a clear metallic sound. It did not seem like it was made of wood and instead seemed to be made of jade. Apart from the scorched top, the rest of the building was dark green and fresh. The parasol tree trunk was originally like this, jade green all year round. Their arrival attracted many people's attention. The human race's sacred body was a powerful constitution, and now, it was favored by the divine race. Naturally, it attracted the attention of many races. Many gazes were like blades. Even though Yi Fan's back was facing some people, he could still feel the sharpness of these gazes as if there were streaks of lightning striking down. Pang Bo walked shoulder to shoulder with him. He did not regard himself as an outsider at all and greeted the experts from various races. Those who didn't know would think that they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Here, people were all afraid of each other, hostile, and guarded against each other. It was rare to see someone as carefree as him. The very top of the true Phoenix building was incomparably spacious. Not only was it because the tree trunk was thick, comparable to a mountain, there were even spatial laws engraved here, so accommodating as many people as possible wasn't an issue. Longma, the golden lion, the Scorpio, and the 9 crocodragons were nothing in terms of size. There were all kinds of tyrannical creatures on the buildings that were as tall as mountains. Some of them had halos behind their heads, while others had immortal phoenix wings on their backs. It was as if they had arrived at an ancient kingdom of gods and devils. That's the human race's holy body, known as one of the most ancient and powerful bloodlines? Someone muttered. However, it was clear that he didn't plan on hiding it, because quite a few people heard it. What holy body? Who gave it to him? It can only seal itself within the human race. What does it count for among the races of the universe? Perhaps it can only be reduced to food. A chilly voice sounded, extremely impolite. However, it was hard to tell who it was that spoke, hiding in the darkness, using a strange heavenly art to send out divine will. Quite a few people revealed strange expressions. These words were very targeted, clearly full of hostility towards the human race's holy body. Could it be that there was going to be a battle? Since you are so dissatisfied, why don't you come out and fight? This seat specializes in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. Lama spoke in a very high-profile manner. The crowd's eyes all cast over. Indifference, kindness, and gloominess interweave together, like heavenly swords, emitting sonorous echoes. You are just an animal, yet you dare to borrow the tiger's might? The voice from just now sounded again. The words were unpleasant to listen to, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. It was still divine will. Hong. Yi Fan suddenly moved. His entire body flickered with golden multicolored light, like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus. His blood energy overflowed into the heavens, and he was exceptionally brave. As he moved, it was as if a mountain was trembling. The entire True Phoenix building was shaking heaven and earth, and the vast skies became unstable. He turned into a golden bolt of lightning, appearing in front of a Sphinx expert. He reached out a hand and pressed forward. Wind and thunder raged, and battle intent surged. There was nothing more to say. After finding the hidden provoker, Yi Fan directly dealt a heavy blow. That palm turned into a golden heavenly steel. Symbols circulated on its surface, and it was more than 100,000 caddies heavy. The Sphinx expert was shocked. He mainly cultivated the primordial spirit, and his spiritual energy was extremely powerful. He grasped ancient techniques, and even a normal great sage would find it difficult to detect him. He never thought that he would be seen through by Yi Fan in an instant. Hong. He reached out a lion claw, and it collided with that golden heavenly steel. Like a vast ocean crashing against the shore, bloody divine power surged wildly. However, when the two palms collided, a pu sound rang out. The lion claw turned into a bloody mist, and white bones flew everywhere, dripping with blood. Ho! A loud roar rang out. This was the true lion roar. The Sphinx expert roared, and innate Tao laws rushed out from his mouth. At such a close distance, it attacked Yi Fan with exceptional fierceness. Yi Fan lightly shouted, and it contained the Buddhist swastika heavenly sound. It immediately shattered the lion roar, and the expert's body was torn into pieces before exploding on the spot. The scene was extremely bloody, but everyone's expressions were cold, unmoved. Which of those who could appear here didn't crawl out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Kill! From the exploded blood, a small silver lion rushed out. This was the expert's primordial spirit. It rapidly arrived before Yi Fan's frontal bone, wanting to destroy his primordial spirit. This person mainly cultivated the divine sense, and his spiritual energy was extremely powerful. This was his sure kill attack. However, Yi Fan remained unmoved. A fist-sized golden little person stepped out from his frontal bone, and he used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to kill. A brilliant light erupted there. The golden little person's fist smashed the small silver lion into pieces. Like a burst of fireworks, the lion's body and soul were destroyed. At this point, the experts of all clans were shocked. From the moment Yi Fan attacked until now, he had an overwhelming advantage. Almost every attack could kill instantly. The human race's saint physique is truly impressive, but this true Phoenix Tower is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Today, the heroes of all clans are gathering. Do you want to disturb the venue? A gloomy voice rang out. Not far away, a stone man appeared. He was a saint king, and one of his eyes was actually a green gold immortal tear, exuding a brilliant brilliance that was extremely terrifying. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air upon seeing this. The saint spirit itself was a heaven-defying existence, and anyone who saw it would have a headache. They were peerlessly powerful. In a star field, there were many stars, and having a few of them was already not bad. And now, this saint spirit's left eye was actually a green gold immortal tear, exuding a divine brilliance. It definitely had a heaven-defying divine ability, and it was definitely a supreme master of this realm. Yi Fan and the saint spirit had formed a great enmity, and now, he still carried the curse of the saint spirit. Although he had concealed it with a secret technique, once the real saint's spirit approached, he would still be able to sense it. There was no need for any reason between the two sides. There was a natural hostility between them, and if they were to meet alone, they would definitely fight to the death. The two sides were at daggers drawn. If they were to fight, it would definitely be a world-shaking battle. Both of them could be called supreme masters of this realm, and ordinary masters couldn't compare. You're really ugly. You're not even as heroic as the stone man I casually carved. At this critical moment, Longma said this indifferently. Many people were dumbfounded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Do you want to die? The stone man's green-gold immortal tear shot out a beam of divine light that tore through the void. It actually released the sonorous voice of the great Tao. It was incomparably brilliant as it shot towards Longma. Hung Long. Yi Fan made his move. He brandished the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, his aura devouring mountains and rivers. His golden blood energy was like a domain of stars as it pressed down, colliding with that beam of divine light. Many people were sent flying backwards. Under the shockwaves of the two great experts, they let out miserable groans. They were caught in the crossfire and suffered serious injuries. You too, we came for the sake of exchanging for 10 types of ancient blood. Why must we both take a step back? At this time, a grand voice echoed through the air. Following his footsteps, the entire True Phoenix building began to tremble. This was a giant that was over 10 zhang tall. Moreover, he possessed the race's most powerful bloodline, the Golden Giant. His divine strength was matchless, and he was a young supreme being. At this time, the goddess of the god race, Shenlan, also arrived. Her eyes moved about, and divine splendor shot out in all directions. The arrival of these two young supreme beings finally averted a fierce battle. We'll meet again on the ancient path of legends. The stone man turned around and left, not bothering them any longer. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. You're not good enough. Enjoy your final moments. The crowd dispersed. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, and the others once again advanced, ascending to the highest floor of the True Phoenix building. On the way there, they saw a few corpses that died tragically. Rumor has it that Tian, the great demonic god, and the others had all encountered challenges as soon as they arrived. They took action in a domineering manner, causing a massacre. Naturally, the one with the heaviest evil aura was still the Golden Snake bloodline's 4th Langjun. He took the initiative to attack, killing over 10 experts in the process of ascending the building. It was a bloody and cruel scene. There were many experts who came to the human race's ancient Golden Road, and they were all the supreme experts of the younger generation. However, only a dozen or so people had the qualifications to be called supreme young beings. Only through comparison could one distinguish who was superior and who was inferior. Even if one was the supreme being of a race or a king of a region, it was still useless. Only when many races met together would the weak and the strong be revealed. Even though many people were unconvinced, they had no choice but to lower their heads helplessly after experiencing the slaughter just now. Currently, only a dozen or so people had the qualifications to be called supreme young beings. Yi Fan and the others walked very slowly. They observed the crowd from below, earnestly understanding the various races so that they could have an idea of what was going on. Perhaps there would be a terrifying bloody battle in the future. Only after an hour did they ascend to the next floor. Although the news of the ancient tree of life has spread, only the experts of the nearby ancient roads have rushed over. Compared to the Grand Star Road, this is only a small portion. There were many experts who came to the Golden Ancient Road, but compared to the 10,000 heavens and 10,000 regions, the difference was too great. They were only a small portion. The universe was boundless, and it was impossible for all the powerful races to know about it and rush over. This is truly an awe-inspiring killing. Pang Bo sighed. Yi Fan wasn't the only one who encountered challenges. Tian, the human king, the goddess of the god race, Shenlan, and the Golden Giant were all covered in blood. Comparatively speaking, Yi Fan and the others were the last to ascend. They had experienced fewer battles, but those people were covered in blood. One could see how intense the battle was. There was a high platform on the last floor. It was like an arena, but also like a supreme divine altar. Currently, only a dozen or so people had the qualifications to sit on it. 4th Langjun of the Golden Snake race, Shenlong of the God race, the Golden Giant, the Golden Devouring Beast, the descendant of the gods and devils, Sanggu, the Copper Ant Saint King, the Dragon Sparrow, the Heaven-Devouring Ancient Beast, the Earth Corpse, the Blood Beast, the Stone Man Saint Spirit, the Great Demonic God, Di Tian. These people sat upright, each and every one of them dominating the world and swallowing the stars. Every one of them possessed a different kind of awe-inspiring might. There were more than 1,000 people below with complicated expressions. They were all the supreme young experts of the various races, but compared to the dozen or so people, they were obviously a level lower. Many people had challenged them just now, and all of them had paid the price in blood. More than 100 people had lost their lives. Now, no one dared to challenge them, and all of them had settled down. From a certain perspective, they had all been defeated on the Imperial Road. On the divine altar, the dozen or so people were high up, making the heroes feel that they were too high to reach. It was difficult to shake their position. Everyone longed for it, but they couldn't ascend. Yi Fan arrived. Immediately, many people looked over to see if he was going to ascend the divine altar that was emitting blazing multicolored light. "I think it's more comfortable to sit up there," Pang Bo said. Yi Fan nodded and went up shoulder to shoulder with him. Immediately, many experts were dissatisfied. The first to attack was the person on the platform. The 2nd Langjun of the Golden Snake snorted coldly. It was as if a heavenly sword had slashed down with a threatening cold air. Boom! Yi Fan stepped forward. His entire body shone with golden light like a golden sea, dissolving the cold murderous intent. Then, his eyes shot out 2 beams of divine light as he looked at the 2nd Langjun of the Golden Snake. He and Pang Bo calmly ascended the platform. The 2nd Langjun of the Golden Snake glanced at them coldly, but he didn't say anything further. Like his 3 brothers, he sat there cross-legged and didn't move. However, there was a cruel sneer on his face, indicating that he didn't want to make a move right now and not because he was afraid of anything. Back then, he was the one who killed his way into another star region alone and destroyed the entire tribe of the most powerful divine apes. He washed the sky with blood and shocked many ancient regions. He was a living legend with an illustrious reputation. Every clan feared him. Ever since he began his cultivation, not a single enemy could escape alive from his hands. Without a doubt, if it was in terms of strength, then the 4 of them were definitely the strongest on this altar. Because every single one of them was a young supreme being. When the 4 supreme beings of the Golden Snake clan worked together, who dared to provoke them? I once heard that the humankind's saint physique can be considered a type of extraordinary physique. The blood inside one's body can be considered a type of ancient blood that meets the requirements, the blood beast suddenly said. Sitting on top of the divine altar, its tone was icy cold. That's right. We need 10 types of ancient blood. The Saint Physique's blood can be considered one of them. The Earth Corpse nodded. These 2 powerhouses were sitting on top of the divine altar, overlooking the crowd below. Now that they mentioned the saint blood, it was clear that they were targeting Yi Fan. Not only did Yi Fan's expression darken, even Pang Bo was enraged. They came here to exchange for the ancient blood and had the blood of the demonic spider in their hands. They didn't think that someone would treat them as prey. "Are you sure that you want to treat me as prey for my blood?" Yi Fan glared at them. The light in his eyes exploded like torches. "So what if I am? I have long heard that the humankind's Saint Physique's blood is extraordinary. Today, offer it up and we will thank you for your kindness." The blood beast was a type of ancient vicious beast that loved blood as much as its own life. It was the cruelest of them all. Its original body was thousands of meters long, and right now, it had transformed into a red-haired Daoist that sat on top of the divine altar. His eyes were cold and hazy. "That is what we propose. We want to treat you as prey." "So what?" The Earth Corpse was even more direct. He was an ancient corpse that was rumored to have an indestructible body. It seems like you two are tired of living. Yi Fan immediately attacked. His golden fist exploded the void. At this point, no matter where he went, there was no need for him to retreat. In the struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's path, one must advance courageously. Chapter 1404. Like a divine sun in the sky, when Yi Fan flew onto the divine altar, golden multicolored light radiated in all directions, as if a sun was releasing undying radiance. There was a type of supreme power surging outwards. His left hand formed an imprint, and the stars of the heavens appeared. His right hand formed a fist, controlling life and death reincarnation. He was like an immortal king overlooking the 9 heavens, supreme and holy, dazzling and dazzling. The blood beast roared. An endless sea of blood appeared behind him, as if it controlled the Azura world, becoming the ruler of this world. It towered above the sea of blood, its aura devouring heaven and earth. At this time, he didn't reveal his original body, but rather a scarlet-haired Daoist. His hair was messy, and his eyes were like those of a wild beast. His palm transformed into heaven and earth, containing mountains and rivers, suppressing towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan's golden fist controlled life and death reincarnation, destroying everything in its path. Not even the world in the palm could do anything, and it was immediately blasted through. A shattering sound rang out. A world was destroyed. It had to be said that the blood beast was extremely terrifying. The world in the palm collapsed, causing the void there to cave in and distort. However, he himself didn't move in the slightest, using his blood-colored hand to face Yi Fan's golden fist head-on. With a honglong sound, dazzling light erupted between the two. It was as if many stars exploded, and fireworks flickered about, dazzling eternally as they rushed in all directions. This place was the true Phoenix House, rumored to be the original body left behind by the Quasi-Emperor after failing to cross tribulation. It had remained undying since ancient times, or else even the stars in the sky would have been shaken down. The blood beast was extremely powerful, a supreme species among archaic vicious beasts. Its flesh could fight against gods and devils, and only this kind of bloodline could endure Yi Fan's fist without exploding. This also proved that the young supreme beings of the starry sky ancient path weren't undeserved. Otherwise, how could they distinguish themselves from the saints? There were thousands of people below the divine altar. They weren't ordinary trial takers, but rather the most powerful experts of this generation. They were all heavenly geniuses that competed against millions and millions of creatures to reach this level, yet right now, they could only look up at the dozen or so people on the platform. Only a single young supreme being could be born from many races. This was enough to explain the problem. Yi Fan's golden fist collided with the blood beast's palm. The red-haired Daoist's body trembled, and bolts of blazing lightning appeared in the void. Yi Fan rushed past and attacked another enemy. He quickly changed his opponent and attacked the earth zombie. Yin energy overflowed into the heavens and underworld mist surged. It was as if the underworld king had opened the gates of hell and descended into the mortal world. Walala. Between the earth corpse's palms and fingers, several thick iron chains appeared. They were black and shiny, cold and eye-catching. They were like shackles used to bind fierce beasts in the depths of hell, and now they had become his weapons. He was an ancient corpse that was born after attaining the Tao. He was buried in a place with extreme Yin energy. After accumulating for a long time, he absorbed the Yin energy and gradually developed spiritual wisdom, achieving his current fortune. Clang! Yi Fan slashed with his bare hands, breaking one of the iron chains. His golden palm was unstoppable. Even a Saint King level weapon would be useless against it and would be destroyed. However, the earth corpse's body and physique were sturdy beyond imagination. It was truly an unbreakable Vajra. Yi Fan's hand seals only left white marks on its surface and did not collapse. To be able to become a supreme being of the younger generation, there was indeed a reason. Not a single one of them was ordinary, and they all had their own unique areas of cultivation. Dang, dang, as if he was forging iron, Yi Fan's left hand formed seals and the stars in the sky flickered. His right hand formed a fist that emitted tens of thousands of rays of golden divine light as it fiercely collided with the earth corpse. This kind of power, this kind of aggressiveness, this kind of intensity, shocked every young supreme being. Unbreakable Vajra versus undying golden body. Boom! In the end, Yi Fan's left palm and right fist alternately attacked, breaking all the iron chains on the Earth Corpse's body. It was as if he had entered hell and destroyed his divine weapon. However, the Earth Corpse was really too powerful. Its body was not damaged at all, and it spat out Yin Qi from its mouth. Black mist overflowed into the sky, extremely firm and powerful. Everyone below the divine altar was shocked. They were all far superior to ordinary challengers and were the strongest of the younger generation. They were the most powerful group of people, but at this moment, they felt deeply that they were weak. If it was them who went up, they would most likely be smashed to pieces by a single punch and turned into a bloody pulp. At this moment, everyone's heart trembled and they kept quiet out of fear. Now it seemed that their choice not to attack Yi Fan was correct. Only the people on the divine altar could compete with him. On that high platform, the gold-eating beast, the demonic god descendant Jianghu, the heaven-swallowing ancient beast, the copper ant king, and the others were all covered in blood. They had all experienced such a fierce battle just now. Every young supreme being had relied on their own strength to ascend the altar. Apart from Golden Snake Xianxia, even the divine race's angel Shenlan, Di Tian, and the stone man's holy spirit had been bathed in blood. There were many experts on the true Phoenix Tower. They came from different ancient regions and belonged to different races. They were all unrivaled in their own world, and here, no one was willing to submit to anyone. From a certain perspective, everyone was the enemy of the entire world. They needed to defeat everyone in order to ascend to the top of the Emperor's Road. Yi Fan was the last to arrive. The people below did not dare to test him, but this did not include the people on the divine altar. They had all fought their way up, bathed in blood and risked their lives to become supreme beings above. Naturally, they could not sit and watch someone easily ascend. Yi Fan's fame in the human race was useless. He had to pass this trial and rely on his strength to gain the recognition of the other races. Some people on the divine altar naturally hoped that he would fall and have one less competitor. Dang! Yi Fan's golden fist collided with the Earth Corpse's black fist. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. It was as if two pieces of divine gold were violently colliding, so much so that some people's eardrums almost cracked. Just what was this guy's previous life? How could his physical body be so powerful? It is actually able to contend against Ye's physical body. This doesn't make sense. Pang Bo revealed a serious expression. The Earth Corpse was too powerful. It made Di Tian, the goddess of the divine race, and the Golden Snake Fourth Gentleman all change their expressions. Such an unrivaled physical body could be said to be rarely seen in this realm since ancient times. There was no need to mention Yi Fan. The blood beasts could also be understood. After all, they were the most ancient bloodline. During the Archaic era, this race could contend against the gods and devils. The Earth Corpse was too strange. Many people speculated that the ancient corpse must have had an extraordinary identity in its previous life. Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? Yi Fan's eyes were cold. He fully displayed the true meaning of the 6 paths of reincarnation. One fist could split the heavens and split the earth, controlling life and death, controlling the cycle of reincarnation. Several ancient universes rotated. The Earth Corpse was sent flying, but it did not explode. Its entire body unexpectedly emitted a boundless Buddhist light, and there were waves of chanting coming from within its body. His dignified appearance was like an enlightened monk. The incessant chanting resounded throughout the heaven and earth. It was as if there were bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas supporting and protecting him. Seeing this frightening scene, everyone was stunned. Then, their hair stood on end as they felt a chill down their spines. Could it be that he was a supreme Buddha in his previous life? It was obvious that Yi Fan's fist was too tyrannical. It almost injured the Earth Corpse's origin. It stimulated the ancient divine power that was dormant within its body and rushed out. Amitba. The ancient chanting rose and fell like the sound of the heavens. It was deafening and caused everyone's soul to tremble. It was difficult for them to endure. His origin is too great. Everyone was shocked. Ancient diagrams appeared behind the earth corpse. During the ancient times, it was worshipping an ancient Buddha. The emperor's aura flowed and shook the heavens. The ancient corpse had served the Amitabha Buddha in its previous life. If it wasn't an enlightened monk, then it was the Amitabha Buddha's disciple. This was simply horrifying. Everyone was petrified, and they were all stunned. An immeasurable Buddhist light emitted from the earth corpse's body, illuminating it with an immortal radiance. However, a strange change occurred right after. The divine light suddenly turned black and turned into corpse energy. The chanting of the bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas all changed. The earth corpse turned into a deathly aura and his entire body became cold. The divine radiance in the sky turned into a black light that drowned him. He was like a monk. All of his hair had fallen off, revealing the ring marks on his head. However, his entire body was black and no longer had the auspicious aura of a Buddha. He had completely turned into a great devil. What is the past? What is the past? Life is one life, death is empty. Amitabha, one last chant. I am me, it is difficult to seek reincarnation. His body that was cracked by Yi Fan completely healed under the pouring of the black light. Moreover, the diamond indestructible physique was improved to the next level. His entire body was black and translucent. The earth corpse retreated and bowed to Yi Fan, then he said, even if there are two identical flowers blooming in this world, they only have the same form. When you look at this flower, it is the most brilliant. Many thanks. Everyone felt their blood run cold. This really was an ancient monk from the Amitabha era. His corpse had been preserved in the earth vein for a long time, and now he had gained enlightenment. The battle with Yi Fan had activated the past Buddhist light in his body. He had completely transformed, turning from Buddha to devil, becoming even more powerful. The earth corpse retreated and returned to the divine altar. With a rumbling sound, Yi Fan and the blood beast fought. This ancient beast was forced to reveal its true body. Its entire body was blood red as if it was cast from pure gold. Its scales were enormous and rang out with sonorous sounds. It was like a winged dragon, but upon closer inspection, it also looked like a giant bat covered in scales. Its true body was several thousand zhang in length, but now it had shrunk to 1 zhang. Its magical power overflowed into the heavens as it attacked. In the end, he also retreated, turning back into the scarlet-haired Daoist and appearing on the divine altar. It was just to make things difficult for Yi Fan, not wanting him to smoothly ascend the stage. It would be best if they could kill him in one strike, but if it was a life and death battle, no one was willing to fight to the end. After all, there were still more than 10 young supreme beings eyeing them covetously. Yi Fan, did you use 80% of your power? Pang Bo secretly asked, using this to estimate these people's strength. Yi Fan replied, they also held back a bit and won't fight with their lives on the line here. They will fight a bloody battle on the starry sky ancient path, separating life and death reincarnation. On the divine altar, the archaic demonic god's descendant Jianghu stood up. His black hair was thick like a waterfall, reaching his waist. His eyes were brilliant like the stars. There were traces of blood on his body, and it was clear that he had slaughtered his way up. At this moment, he stood up and said, if you want my recognition, you only need to receive a palm from me. He was just standing there, yet he made the stars in the heavens tremble. He was extremely powerful. Up until now, he was the pure-blooded descendant of an archaic demonic god that had only appeared in tens of thousands of years. Everyone's hearts jumped. This was a true descendant of an archaic demonic god. His body was as sturdy as divine steel, and his magical power was as vast as the sea. He was the most terrifying. There's no need, right? I've fought against him before. The god race's heavenly daughter Shenlong said. Her entire body shone, and the divine blood within her rumbled, releasing an undying power. It was as if she was standing high up in the 9 heavens. In terms of bloodline alone, the descendants of the archaic demonic god and deities were close relatives. It was just that it was unknown when they separated, but they were both the most powerful races. The archaic demonic god's descendant Jianghu was incomparably dignified. When he heard this, he nodded and said, "Fine." In the end, he didn't take action. "We all slaughtered our way up here. If you want my recognition, then you only need to display an astonishing display of power." The Copper Ant King spoke. His true body appeared. He was as tall as a person, and his entire body was bronze in color. He was a divine ant. His race possessed innate divine strength, and all those who understood him would feel fear. Meanwhile, he was known as the supreme being of a region's younger generation on the star region's ancient path. His exceptional divine strength could no longer be described as astonishing. With a hung-long sound, his body that didn't seem all that tall walked forward, almost causing the true Phoenix Pavilion to crack apart. One has to understand that even the most terrifying heavenly tribulation couldn't destroy this ancient parasol tree. Yi Fan's large golden hand reached out. Heaven and earth rumbled, stopping the bronze palm that he produced. At this moment, even the stars in the heavens were trembling. Both of them possessed the most powerful divine force. They could seize the sun and moon with a raise of their hands, making everyone's expressions change. Not even Golden Snake 4th Lang Jun was an exception. "You passed." The Copper Ant King backed up. Golden Snake 4th Lang Jun and the others were all calm and cold. They were well-known figures. When the four great supreme beings worked together, who could contend against them? At this time, they didn't say anything. This was also a type of attitude. It could be considered that they acknowledged Yi Fan's supreme divine force. No one probed further. Yi Fan and several young supreme beings were competing against each other in the domain they were proficient in. With such power, there was no need to doubt his strength. Yi Fan ascended the divine altar and looked down below, announcing the rise of another supreme being. His status was acknowledged by the most powerful dozen or so individuals, and he was on par with them. He was revered by everyone below. It had to be said that not a single one of them had an undeserved reputation. They were all truly powerful. Divine race, holy blood, which one of them didn't make one tremble? If one wanted to kill any one of them, one had to pay a painful price in blood. If they weren't gods and devils, then they were holy spirits. It made one tremble in fear. At this moment, no one dared to challenge them. Pang Bo walked up and also ascended the high and lofty divine altar, standing side by side with Yi Fan. Several cold snorts were immediately heard. The people below watched silently, not daring to provoke them. However, the people above didn't have any misgivings. Someone laughed coldly, killing intent surging. "Aren't there a bit too many people on this platform? Not everyone can stand firm, and not everyone can enter the ancient mythological path." When Yi Fan heard this, he stared at him and coldly said, "That's right, there are a bit too many. How about I kill one and let Pang Bo fill in?" Then, his eyes swept over a few people's bodies, staring at the blood beast. It was precisely the archaic vicious beast that challenged him first. "I'll do it myself." Pang Bo spoke. He carelessly pointed forward, wanting to take the initiative to attack and challenge. "Forget it, there isn't much time left. Let's exchange earlier and gather 10 types of the most powerful ancient blood. I can't wait for the ancient tree of life." The extremely powerful god and devil descendant Jianghu spoke, stopping people from fighting again. Clearly, his words carried a lot of weight. Comparatively speaking, I'm more interested in the 9-layered coffin from the mythological era. I heard that there are a few creatures sitting cross-legged on it, entering the ancient path together with the coffin. Golden Snake San Langjun spoke. This caused Yi Fan's heart to tremble. There were creatures sitting cross-legged on that great emperor's coffin? This caused great waves to surge up in his heart. Is there anyone who wants to compete with us for the 9-layered coffin from the mythological era? Golden Snake San Langjun revealed a cruel smile as he swept his gaze over everyone. He was powerful and arrogant. He had massacred a region, causing everyone to feel apprehensive. Even the 10 or so young supreme beings felt restraining fear towards him. I'm also very interested in the ancient tree of life. Golden Snake San Langjun suddenly spoke. Before this, he had always kept his eyes closed. At this moment, 2 exceptionally sharp beams of golden light shot out, causing everyone to tremble involuntarily. The 10 or so young supreme beings were all extremely conceited. They naturally wouldn't shrink back, and they all snorted coldly one after another. We'll meet on the ancient mythological path, Yi Fan coldly spoke. That's right, there will definitely be a battle at that time. Everyone spoke one after another. Chapter 1405. On top of the towering altar, more than a dozen young supreme beings stood, each of them outstanding and outstanding. They were either capable of devouring the stars or suppressing the world, each of them extraordinary. Among them, there were divine spirits, descendants of ancient gods, bloodlines of gods, and even saint bloodlines. They came from different ancient realms, and they were all the strongest experts of their respective ancient paths. These people were all arrogant, conceited, and had the will of a great emperor. No one would lower their head to another. As fellow supreme beings of the younger generation, who would fear who? Sanggu, Shenlong, Yi Fan, Copper Ant King, Earth Corpse, Heaven-devouring ancient beast, all of them looked disdainfully at the crowd, none of them willing to retreat. Let's exchange for the strongest ancient blood, said Gold-devouring beast. His entire body was cyan, and he was a metal ancient beast. He had a ferocious appearance and extremely powerful strength. Strands of multicolored light appeared on top of the altar. Everyone spread out their palms, revealing their respective collections. Immediately, a soaring blood aura surged out. There were more than 10 types of the strongest ancient blood. Each of them represented a type of glory. In the past, they were peerless and powerful, causing the heavens and myriad realms to tremble. At this moment, the ancient blood aura surged out like smoke signals, shaking the starry sky. In Yi Fan's palm, there was a fist-sized mass of blood. It flickered with black light, accompanied by thunder and lightning. It was a majestic scene and overflowing blood aura. This was the blood refined from the 10,000 feet demon spider. Such a large ancient spider was at the Saint King realm, yet it could only refine a fist-sized mass of ancestral blood. One could imagine how terrifying its ancestor was. In Sanggu's hand, there was a mass of blue blood. It was like a giant gem, blue like a dream, intoxicating the mind. This was a terrifying ancient blood that exuded an immortal power. And in Gold-devouring beast's hand was a mass of silver blood. It was like a heavenly river, dripping down from the gaps of his fingers. It was extremely sacred and auspicious. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Forget about everything else, just the blood in their palms was enough to shock the world. They were all supreme ancient blood. In the ancient past, these ancient ancestors had once dominated the heavens and earth, able to fight against the gods. The 10,000 feet demon spider is a true ancient demon god. Unfortunately, only its descendants are left. There are no more pure-blooded ancient spiders. That blue blood belongs to an ancient phoenix. It's actually silver blood. Could it be extracted from a devil? Everyone knew that the blood in their hands was the result of purification. Nowadays, it was almost impossible to find pure-blooded creatures from those races. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for others to obtain it so easily. The most powerful ancient blood wasn't just an undeserved reputation. A few ancient ancestors had established an incomparably dazzling and glorious era. If this kind of race's blood was pure, they wouldn't have become prey. Only they had to hunt others. The second Langjun of the golden snake revealed a cruel smile and took out a white skull. It looked like a human skull, but upon closer inspection, it did not look like one. This skull was very rough. Its brow ridges, cheekbones, and mouth were all protruding. It was more like an ape than a real human. Paw! The golden snake's second Langjun patted the top of his skull, and bright blood immediately flowed out of his 7 orifices. It was pure white with a hint of gold, as if it was formed by the convergence of starlight. It was very dazzling. He opened his mouth and sucked some of the ancient blood into his mouth. He had an intoxicated expression on his face. The blood at the corner of his mouth and on his snow-white teeth was exceptionally frightening and somewhat frightening. This is the supreme ancestral blood of the Tongbi divine ape race. Legend has it that their ancestor was the most powerful divine monkey apart from the sacred battle ape and six-eared macaque. It is not one of the 5 elements. Unfortunately, the sacred battle ape and six-eared macaque have long gone extinct. The Tongbi divine ape's bloodline has long since become impure. The second Langjun sucked another mouthful of ape blood as if he was tasting the world's most delicious food. His cold eyes and expression of enjoyment made people shiver all over. The heaven-devouring ancient beast opened his palm, and a lump of green blood appeared. It was like a green ghost fire throbbing, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Some people recognized it and were overwhelmed with shock. This was the blood of a divine ghost. The earth corpse produced a piece of crystal with a streak of Buddha blood sealed within. It was golden and dazzling. This was left behind by his previous incarnation. Now, the blood within his body had long become black, becoming completely different. At the end of Shenlan's finger was a resplendent stellar river. There was a type of heaven-splitting aura. Strand after strand of primal chaos mist spread outwards, terrifying to the heavens. What? Everyone cried out in alarm, their faces full of shock. There was a crystal ball at the end of her finger. Within the blood sealed within, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, splitting heaven and earth. It was as if a world was evolving. Primal chaos mist curled about, vast and boundless. Could it be that this is primal chaos blood? Does this type of person exist in this world? Everyone was shocked, greatly moved. I've long heard that someone with primal chaos blood flowing through his body had previously appeared in the depths of the human ancient path. No wonder the god race's heavenly daughter wanted to walk the human ancient path. She was searching for that human. Could it be that he was killed by her? The primal chaos blood's appearance stirred up a huge commotion. Everyone sighed with emotion. This was a great golden age after all. Even the legendary primal chaos blood appeared. It truly made everyone feel shocked. I saw a creature that wasn't from the human race, nor was it from the god race. Its body only flowed with a thin amount of primal chaos blood. I've let you all down, Shenlan said. She killed a powerful humanoid creature, but it wasn't a true primal chaos bloodline. She refined its entire body's blood, but in the end, she only obtained an impure streak of primal chaos ancestral blood. The dozen or so young supreme beings displayed the most powerful ancient blood they hunted one after another. There was one similarity, and that was that they all extracted ancestral blood. No one had killed a creature with pure ancestral blood before, or else it would be hard to say who would kill who. There were some pure-blooded supreme beings among them, but not a single one of them offered their blood out of fear of others studying it and discovering their own secrets and weaknesses. Everyone exchanged blood. Every single drop was extremely precious, related to whether or not they could enter the mythological ancient path. The dozen or so young supreme beings on the divine altar all had serious expressions. In the end, only a portion of the fist-sized 10,000-legged spider's blood remained in Yifan's hand. He exchanged it for more than 10 types of similarly terrifying blood that flickered with all sorts of radiance. This kind of thing is a supreme treasure. If we bring it to the everlasting star region, we would definitely be able to research some great Tao law fragments and even extract some inheritances hidden within the blood. Yifan sighed. It was now too late to turn back. Their group left the True Phoenix building and began to make preparations for entering the mythological ancient path. Even more experts weren't willing to leave. The various experts didn't have the 10 strongest ancient blood, but they also wanted to enter the mythological ancient path. Right now, they could only rely on the dozen or so young supreme beings. The city was in a state of chaos. The various races were restless, and there were even bloody battles that broke out from time to time. The city wasn't peaceful at all. It isn't just the dozen or so young supreme beings that can enter the mythological ancient path. The Tyrant King, Fairy Qianxia, and Human King are all ranked on the divine altar, yet none of them appeared. It seems like they all have their own plans. Yi Fan spoke. With the appearance of 10 types of ancient blood, they could already advance. However, the various experts didn't act blindly without thinking and were still making preparations. Yi Fan and the others were naturally preparing for war as well. They did their best to investigate and seek confirmation, understanding the 9-layered coffin and the ancient tree of life from the mythological era. It was because these 2 items were of great importance. It was unknown how many pairs of eyes were watching them. If the news was false and this was a trap, the consequences would be unimaginable. It wasn't as if such things hadn't happened before. Back then, Imperial Prince Dao Yi even killed the great sage Yen Qilan in the Everlasting Star region, causing the ancient prince of the Fire Qilan Cavern to go crazy from agony. He was defeated and fled to eternity. Even now, his whereabouts were unknown. This matter, could it be related to Dao Yi? Yi Fan mumbled to himself. The ancient tree of life was an undying medicine that Dao Yi's father once possessed. It had a special meaning to him. Yi Fan seriously thought about it and felt that it had nothing to do with Dao Yi. That person's personality wasn't one to brag about. Back then, it was only because he wanted to protect eternity that Dao Yi acted viciously. Now, there was no need for him to offend so many young supreme beings. It can't be fake. There really is an ancient tree of life in this star region. In the legends, there was a native who grabbed a branch of the ancient tree of life and rushed out. His entire body was drenched in blood as he arrived on the golden ancient path. It has been confirmed that it was a newly broken branch from the mother tree. Pang Bo reported. Yi Fan nodded and analyzed the situation together with Pang Bo. They were sure that this wasn't a trap, and even if it was, they had enough trump cards to protect themselves and retreat. 10 types of ancient blood are needed to open the mythological ancient path. Is this true? Pang Bo was doubtful. He thought of the light-shaking realm and felt a bit uneasy. Could it be that this person wanted to make a heaven-shocking move and devour 10 types of ancient blood? If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. Longma quickly brought back news. He obtained confirmation from the human Dao protectors that the mythological ancient path really needed to be opened like this. Only by pouring various types of ancient blood on the sacrificial altar would one be able to step onto the path. Oh, it seems like there are no problems. Yi Fan's gaze was deep as he stared at the starry sky. He seriously pondered for a long time. As for the 9-layered coffin from the mythological era, they had long since verified it in the sea of consciousness of the 10,000 feet demonic spider. The demonic spider had personally seen the divine coffin from the 9 heavens enter this star region and had chased after it. The other young supreme beings also seriously sought confirmation and spent a great deal of effort. Even the most arrogant ones personally went to verify it. Such matters couldn't be careless. There couldn't be the slightest mistake. Gold-eating beast, Sangu, god race, heaven-devouring ancient beast, copper ant king, Holy Spirit, and the others all set off one after another. They had a large number of followers. These were all heroes who wanted to rely on them and follow them. The golden ancient city immediately became cold and cheerless. More than 80% of the people had already set off, entering the mythological ancient path and stepping into the most mysterious ancient region. Let's go, we should also move out. Yi Fan and the others confirmed that there was no mistake and walked towards the mythological altar. Only on the golden ancient road could there be this type of ancient altar. Currently, the number was extremely few and only a few were located in different golden ancient cities. The mythological altar seemed to be forged from the corpses of gods and devils. Its appearance was strange and there was actually a diagram of a fallen corpse engraved on it. Gods collapsed, blood flowed everywhere, the sun fell, the moon was destroyed, and the stars in the sky were shattered. On the ancient altar, this kind of diagram was horrifying and shocking. This was the first time Yi Fan and the others saw it. Time was like a blade. After such a long period of time, countless mottled traces were left behind on the ancient altar. When the 10 types of ancient blood scattered down, the ancient diagram engraved seemed to have life. The fallen corpses seemed to have revived, the gods howled, the sun was destroyed, and the stars sank. This was a type of terrifying scene that was boundless and boundless. With a rumbling sound, Yi Fan and the others didn't have time to look carefully. All of them disappeared from their original location and were teleported to the mythological ancient path by the ancient altar. They stepped into the most mysterious ancient region. Chapter 1406. It was too ancient. The mythological altar was already eroded by the wind. Cracks and broken patterns piled on top of each other, leaving behind mottled traces of great changes. It was about to be destroyed under the passage of time. Yi Fan left, but more than 10 types of ancient blood were still flowing. The most terrifying fluctuations were released from the hidden corpse diagram. Divine radiance poured down like a sea, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. All types of irregular scenes appeared in this place. Inside the hidden corpse diagram were gods and devils that constructed an altar. At this moment, radiance flourished, a rain of blood poured down, and chilly winds howled angrily. All types of ghostly wails and divine howls sounded. The hidden corpse diagram rotated, as if a true country of gods and devils had descended. The ancient altar took the initiative to absorb more than 10 types of the most powerful ancient blood. Meanwhile, the mythological ancients engraved on it corresponded with the ancient blood, becoming extremely resplendent. They rumbled and swayed, as if they were going to revive and walk out from the stone walls. This was a type of irregular scene that truly left one shaken. After who knew how much time had passed, this place calmed down, recovering the peace it had experienced for endless years. It was cold and cheerless, without a trace of sound. The cosmos was vast and boundless, dark and ice-cold. Yi Fan and the others entered an ancient region. This place was deathly still, without the slightest fluctuation of life. It was as if they had entered an ancient restricted region that had long been desolate for endless years. It was too quiet, unimaginably quiet. They could clearly hear the sounds of blood pounding against the walls of their blood vessels, as well as the movements of all types of internal organs. It was like the beating of drums. Yi Fan and the others were all on guard in the darkness. It was too dark, not even starlight could be seen. It was pitch black, so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. At this time, only inspiration remained. Their eyes lost their use. Strand after strand of golden divine radiance extended out from Yi Fan's body in all directions. Dong, dong. An enormous heartbeat sounded, as if a giant that opened the sky had fallen here and was currently sleeping. Pang Bo, Longma, and the others stood side by side, feeling that this was outrageous. There was actually this type of rhythm in this endless darkness. It was truly strange. Yi Fan's body overflowed with strand after strand of golden threads, reaching into the depths of the endless darkness. This was the embodiment of his spiritual perception, able to see without limit. This was especially the case when a vertical eye appeared between his brows. This was the most powerful heavenly eye that appeared after his body's treasury was opened. It shot out a streak of blazing light, gazing into the cosmos. That is, Yi Fan's expression immediately changed. There was a huge corpse in front of him that was tens of thousands of meters long. That rumbling fluctuation was coming from that corpse. This is too scary. Could it be his heartbeat? After Pang Bo and the others got used to it, their spiritual senses almost scattered as they searched every direction. They found this huge ancient corpse. He was this tall, truly shocking everyone. One had to understand that this wasn't some magical projection world, nor was it an irregular phenomenon, but rather a true body. This was left behind from who knew how many years ago. The entire body was icy cold as it floated in the lonely universe, still emitting an aura that made people tremble. That's impossible. Judging from his clothes, he's at least a creature from the primordial times. How could he have the sound of a heartbeat? Even Longma felt unnatural and his heart palpitated. Crash. Suddenly, a heaven-rending and earth-rending fluctuation swept over, making this place extremely dangerous. It was like a raging wave beating against the shore, pulling the huge corpse to the darkest place. Yi Fan and the others also lost control of their bodies as they rushed forward. It was as if there was a sea there that could swallow the heaven and earth, sucking in all matter. They finally saw clearly that they were at the edge of a huge black hole and were about to be sucked in. There was a wave of scorching heat that wanted to break them down and smelt them. Retreat quickly. Yi Fan took the lead and rushed into the distance. This huge black hole could swallow all things and destroy everything. Moreover, it was emitting a type of ancient demonic power. That 10,000-meter-long corpse silently entered the black hole. Its posture had never changed since ancient times, as if it was sleeping. Thump, thump, a terrifying heartbeat sounded, making people feel that it was unimaginable. Could it be that there was still life? Rise! Yi Fan and the others rushed out of the black hole at the last moment and arrived at a safe enough area. He circulated the army's secret art and restrained that huge corpse, wanting to bring it out together with him. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Most of the corpse had already fallen into the cosmic sea. The darkness was boundless and couldn't be seen. Only an arm flew out. The giant corpse had actually been split into pieces a long time ago. Before his death in the distant past, he forcefully pieced the various parts of his body together. Thump, thump, perhaps it isn't his heart. I vaguely saw a divine drum ringing within his body. Yi Fan explained. Longma, the golden lion, the nine-tailed crocoddragon, the heavenly scorpion, the black bear saint and the others swarmed over, surrounding that several thousand-meter-long arm. Back then, this ancient body was dismembered by someone. This arm was hacked off with a single sword strike, and the ends were flat. Now, there were actually strands of sword chi shooting out. This was shocking. At the very least, it was a battle before the archaic era. Now, the order of the Tao laws still hadn't completely dispersed. This was a great sage. It was unknown what race he was from, but he was exceptionally powerful. Back then, he might have caught a glimpse of Quasi-Emperor's doorstep. Otherwise, his corpse wouldn't have existed until now. After such an endless amount of time had passed, the spiritual essence within his body actually hadn't scattered. It was clear that this was a formidable individual. He cultivated a type of secret technique that allowed his body to be torn apart and sealed his body's essence blood. At the very least, over 1,000,000 years had passed. Even though some of his essence had leaked out, his blood essence was still stronger than all the saints and was comparable to a peak stage Saint King. We've struck it rich. This arm's blood is incomparably tyrannical, and its essence energy is at the peak of the Saint King realm. It's enough for us to refine ancient blood. Longma, the black bear saint and the others cried out loudly. All of them were incomparably excited. The 12 saints walked the same path and refined their own essence blood. They were either evolving into true dragons or their respective ancient ancestors. To them, this was a great fortune. In the following months, the lightning tribulation raged unceasingly. A huge arm that was several thousand meters long contained too much essence blood. It was speculated that it might be a mutant god or devil. The 12 saints had obtained great benefits. This was just an interlude. They officially entered the ancient mythological path and explored this desolate cosmos. They searched for the 9-layered coffin from the mythological era and the ancient tree of life. However, the cosmos was too vast. Their search was like a few specks of dust drifting in the vast ocean. It was simply impossible to search the entire ancient region. Unless the ancient emperors came back to life, an individual was simply too insignificant in comparison to a star region. This was a desolate world. Let alone the ancient tree of life, even Sangu, the earth corpses, the holy spirits, the gold-eating beasts, the god race, and the others had disappeared without a trace. A large number of cultivators sought refuge with them, but they were also nowhere to be seen. Yi Fan was somewhat restless. He was afraid that something might happen. They had already been in the ancient mythological region for a few months, but they hadn't even seen a single living creature. A huge monument towering into the cosmos. It's actually so huge. On this day, they finally discovered something astonishing. There was a huge stone monument in the starry sky ahead. It simply couldn't be described with the word majestic. It wasn't 10 meters, 300 meters, or 3,000 meters, but several tens of thousands of miles tall. It was comparable to an ancient star and was even larger than many planets. It towered there like a boundary monument, majestic and simple. There were a few ancient characters on it. Even after endless years had passed, there was still a type of great Tao ancient charm that resonated with people. This was a boundary monument, and there was a serious warning on it. Up ahead was the mythological ancient hunting region. There were many terrifying creatures roaming about, and once one crossed this boundary, there might be a fatal disaster. What archaic divine text? I understand now. To be more precise, it should be the ancient text of the mythological era, abbreviated as divine text. Yi Fan stared at the ancient characters on the boundary monument and said to himself. They stepped into this ancient region and immediately sensed a strange atmosphere. It was no longer so desolate, and there were actually strands of life fluctuations. No way, could it be that there is an ancient star with life? Pang Bo was excited. However, after advancing a certain distance, their expressions suddenly changed. There were indeed life fluctuations, but how was this some ancient star? There were only some broken arms and limbs, as well as large amounts of bloodstains. A massacre had happened here, and a large number of cultivators were wiped out. Moreover, it shouldn't have happened too long ago. It should have happened in the recent half a month. So many years have passed, yet there are still creatures in the mythological hunting region. What are they? Could it be that they roam the starry skies normally? The golden lion was puzzled. Be careful, this ancient hunting region is really strange. There are powerful creatures residing here, and they might have sensed our arrival. Yi Fan reminded. It's here. These things have smelled our blood energy. The black bear saint shouted and reminded everyone. A silver light rushed over from his direction. It was like a python, but also like a great white shark. It tore apart the cosmos, leaving behind a blazing white light as it rushed over. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Each of them was as sharp as a sword, and they were over a meter long. It was so cold that it was terrifying. This was actually a creature that resembled both a fish and a python. Its entire body was covered in silvery white scales that flickered with splendor. It was over 30 meters long, and the stench of blood overflowed the skies. Bang! Pang Bo took action and smashed this creature with a single slap, turning it into a bloody mess. But his expression soon changed. There was a dense group of flickering silver light in the distance as a group of terrifying fish pythons rushed over. How strange. This is a starry sky without any grass or trees. How can there be such a group of powerful creatures roaming about? As expected of a mythological ancient hunting region. Yi Fan frowned and felt somewhat uneasy. This was like a group of piranhas. One wasn't much, but with so many of them, they could definitely pose a certain threat after a long time. Let's go. They left this place and turned into several beams of light as they rushed into the distance. Behind them, there was an overwhelming number of silvery scales that drowned out the starry skies as they chased after them. Half a month later, Pang Bo, the black bear saint, the scorpion, and the others were cursing repeatedly. These silver creatures were truly the most docile. They had encountered even more terrifying creatures in the depths of the ancient hunting region and had to fight them every day. In just half a month, their group had fought against at least dozens of tyrannical ancient creatures. Comparatively speaking, the silver fish from before weren't considered much. Careful, several crocodile sharks have appeared. Yi Fan reminded. These behemoths all had ferocious appearances. Their bodies were covered in golden blue scales and their blood chi was monstrous. They had the bodies of crocodiles and the heads of sharks. Their bodies were covered in scales that flickered with cold light. These behemoths were particularly powerful. They had all reached the Saint King realm and were several minor realms higher than Yi Fan's group. Yi Fan and the others were unafraid, but they didn't dare to be careless. This place couldn't bear to see blood. As long as they killed a creature, the smell of blood would inevitably attract many ancient beasts. Something's wrong. This is a barren star field with no ancient life. How do the creatures here survive? Where did they come from? Pang Bo was puzzled. Let's leave this place first, Yi Fan said. Yi Fan said. In the mythological ancient hunting zone, the best choice was to avoid killing. If not, the ancient creatures that appeared would be even more terrifying. Once, they all felt the aura of the great sage. He was the king of this ancient domain. If they really ran into him, there would definitely be great trouble. Hong Long. In the distance, several black creatures appeared, every single one of them 2,000 zhang in length. They looked like killer whales, but they were covered in scales that flickered with dark light. Their killing intent became even stronger. Motherfucker, did we enter an ocean region or did we enter outer space? Pang Bo cursed. Kill. 8 or 9 days later, they went even further. From time to time, they saw ancient creatures and fought great battles. Moreover, right at this time, they heard shouts of war shaking the heavens. They discovered a large group of cultivators that were currently fighting intensely against all types of beasts. Ah, no. Pooh. Blood splashed out, miserable cries sounded continuously. This was a great chaotic battle. All types of ancient beasts moved about. An ancient holy king with a dragon's body and tiger shark's head released dark light. It carried out a bloodbath, killing many experts. The ones who died were all cultivators that entered the ancient domain from Golden City. Blood beast, this fella encountered something vicious. He's being chased by a heavenly king realm fish python. Pang Bo laughed loudly. In the distance, the young supreme being blood beast encountered great trouble. There was a peak stage holy king realm silver fish python that was about to become a large success. It was 50,000 zhang in length and continuously chased after him. The earth corpse is also there, but it was stopped by a black tortoise. It can't escape. Yi Fan's eyes were sharp. A black tortoise was like a small mountain. There were grooves on its black hard shell that looked like 8 trigrams. Strands of divine radiance shone from it. Its cultivation was deep and immeasurable, almost freezing the earth corpse in place. The two fought intensely. Even the powerful earth corpse was only evenly matched. It couldn't kill the black tortoise at all. The god race has also arrived. Longma said. He stared in another direction. There, Shenlan's entire body shone. She fought a bloody battle against many ancient beasts. There were corpses everywhere beneath her feet. The beautiful blood made her seem even more extraordinary. She was like a deity that descended into this world. Hong Long. Yi Fan and the others also suffered attacks. They were close to this battlefield, so they couldn't avoid becoming targets of attacks. A great python that was as thick as a mountain flicked out its tongue. It coiled around a giant meteorite and looked down on them. Its aura was terrifying. It was definitely a well-known figure among holy kings. Something's not right. Even if this is the ancient mythological hunting region, there shouldn't be so many creatures here. After all these years, what did they rely on to survive? Humans, do you people also wish to head to the other side of the legends? This giant python asked in a dignified voice. I don't understand what you are saying. We are just passing by. We don't want to fight with you. Pang Bo roared. He didn't want to get caught up in a bloody battle. There really is a big one coming. It's the great sage. He's definitely the king of this ancient hunting region. Longma cried out. He sensed a terrifying aura. Before this, they had almost collided, but they just avoided it. At this time, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Countless ancient beasts retreated and opened up a path. An ancient flood dragon appeared. It was only 1 zhang in length, but it possessed a terrifying might. It stood on the head of an ancient beast that was several thousand zhang in length and emitted heaven-overflowing might. Golden Snake 4th Langjun is in big trouble. Pang Bo said. The 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race were too powerful. They slaughtered until a sea of blood overflowed the heavens and corpses piled up like mountains. In the end, they were targeted by the king of the ancient hunting region. Chapter 1407. This was a 3,000 zhang tall black tiger, its entire body as if it was dyed in ink, black to a terrifying degree. It was so huge that it was like a black mountain towering there. This was in existence at the peak of the Holy King Peak, and it was very likely that he would take the crucial step and transform into a true great sage. A black gale blew past, and it was as if a heaven-overflowing mist had submerged it. Its power was astonishing, yet it was only a mount. On its gigantic head, there was a WIRM that was around 10 feet long. Its body was gray in color and didn't have much luster. However, it had a sense of majesty that looked down upon the ancient hunting area. This was a flood dragon. It didn't have a thick body, and it was like an ancient tree trunk. It was bold and simple, and it emitted a type of great might. Its eyes were very frightening as it stared at Shiro Jinshi. It was like an aloof ancient god looking down on its own people, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Although it was only 10 feet long, it was a great sage. Its body was erect, and its tail was touching the ground. It stood on the mountain like Black Tiger's head, making people feel intimidated. The clouds follow the dragon, the wind follows the tiger. The combination of the flood dragon and the tiger possessed an aura that caused the experts of the entire star field to tremble. Clouds and mist surged, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, shaking the entire ancient starry sky. One couldn't help but say that the golden snake fourth gentleman was truly very powerful. As he advanced, it was unknown how many creatures he had killed in the mythological ancient hunting zone. Corpses and bones were everywhere as he advanced while bathed in blood. Right now, their expressions were grave. When faced with the great sage, even the most powerful young supreme beings had to back off. There was a great secret realm between them, a difference that was extremely difficult to overcome. The golden snake bloodline actually still exists in this world, the descendants of the ancient divine flying serpent. Their ancestral blood can stand side by side with the true dragon, said the gray flood dragon. Its eyes lacked luster, but they were extremely deep, making one tremble. Everyone was shocked. The golden snake bloodline's origins were astonishing after all. They were the descendants of the divine flying serpent, so no wonder they were so powerful. The golden snake fourth Langjun looked indifferent. At this moment, he had transformed into his true form, which was only about 3 meters long. His entire body seemed to be made of gold, and his tail was on the ground as he stood up. The 4 of you have committed too many crimes. You massacred the ancient hunting ground and killed my people. You must be severely punished. The gray flood dragon wasn't very old and was in the prime of his life. He was much younger than the Tao protectors on the ancient road of the human race. When he spoke, there was a terrifying majesty to him. Rumble. The 3,000 feet tall black tiger roared like a mountain crashing down. The sound was deafening, and the starry sky shattered as it charged towards the 4 young Langjuns of the Golden Snake clan. Above its head, the 1 zhang long gray flood dragon also released waves of ancient ripples, suppressing forward. This was the great sage's aura and killing intent, intimidating everyone. However, the golden snake fourth Langjun was truly heaven-defying. The 4 golden snakes all shot out like lightning, transforming into golden bolts of lightning that left their original spots and appeared in the distant sky. Even the great sage's peerlessly terrifying aura couldn't suppress them. They landed on the ground with their snake tails. Their bucket-thick golden bodies were filled with a powerful feeling of power. They were like 4 golden divine spears standing upright as they stared at the gray flood dragon with cold eyes. San Langjuan's expression was cold as he said, "The snake and the flood dragon are relatives. Are you really going to make things difficult for us? Killing my people in the ancient domain under my rule, you must be severely punished." The gray flood dragon said. This time, he personally took action, reaching out a large gray claw. It immediately enveloped heaven and earth, covering the universe. The entire starry sky was trembling, as if a true dragon had descended into the world. With a flip of its body, it could destroy the ancient universe. The 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake clan were used to being domineering. Even when they encountered the great sage, they didn't want to lower their heads. They wanted to face him head-on and fight with all their might. It could be seen how terrifying they were. The 4 golden snake bodies shone brilliantly, and a formation diagram appeared above their heads. The simple and unadorned formation diagram carried a dangerous aura. Then, strands of chaotic aura fell from all of them. The formation diagram rotated and shook in all 4 directions. The chaotic aura that fell down protected them below. Even the great sage's flood dragon claw couldn't break through. This result made everyone's hair stand on end. Regardless of whether it was the ancient beasts in the mythical hunting area or the various challengers, they were all terrified. The 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake clan were domineering and ruthless. As expected, they had the capital to be arrogant. They dared to challenge the great sage. If it was someone else, who would dare to do so? The Grey Flood Dragon was in the prime of his life. It hadn't been many years since he entered the great sage's domain. He wasn't someone that a Saint King could compare to. He had absolute dominance, but at this moment, he couldn't kill the 4 golden snakes. The entire starry sky trembled, and many ancient beasts revealed expressions of disbelief. Roar, the 3,000-meter-long black tiger roared. It bore the wrath of its master and pounced forward. The sky shook and the earth trembled. Black mist filled the sky. The light in the Grey Flood Dragon's eyes was like silk. It turned into fine lines and burst forth. They were exceptionally sharp, and like rays of sword radiance, they crossed the sky and left the tiger's head. His true body descended to suppress the 4 golden snakes. Boom! On the head of the golden snake 4th Langjun, the 4-corner formation diagram trembled. Its aura flourished even more, and at this moment, it emitted a blazing light. 10,000 murderous auras burst forth, and the shadows of ancient gods shot out. They were flying snakes. They launched a counterattack against the robust great sage, fighting to the end. This was a type of terrifying arrogance. They didn't shrink back even after encountering this type of ancient beast king, daring to fight against it. The 4-corner formation diagram merged into one. It was like a flying snake, its radiance endless as it tore apart the starry sky. Many ancient beasts and challengers suffered disaster, immediately turning into a bloody paste. The Grey Flood Dragon actually couldn't break through, and instead encountered great trouble. The merged flying snake diagram continuously swept out with immortal light, threatening even him. Zheng zheng sounds rang through the air. Everyone understood that this formation diagram was no small matter. It was definitely an unmatched secret treasure that possessed great power. It could contend against the great sage, forcing him to back off. The golden snake 4th Langjun was too powerful. The 4 golden snakes merged with the formation diagram, swirling with chaotic energy. The great sage couldn't take it down in a short amount of time, and the bloody battle continued without end. These 4 snakes are truly powerful. Together with that formation diagram, even the Grey Flood Dragon that had just entered the great sage realm is struggling. The outcome is hard to predict. Pang Bo revealed a serious expression. At this time, the other battlefields also underwent shocking changes. The battle between the Earth Corpse and the Black Tortoise became more and more intense. Several streaks of black blood splashed out from its body, and the wounds were extremely deep. The Black Tortoise was extremely powerful, and its cultivation realm was higher than his. Moreover, it possessed innate divine abilities. The 8 trigrams diagram on the tortoise shell was the result of its entire life's efforts. It was sparkling and translucent, and the radiance it emitted could stabilize the universe and destroy all living things. Dang, the Earth Corpse opened its mouth and spat out a small black bell. It rang out in a drawn-out manner, and its entire body was pitch black. There was a horrifying aura being emitted from it, as if it was an underworld artifact dug out from a mass grave. This kind of sound was too terrifying. It directly shook people until their souls left their bodies, and their divine consciousness flames were extinguished. Their flesh became rootless duckweed. This was simply a death knell. The black tortoise trembled. It was caught unprepared, and its primordial spirit left its body on the spot. This was forcefully shaken out, and the 8 trigrams divine light immediately dimmed. Dang, the black bell enlarged, reaching over 10,000 zhang in height. It surrounded the cosmos and released strand after strand of terrifying divine waves, directly opening the gates of hell. The black tortoise released a miserable cry. Its primordial spirit was shattered by the bell waves, and only its flesh was left behind. It was collected by the earth corpse and refined into an ancient artifact. The situation reversed, and victory and defeat were immediately decided. Everyone was stupefied, and then they all revealed chills. What kind of magical artifact was this? The earth corpse had an unbreakable body, and it even grasped an ancient bell that specialized in killing primordial spirits. It made even young supreme beings feel restraining fear. A sudden attack, anyone would be horrified. This bell is extremely unordinary. It descends upon one's soul, and is known as the Great Death Knell since ancient times. Yi Fan said with a sunken voice. He felt that this was the result of a Buddhist magical artifact becoming demonized. If the earth corpse was the disciple of the Amitabha Buddha, then this magical artifact might have received the nourishment of the Amitabha Buddha Great Emperor's energy back then. Now that it had completely transformed into a demon, it was hard to say just how terrifying it was. In the distance, miserable cries rose and fell. The god race woman, Shenlan, also slaughtered out a bloody path. Her body erupted with endless light as she broke out of the encirclement, sweeping through everything in her path. However, even more ancient beasts rushed over, and there was no lack of Heavenly King level experts among them, which were existences at the peak of Saint King level. This place was in chaos. Blood splashed everywhere, and the chaotic battle was bitter. A total of 11 or 12 young supreme beings were trapped here, all of them fighting while bathed in blood. Only now did everyone clearly see their true strength. All of them were incomparably terrifying, and they all had powerful trump cards. Hiss hiss, that giant snake that was as thick as a mountain finally took action against Pang Bo, and it even dragged Longma and the others into it. Shouts of war shook the heavens. Yi Fan was also surrounded and attacked. Even more ancient beasts appeared, 4 dragon sharks, 6 great pythons, and 8 ancient flood dragons. All of them could intimidate a region, and they led an army of ancient beasts that covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged over. Moreover, there were even more archaic species that appeared from time to time, wishing to massacre this place. Where did they come from? What did they rely on to survive in this desolate cosmos? This was the question in everyone's mind. This place was known as the Legend Ancient Hunting Region. Who was the one that named it? Was it the venerable Emperor of Ancient Heaven, or was it the deities? Could it be that this really was the hunting ground of the most powerful individuals of the legendary era? Suddenly, a strand of heavenly sound rang out. Golden ripples spread out one after another, continuously spreading. When the ancient beasts saw this, they quickly retreated like a tide. Legend Paramitha. Everyone heard the roars of ancient beasts. The starry sky calmed down. The heavenly sound continued. There was a Dao platform up ahead that had many mottled traces left behind. This was an ancient platform from the legendary era, and it was the heavenly sound it released. This is a divine altar used to transmit information. After the god race's heavenly daughter Shenlan carefully examined it, she recognized its origins and explained its use. There was nothing to delay. Everyone chased after it. The ancient beast army didn't enter the realm gate and began to move. They were moving in an incredibly hurried manner, and there were quite a few strange beasts that were left behind. Unfortunately, their levels weren't high enough. They only knew that the mythical Paramitha needed to be worshipped, that it was a place close to deities. They couldn't accurately describe it, and they didn't understand its past. Only those with great divine abilities could approach. Normal ancient beasts could only watch from the distance. The young supreme beings chased after it, all of them moving through the void one after another. They appeared in another starry sky, quickly approaching an ancient land. There was an expanse of reefs there that were arranged in the void. Many ancient beasts surged forward, but in the end, they all stopped. Only the most powerful commanders and monarchs could approach. At this moment, Golden Snake Fourth Gentleman, Heaven-Swallowing Beast, Earth Corpse, God Race, and Holy Spirit all arrived. They were shaken up at the same time, because they sensed a type of exceptionally terrifying aura. This was like an island reef in the gods' forbidden sea. When one stood here, they could hear the great Tao sound. It was incomparably mysterious, all types of immortal splendor scattering down. Divine Python, Dragon Shark, Ancient Flood Dragon, and other commanders appeared. They looked towards the reef, staring at the mythical shore, their eyes full of desire and expectation. Suddenly, a dim figure appeared, taking form on the island reef. It could be said to be the embodiment of the great Tao, suppressing the wrist-bone clear sky. He was too indistinct, impossible to see clearly at all. Following his appearance, heaven and earth rumbled, all Tao resonating. A few ancient medicines appeared in the void, descending towards the many ancient beasts. Where did they come from? No one saw them clearly, feeling like they appeared out of thin air. Meanwhile, right at this moment, sparkling leaves fluttered down one after another, full of the most astonishing life aura. It was as if there was a sea of divine force. These are the leaves of the ancient life tree. Yi Fan's pupils rapidly contracted. Who was that indistinct figure on the island reef? It was actually this terrifying. Following his appearance, leaves from the ancient life tree would fall? That was but an undying divine medicine. The young supreme beings were all stupefied. No wonder there were so many ancient beasts. For this type of heaven-defying immortal medicine to fall from the mythical shore, it was naturally worth protecting, drawing over large amounts of powerful ancient beasts. What is going on? All of the ancient beasts were raised here by someone? This was a mythical ancient hunting ground, ancient beasts gathered here, so there was naturally a need to feed them. Could it be that it had always been like this since the ancient times? Every so often, there would be ancient divine medicines that would fall? The mythical shore, a land close to deities, was mysterious after all, truly shocking. Chapter 1408. In the dusky cosmos, an expanse of islands floated indistinctly. They had existed since ancient times, difficult to approach. Was this the other shore of the ancient legend domain? Only the faint light of the stars scattered down, unable to illuminate its entirety. The figure on the island was indistinct, almost indistinct. Who was he? Why was he here? When facing him, everyone felt reverence, as if they were facing an undying ancient deity. Even their bones were trembling, wishing to kneel down. On the island, the indistinct figure's surroundings resonated, heavenly sounds deafening. It was as if a Tao ancestor was explaining the Tao of heaven and earth, explaining the undying secrets of the monk. This person's level was immeasurable, making one's soul tremble. Even someone as powerful as the golden snake Fourth Langjun didn't say a word, quietly watching from the distance. The god race, heaven-swallowing beast, Holy Spirit, gold-eating beast, earth corpses, and others were all silent, calmly watching from the side. Who exactly was this person? He was too mysterious. A medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. The skies were sparkling and brilliant, ancient medicines falling from time to time. Yi Fan unfolded his palm, and a stalk of purple cloud vine that was 20,000 years old flew over. Purple mists rose from it as it appeared in his palm. This is a bit inconceivable, too strange. Where did this medicinal herb come from? Why would it continuously fall from the sky? Where did it originate from? Pang Bo searched with his powerful spiritual senses, but he couldn't find anything. The most brilliant medicinal herb was naturally the ancient tree of life's leaves. They were sparkling and surging with spiritual essence, making the dark cosmos gradually brighten. They turned into a rain of light, landing in the void, triggering a huge commotion. The ancient beast overlords, commanders, and monarchs all fought over them, fighting with their lives on the line. Blood splashed everywhere. Forget about them, even Longma joined in. There were several dozen ancient tree of life leaves in total, every single one a treasure. The radiance they released was extremely shocking. Pang Bo took action, blasting aside an ancient beast overlord that rushed at him. He was about to obtain a resplendent leaf. Suddenly, a large blood-red hand slapped over. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils, and a sea of blood surged. You dare? Pang Bo released a light shout. He was attacked by a young supreme being blood beast, fighting over this immortal leaf. Pung! The two clashed palms, erupting with brilliant radiance. This place was immediately torn apart, completely shattered. The blood fiend did not linger because he knew that apart from Pang Bo, Yi Fan might be even more terrifying. He charged past him. Pang Bo reached out to grab the leaf, wanting to take it for himself. Even though the blood beast flew out, its body was like a bottomless pit, absorbing essence energy from all directions, wishing to seize all types of ancient medicines and immortal leaves. In the palm of the blood beast was a very small ancient basin. Although it was only 3 inches tall, it could swallow anything. It was extremely terrifying. It was deliberately ancient, and there were 2 words engraved on it in primordial divine script: treasure gathering. This was a treasure-gathering ancient basin. Even though it wasn't an emperor artifact, it was still extremely mysterious. It could loot all enemies' weapons, magical treasures, and other things, making it impossible for one to defend against it. Damn it! Pang Bo shouted angrily. The leaf was just about to fall into his hands, but it flew away again, rushing towards the treasure basin. It wasn't that he wasn't a match for it, but that this treasure made him feel helpless. A light shout sounded from Yi Fan's mouth. He quickly took action, circulating the army formula. His entire body released strands of divine splendor, as if there was an invisible hand pulling the treasure basin. The immortal leaf flew backwards, retreating from the edge of the treasure basin. Moreover, a light cry sounded from within the basin. 2 extremely powerful divine artifacts trembled and were forcefully seized. The blood beast roared, his eyes flourishing with vicious light. This was truly trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. This was the first time someone seized his treasures instead. Chong! Even the treasure-gathering ancient basin began to tremble, almost seized by Yi Fan. However, the blood beast was ultimately extraordinary and extremely powerful. His palm flickered with radiance, forcefully putting away the ancient basin. Hung Long. Suddenly, the island emitted an ancient aura that shook the entire starry sky. Except for a few divine leaves of the ancient tree of life, most of them turned into a rain of light and circled around that blurry figure. None of the heroes dared to move recklessly. Dao sounds rang out continuously. That indistinct figure chanted sutras, rumbling through heaven and earth, expounding on the wondrous principles of the heavens. It moved everyone, gradually becoming intoxicated. He understands the Azure Emperor's ancient scriptures. Pang Bo's heart jumped violently. He was incomparably shocked. He heard the Azure Emperor's wondrous method, the Demon Emperor's ancient scriptures' true meaning. He listened attentively. At the same time, the god race's Shenlong, the golden snake race's 4 Langjuns, the archaic demonic god's descendants Jianghu and the others all revealed expressions of shock. They also heard the essence of the scriptures they cultivated and carefully comprehended it. In reality, it wasn't only them. Everyone was like this, including many ancient beast overlords. Even the densely packed ancient creatures that didn't have the qualifications to come closer were listening to the Dao sounds from the distance, comprehending their own methods. He is chanting my scriptures. Yi Fan revealed an astonished expression. This didn't make sense and shouldn't be possible. His scriptures were self-created and hadn't been circulated in the world yet, so how could this person know of it? He immediately understood from Pang Bo, Longma, and the others' expressions that this person was chanting a general true meaning of the Great Tao, allowing everyone to comprehend their own methods. This was truly an incredible method. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it heaven-defying. This was definitely the embodiment of one's cultivation reaching the pinnacle. Otherwise, how could it be like this? At this time, even the robust great sage Grey Flood Dragon appeared. He stood not far away and listened attentively. His entire body shone as he comprehended his own Tao. Sanggu, Earth Corpse, Copper Ant King, Heaven-swallowing ancient beast and the others awakened one after another. Just like Yi Fan, they understood this profound mystery and were all shaken. It wasn't without reason that so many ancient beasts gathered under this starry sky. Not only would ancient medicines fall from time to time, there would also be people explaining the great Tao for them to comprehend. The other shore of the gods, once reached, can see the gods. After endless years, immortal medicines have begun to fall from time to time. Is this proof that the gods are about to awaken and want to see us? The ancient beast overlords muttered to themselves. They stared at the indistinct figure on the island and carefully comprehended the great Tao comprehension. This place is mysterious after all. It has existed since ancient times and has many mysteries. Pang Bo had long woken up as well. He was still comprehending the Tao, but he wasn't as shocked as before. He was chatting with Yi Fan. The dozen or so young supreme beings were all suspicious. They felt like this place was shrouded in layers of mist. Everyone released their divine senses, yet they couldn't find anything. Where exactly did the ancient medicines and other things fall from? After who knew how much time had passed, the figure on the island disappeared. The scripture sounds stopped, and peace was restored between heaven and earth. Several dozen immortal leaves flew in all directions, triggering a bloody battle. This was an intense great battle. Regardless of whether it was the overlords, the great sage Grey Flood Dragon, or the unmatched heavenly geniuses like Fourth Gentleman Golden Snake, they were all fighting over it. Pang Bo, Longma, and the others seized a few medicinal herbs. They already withdrew, not wishing to participate too much. Fighting a bloody battle wasn't their true goal for coming here. Yi Fan held a leaf between his fingers. He carefully sensed it, confirming that it was undoubtedly a leaf from the ancient life tree. It was because he had obtained it before an eternal ancient star domain. Of course, that was a leaf that had been broken off from the mother plant for many years, while this was a new leaf that had just fallen from the tree. He could clearly feel the difference between the two. Yi Fan muttered to himself, "We're close to our goal. The so-called ancient tree should be on the other shore." Blood rained down, corpses piled up into mountains, and ancient beasts went berserk. Many overlords descended to participate in this great battle. Apart from the Grey Flood Dragon, there were still a few other terrifying beasts of this level in the ancient hunting area. Fourth Gentleman Golden Snake, Sangu, Earth Corpses, and Shenlong of the god race had no choice but to retreat. This was a divine land that had existed since ancient times. It was a place where the endless ancient beast army obtained great benefits. How could they tolerate outsiders encroaching on it? They united against the outsiders and chased after them. Along the way, the young supreme beings were forced to join hands from time to time. They killed a few overlords and finally understood many secrets. The beasts were protecting the mythical shore according to the ancient teachings. They would obtain great benefits after a certain period of time. The ancient hunting area, the livestock, the divine shore, these were all interdependent and not independent. This was an important Daoist land. The existence of the mythical shore attracted many ancient beast monarchs to pay their respects. The island was a bridge to communicate with the dwelling of the gods. According to legend, there was a divine sea here. Once crossed, it meant that one had obtained the recognition of the heaven and earth and could see the gods and great emperors. The other shore of the sea was a place that all living beings yearned for. Why don't I see the sea? Pang Bo was puzzled. This was because the memories found in the head of the overlord showed that all the ancient medicines and immortal leaves floated over from the other shore of the sea. They were things bestowed by the gods. The sea of bitterness does not appear. Only those who are recognized by the gods can see it. To cross the sea and successfully reach the other shore requires even greater fortune. The Grey Flood Dragon, the Great Sage, and the ancient beast overlords are all waiting for such an opportunity, said Yi Fan. After understanding more, he revealed a look of contemplation. In reality, not to mention the Grey Flood Dragon, even their ancestors and the many beast monarchs that appeared in the ancient hunting area over the years had never reached the other shore of the sea. In addition, Yi Fan obtained a shocking piece of news from the sea of consciousness of this overlord. Many ancient beasts in the ancient hunting area saw a divine coffin that crossed the sea of bitterness and arrived at the other shore. The ancient tree of life is on the other shore, and the ancient coffin has also crossed. It seems that we have to cross the sea. But how can we see the sea? Yi Fan pondered. This was clearly the starry sky of the universe. How could there be a vast divine sea? This was illogical. How could they see it? How could they cross it? Not long ago, a crazy creature rushed out from the other shore where the gods live. It was holding a branch of the ancient tree of life in its hand. Unfortunately, it couldn't stop it and disappeared. Yi Fan and the others obtained this piece of news, which once again confirmed the rumors in the City of Gold. Now, the Grey Flood Dragon and the other beast monarchs were using this as an excuse to cross the sea to the other shore. A bloody battle lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. At this point, the ancient medicines and immortal leaves were divided and the curtains were drawn. Yi Fan and the others waited for the storm to pass before returning to the reef island. They carefully studied everything here, understood the other shore, searched for the Sea of Bitterness, and speculated what exactly that blurry figure was. It looks like an incarnation of an ancient emperor. That kind of power isn't something ordinary people can compare to, said Pang Bo. You're right. That is a celestial being from the era of legends. The reef here is his Tao platform, a place for him to comprehend the Tao. He left behind indelible Tao marks. The goddess of the god race, Shenlong, appeared. She had also returned. The god race had many records regarding the gods. Naturally, there was no lack of the celestial being from the era of legends. She used everything here to guess the identity of that blurry figure. If my suspicions aren't wrong, there really is a sea of bitterness here, one set up for the deities. It is extremely difficult to cross, and on the other side of the sea, there should be an ancient star with life. Shenlong gave this type of inference. According to what she said, that ancient star belonged to the era of legends and was isolated from the outside world. It might contain an enormous secret that had never been discovered by the outside world since ancient times. That place was most likely extremely important. Otherwise, the reef where celestial being comprehended the Tao wouldn't be used as a bridge and as a shore. The fog in Yi Fan and the others' hearts was blown away a little. However, they also had more questions. Could it be that there really were gods residing on the other shore and they were still alive in this world? Based on this, they deduced many things. The mythical hunting area was set up by the gods of the other shore to protect this place. And the ancient medicines and divine leaves that fell from the sky were used to feed these ancient beasts so that they wouldn't leave. With such a great investment, we might be able to meet the gods. Pang Bo was astonished. Chapter 1409. The other shore was a place that truly existed. It wasn't something fabricated or imagined. It was rumored that deities resided here, and there were records of some ancient races. In the following 2 months, this starry sky wasn't peaceful. Great battles broke out from time to time, and the withering of life and splattering of blood became the cheapest performances. Under the stimulation of this type of law of the jungle where the strong preyed on the weak and the cultivators of this world working hard to achieve the Tao, as well as the shocking news that they might be able to see deities, all types of creatures fought bloody battles and schemes to cross the sea. This was an era that made people go crazy and sad. Revelry and sad songs played out at the same time, like moths flying into a flame. Were they on the path to immortality, or were they listening to their own funeral songs? They couldn't extricate themselves and were close to going mad. Perhaps the meaning of life was precisely because of this persistence and beauty. There had never been an era like this before, where so many heavenly geniuses rose up. If it was in the past, they would all become the rulers of their clans, prospering greatly and heading towards the peak of glory. They were born in this era, destined to be the arrival of a golden age. It also foretold the desolation after the great era. It was just like the autumn wind blowing, the fragrance of 10,000 fruits wafting through the air. However, in the end, yellow leaves filled the sky and the wind was like a cold blade. Throughout the past and present, it was rare for so many young supreme beings to appear. This made one feel like it wasn't real. They were all heaven-warping divine talents, but from another perspective, they might all die. The great era was a sad song. When the final war song sounded, they would all fall, falling on the emperor's path. Only one person would reach the peak, able to experience the loneliness and sorrow of the endless ages, watching as the heroes of his generation turned to ashes. There can only be one supreme being. This has been the case since the ancient times. There are too many in this era, but they are all false reputations. They are all tragic scenes of the future. The Green Phoenix Daoist also came, and the Dao protectors of other clans naturally couldn't be lacking. The ancient tree of life had appeared, and this type of divine medicine couldn't miss the great sage who didn't have much lifespan left. The Bull Demon King, Stone Man, Evil God, and the others all came. Even experts of their statuses couldn't help but be careful when entering the ancient region for the first time to avoid suffering a disaster. Experts from all walks of life appeared. There was even an endless ancient beast army that crossed the sky, all of them searching for the Sea of Bitterness. However, they didn't find any clues even after flipping through the entire ancient region. It was even to the extent that some people started to attack that island in order to draw out a phenomenon. In the end, besides the Tao marks left behind by the heavenly venerables of the Age of Legends that emitted blazing radiance and shook them to death, there were no other clues. Where was the vast Sea of Bitterness? Why were so many people searching for it in vain? It really gave everyone a headache and made them feel helpless. Perhaps it was really as the legend said. Only those who were favored by the gods could suddenly see an ocean of gods one day and step onto a special boat to head to the other side. In the depths, a great battle, the world, won that many, won it, won to say. A to the war. That the time, to that out, to that, it to be to stood was to. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. When they saw this scene, they all felt a chill from head to toe. This was the Golden Imperial family with the purest blood in the giant race. Its fighting prowess was hard to find, yet in the end, it became a pile of bones on the Emperor's path. The Golden Giant with innate divine strength was extremely powerful, just like the ancestor that split the heavens and earth apart. It possessed an unmatched might that could break through the 6 Tao and 9 heavens, but after more than 100 exchanges, it was still defeated in the end. This path has always been cruel and bloody. Once it is defeated, this kind of ending is unavoidable. There are finally young supreme beings that have fallen. Someone sighed softly. The Golden Snake's second master was currently in his snake form, only a zhang or so in length. His entire body was golden and brilliant, and his eyes were ice cold. When he spat out his tongue, hissing sounds could be heard that made one's scalp go numb. He shot out like lightning, his golden snake body piercing through the void, leaving behind a group of people who were in awe. They looked at his afterimage, and even after a long time had passed, no one said anything. The Golden Giant has been killed. It was only because he couldn't stand the coldness and tyranny of the Golden Snake race's 4 Langjuns that he contradicted them. Then, the Golden Snake's second master caught up and killed him. Pang Bo clenched his fists when he received the news. That Golden Giant had a good relationship with him recently, and they had traveled together in the starry skies for a few days. Who would have thought that he would be killed as soon as they became friends? Yi Fan also frowned. Back then, when the true Phoenix House was about to fight with the Stone Man, it was also this Golden Giant that stopped the battle from happening. Such a simple and honest giant actually died a violent death. Rest in peace. Even though we didn't have a deep relationship, your personality is quite to my liking. I will take revenge for you. Pang Bo said. I went to the scene and saw the aftermath of the battle. The Golden Giant was extremely powerful, but he was still killed by the Golden Snake's second master after 100 moves. This is enough to explain a few things. We have to be careful. It was rare for Longma to say such cautious words. The Golden Snake race's 4 Langjuns were heaven-defying, and they were well-known figures among the young supreme beings. Moreover, provoking one of them was equivalent to making an enemy out of 4 supreme beings. I have already seen the blood-soaked starry skies, the ancient path littered with corpses, the bloodied shore, and the mournful song of countless heroic spirits. The Green Phoenix Daoist said softly. He should have passed away in meditation 500 years ago, but he only stimulated the last of his body's potential. Now, he didn't have much life left, but he possessed the rare late years of spirituality. He survived through an ancient secret technique, squeezing out the last of his life's brilliance. Now, no matter what kind of medicine he ate, it was useless. He witnessed a broken corner of the future. He felt endless sorrow. After entering the other shore, all young supreme beings will die. Not many will survive, unfortunately. He still couldn't see through it. He couldn't see through whether there was a true immortal path, and he didn't know the final direction of the Great Golden Era. I found clues to the bitter sea. There is an endless sea in another part of the void. Unfortunately, there is only a small boat, and only a few people can reach the other shore. That day, a piece of news shook the starry skies. It was unknown just how many creatures slaughtered their way there, all wishing to forge a future and seize a natural luck. This was a pitch-black expanse that lacked stars, a dim starry domain that was close to desolation. When many experts slaughtered their way in, all types of Dao patterns suddenly appeared. Dragons and snakes coiled about, stars moving about, the heavens releasing killing intent. In that instant, a rain of blood and foul winds filled the air. Broken limbs and ruined limbs, primordial spirits rushing into the heavens, the starry domain in chaos. In this place, chilly winds roared angrily, a rain of blood scattering down. Large amounts of life were harvested like wheat. It was unknown just how many cultivators fell. This is a killing trap set up. It is too vicious. Are they trying to trap and kill all of us? The experts were unwilling to accept this. They roared out angrily, slaughtering their way outwards. However, in the 4 layers of the Great Sage's killing formation, forget about them. Even if the true Great Sage came, he might still die with a grievance. There were young supreme beings who fell in this calamity. The dragon sparrow flapped its wings and took to the skies. Unfortunately, it still couldn't grow to the Great Sage realm, breaking apart into pieces, full of unwillingness. Many people died in this battle. The remaining fled, unwilling to approach that starry sky. Wu, after harvesting so much life energy, in the future, if we really have to cross the sea of bitterness, rush to the other shore, this is all life, a guarantee of survival. A hoarse voice said. In the darkness, 4 great sage ones appeared, one of them shockingly a gray flood dragon, the other 3 were respectively the golden toad, heavenly dog, and great peng, their ages far above the gray flood dragons, all of them rare creatures since ancient times. What a pity, how many of those young supreme beings came, only one of them entering. They really do have quite a few good things on them. I suspect that the formation diagrams on those 4 flying serpents' bodies are related to their ancient ancestors. What young supreme beings! Back then, we similarly suppressed our peers with power, yet now, aren't we still trapped in the Great Sage realm? Let's just wait until they become Great Sage ones before being arrogant. This starry sky calmed down, leaving behind large amounts of broken limbs, blood dripping everywhere, the scene extremely horrifying. The 4 figures left after harvesting the life energy. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. This ancient region had never been peaceful. More and more people entered the ancient region of legends, all of them searching for the residence of deities, all of them wishing to cross the sea and head to the other shore. However, there were no clues in the end. It was just like how there were so many beast sovereigns in the ancient era who did everything they could, yet in the end didn't find anything. No matter how many people came, they still couldn't find the sea of bitterness. I don't have much life left. Who would have thought that I would pass away in meditation here? In the starry sky, the green phoenix Daoist sat there without joy or worry, his expression extremely calm. Hung Long. He began to transform into the Tao, unable to hold on any longer. Being able to live until now could already be considered a type of miracle. A great sage living for over 8,000 years, this was rarely seen since ancient times. All of the cultivators below the starry sky were alarmed, feeling a type of tremendous fluctuation. The great Tao was rumbling, as if a magnificent army was charging, as if endless creatures were crying. Yi Fan was naturally alarmed as well, quickly rushing over. He had a premonition that something was wrong, because during these 5 years, he had seen the Green Phoenix Daoist several times, listening to him talk about the Tao and his cultivation experiences. He knew that the Green Phoenix Daoist didn't have long to live. It really is Senior Green Phoenix. When he arrived in this starry sky, Yi Fan felt a kind of sorrow. This was the first time he saw an elder transform into the Tao. He could only watch helplessly, unable to stop it, unable to change the ending. Senior Green Phoenix has finally left. Pang Bo also sighed softly. Such a benevolent elder's life was coming to an end, transforming into the Tao just like that. It made people feel sad. It wasn't just them, many people had rushed to the scene, but they didn't dare to approach, keeping an endless distance. Otherwise, they would be implicated and follow the path of assimilation. The heaven-devouring beast, Golden Snake Fourth Gentleman, Shenlong of the divine race, Sangu, blood beasts, earth corpses, and others had all come, and there was even a large number of ancient beasts watching from the starry sky. The Bull Demon King, 100 Tribulations Daoist, Stone Man, Grey Flood Dragon, Golden Toad, and others had also arrived. They were all silent, regardless of whether they were enemies or old friends. Seeing that the Green Phoenix Daoist was about to leave this world, as fellow great sage, their hearts were filled with sorrow. It wasn't easy to cultivate to this step. The great sage was extraordinary, but in the end, it was all for naught. He was no different from an ordinary person, and after he passed away, he would become a pile of yellow earth and ashes. There isn't much life left. I just want to see if there are immortals, if there are immortals, and if there are immortals. What will happen when this golden era ends? In that Tao transformation tribulation, the Green Phoenix Daoist's entire body was shining, and a rain of light flew up, scattering in all directions. He couldn't be said to be happy, nor was he excessively sad. There was only a kind of stubbornness of an old man who didn't have much time left. Perhaps the younger ones couldn't understand, but the great sage felt extremely sad. At this time, there were no enemies, only people of the same kind. In the future, they would also reach this step. In the end, they didn't even know whether the things they pursued all their lives existed or not. For them, this was truly the greatest sorrow. The Green Phoenix Daoist appeared very calm, but those of the same kind were deeply aware of how helpless he was. Even sorrow was useless. May I ask if there are immortals in the heavens? The Green Phoenix Daoist persistently asked. While transforming into the Tao, his eyes stared into the heavens, wishing for a result. When he asked this question, the great sage felt sorrow from the bottom of his heart. He reached this step with great difficulty, yet it ended just like this. Even if he used his entire life to seek proof, there was no result. All of the cultivators became silent. They watched as the great sage of a generation withered away, turning into a brilliant rain of light, flying in all directions, continuously breaking apart. I only want to see the end of this path, see if there are immortals or not. The Green Phoenix Daoist said quietly. His eyes grew dim, melting in the fiery light. He couldn't help but release a great roar towards the heavens. Suddenly, his body was torn to pieces, turning into a streak of blazing light. That was a giant green phoenix. It struggled free from its shattered flesh, burning fiercely. It smashed into the depths of the boundless heavens, delivering the final attack of its life. Hong! The heavens collapsed and the earth split, the heavens collapsing. The giant green phoenix that turned into light shattered, no longer existing. I only want to know, under the boundless starry skies, only a remnant voice was left behind, still asking, just that persistent. Tao friend, have a safe journey. The great sage, even though they were life and death enemies, great enemies, at this time, they were still sad, sending him off. Hong Long Long. Suddenly, heaven and earth seemed to have sensed something. A strange scene descended, drawing many people's cries of alarm. Could it be that after the Green Phoenix Daoist left this world, the heavens gave him a response, giving him an answer? Everyone nervously watched. A path, are there immortals? You all, what did you see? That is, the sea of bitterness, the other shore. A clue appeared at this time, in that scene. Chapter 14:10. That was a desolate and lonely road. It was unknown where it led to, as if no one had ever walked it before. Was this the answer the heavens gave to the Green Phoenix Daoist? The starting point was unknown, and the destination was unknown. It was bleak and desolate with no footsteps. What did this count as? It was a type of premonition, and it was just a fragment of a scene that flashed by. Unfortunately, the Green Phoenix Daoist couldn't be seen anymore. He had turned to ashes in this golden age, and a rain of light and ashes scattered into the cosmos, turning into dust. It wasn't an answer, and it didn't give anything. The fragment of the scene disappeared, but the sea of bitterness above it became increasingly clear. One could even hear the sound of surging tides. Hurry up and record all of the Dao marks. This is a clue. Someone shouted loudly. This was related to whether or not they could reach the residence of the deities. It was a matter of success or failure. It's both real and illusory. It's as if we can charge in. Someone cried out in surprise. When they approached the sea of bitterness, they almost fell in. The great sage revealed a strange expression. He quickly approached and discovered that this was a void heavenly domain that was forcefully opened by the power of the Dao transformation. It was connected to an ancient domain. We can't really enter, but we can deduce the coordinates of this place. The heroes worked together to record all of the bits and pieces. They calculated in their hearts to determine where the sea of bitterness was. Rumble. Light flashed one last time, and the vast sea of bitterness disappeared. The cosmos recovered, and the thunderous sound of the waves returned to nothingness. Hurry and ask the divine master of heavenly secrets to deduce. The sea of bitterness should be found. This divine sea that had been hidden for thousands of years might no longer be a secret. The group of people left. The starry sky was noisy. Many experts rushed into the heavens one after another, flying into the distance. Some went to ask experts to deduce, while others searched according to the clues they currently had. The other shore, the residence of the deities, had the ancient tree of life, and the 9 coffin from the legendary era. All of this was like a fatal temptation that made people unable to free themselves from it. Soon, a large group of people disappeared. Most of the heroes had left. Senior, have a safe journey. Yi Fan and Pang Bo went forward, scattering pure white flowers in this dark cosmos to send off the Green Phoenix Daoist. The old Daoist was a very kind person who took care of them. He met his end just like that. They watched him transform into the Dao, yet they were powerless to save him. This made them feel sad and bitter. The great sage's ending was plain and simple. In the end, it's just the ashes of the calamity. For 3-meter-long golden serpents had their tails on the ground and their bodies were upright. Golden scales flickered on their bodies as they flicked their tongues and hissed, causing people to tremble in fear. When the 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake clan passed by, their expressions were cold. Each of them held their heads high as they passed through the flying ash. They had a kind of majesty that made many cultivators tremble. Everyone moved out of the way for the 4 golden snakes. This was the power of killing. Even a young supreme being like the Golden Giant was killed by the Golden Snake's second Langjun within 100 moves. Who dared to compete against him? What are you talking about? Pang Bo was furious. He had long since found these 4 golden snakes to be an eyesore. He wanted to determine who was superior and who was inferior to them. Now that the Green Phoenix Taoist had passed away, the 4th gentleman of the Golden Snake had passed away. His words were neither salty nor mild, and there was not a trace of respect. How could Pang Bo not be filled with righteous indignation? Are you talking to me? The 2nd gentleman of the Golden Snake clan stopped. The hissing of the snake's tongue made people's hair stand on end. His eyes were very frightening. Wisps of light flashed, and the coldness was oppressive. Long Worm, don't think too highly of yourself. Grandpa Pang is talking about you. You can be bossy in front of others, but in front of me, you'd better behave. Pang Bo shouted. The Golden Giant was his acquaintance, and he was killed in the starry sky. He respected the highly respected Green Phoenix Daoist, but he was looked down upon and not respected. How could he remain calm? Hiss, hiss, the snake's tongue flicked out, and a golden light shot out. It was like a waterfall as it chopped towards Pang Bo's head. The second gentleman of the golden snake wanted to kill someone without saying a word, even if he was a supreme being of the younger generation. Whoosh! The divine light in Pang Bo's eyes shone brightly. Two dragon-shaped beams of light shot out and chopped straight at the waterfall. They collided in the void and emitted a dazzling brilliance. Long worm, how dare you attack me? Today, I will break your bones and peel off your skin. Pang Bo rushed forward and took the initiative to attack. The second gentleman of the golden snake's body was in the shape of a snake. With a slight movement, he cut through the void. This was true teleportation. In an instant, he was hundreds of thousands of meters away. This was the flying snake technique. Their ancestor was the flying snake, and flying was one of their most primitive secret techniques. It could be said to be an extreme speed, and few people could match it since ancient times. The second gentleman of the golden snake said coldly, "You can't do it. I even massacred the entire divine ape clan on the ancient road. I can see that your talent is extraordinary. Are you willing to follow the golden snake clan? I will give you a great fortune in the future." "You're dreaming." Pang Bo roared. He formed seals with both hands and rushed forward. His left hand captured the dragon, and his right hand attracted the phoenix. He looked like a demon god descending to the world. An azure dragon coiled around his left hand, and a bright red phoenix flapped its wings on his right. Both of them revealed an unparalleled murderous aura. The two seals combined with unparalleled power and pressed towards the second gentleman of the golden snake. The second gentleman of the golden snake swung his tail. A golden snake body pressed down like a golden celestial sword, cutting through the void. It was only 3 meters long, but it was more terrifying than a falling star. This was a sound that could pierce through gold and shatter rocks. The golden snake tail was indestructible, and it collided with the azure dragon and phoenix that Pang Bo had attracted. This place was falling apart. The golden snake tail destroyed everything. The two celestial phantoms were shattered, and they could not withstand this unparalleled attack. Roar! The second gentleman of the golden snake roared even louder than the dragon's roar. The penetrating power was extremely strong, and the golden snake body directly swept over. Pang Bo was moved. He struck out with the 9 slashes of the demon monarch, facing the unparalleled divine snake head-on. As for the other 3 golden snakes, other than the first gentleman, the third gentleman and the fourth gentleman also moved. These 2 snakes alone wanted to surround Yi Fan, Longma, and the other 12 saints. It could be said that they were extremely arrogant. "How dare you fight with me? Brothers, let's fight them one-on-one. Go!" Longma shouted. Everyone was stunned. Was this a one-on-one fight? Of course, Longma could not be blamed. The 12 saints were a few levels lower than the fourth gentleman of the golden snake. If they fought one-on-one, they would definitely die. The enemy was too strong, and it was not realistic to fight someone of a higher level. Boom! Yi Fan made his move. Golden light shone from his body, as if 100,000 volcanoes had been resurrected at the same time. Waves of fire essence rushed into the sky, drowning the earth and the sky. He was like a heavenly furnace that could split the heavens and the earth, shining with eternal light. The golden fist power shook the sky. First, he clashed with the third gentleman of the golden snake, then his right leg swept across the fourth gentleman of the golden snake. Finally, he pounced towards the battle of Pang Bo Boom. This was a terrible collision. Yi Fan's golden fist and the golden tail of the second gentleman of the golden snake clashed. The sound of the collision was like the clanging of immortal iron, and it shook the universe. At this moment, Yi Fan and the 3 gentlemen of the golden snake clan had each taken a blow. The whole world was shaking, and a terrifying crack appeared in the dark universe. The violent divine power was like a raging sea. Yi Fan's expression changed. These golden snakes really had the potential to be invincible. Perhaps they would be the most terrifying among the young supreme venerables. They were really too powerful. Not to mention anything else, just the bodies of these 4 golden snakes were beyond common sense. They could cut through the weapons of the Saint King realm with their bodies and collide with him head-on. The second gentleman of the golden snake gave up on Pang Bo and stared at Yifan. There was a trace of divine light in his eyes as he said, "I like to defeat others in the field that they are best at. It is said that the human race's sacred physique is very strong. Today, I will tear you apart." He shot over like lightning. He was really arrogant and domineering. As soon as he arrived, he wanted to sweep away thousands of enemies. The body of the snake was like a golden chain that wrapped around Yifan, trying to twist him apart. Yifan opened his hands like a pair of golden scissors that cut through the sky and met the second gentleman of the golden snake. Rays of blazing light were emitted. It was as if iron was being forged in heaven and earth. The clanging sound was so loud that the bones of the onlookers were about to crack. This was a peerless battle. The collision between the golden fist and the body of the golden snake was like the sound of the divine drums of the celestial court. It was so shocking that one's soul was about to shatter. On the other side, Pang Bo also walked towards the third gentleman of the golden snake race. As for the fourth gentleman of the golden snake race, he was extremely arrogant. He had a cold smile on his face as he took the initiative to force his way towards Longma and the others. The ones that truly carried out this peerless battle were only Yifan and the second gentleman of the golden snake race. The other 2 groups hadn't even fought yet when a terrifying fluctuation transmitted over. "Go!" The golden great gentleman shouted towards his 3 younger brothers. He activated a corner of the flying serpent formation diagram. The golden snake body tore apart the cosmos and left first. Hung Long. The great sage's fluctuations were boundless. They attacked from 2 different directions, killing the young supreme beings here and surrounding them all. The first to appear was a gray flood dragon. It wasn't that thick and long, but it released the divine might of the great sage. It was in its prime, blood energy surging, terrifying to the heavens. It was precisely the beast sovereign that had previously fought against the 4 Langjuns of the golden snake race. Right now, it took action again, targeting the golden snake race supreme beings. At the same time, golden light overflowed from another direction. It was as if a heavenly river descended from the heavens, sweeping towards Yifan and the others. It was incomparably majestic as it descended from the 9 heavens. Yifan's reaction was also lightning fast. The element's secret shone brilliantly, turning into an expanse of golden light as it rushed out, carrying Pang Bo and the others with it. They immediately shifted positions, avoiding this fatal strike. That heavenly river was actually just a tongue. It was several tens of thousands of zhang in length. It descended from the heavens, vast and boundless. Chaotic energy and golden light surged together. This was an ancient demonic species, golden toad. It stood high up in the sky, its body like an enormous demonic mountain. Its entire body released precious splendor. This type of scene was incomparably terrifying. Unfortunately, its attack failed. The golden toad's heavenly tongue didn't wrap around Yifan, who possessed the element's secret. They rushed out of the battlefield. Yifan, Pang Bo, and Longma turned into several streaks of light, entering a golden formation and disappearing from this place. They left in an unhurried manner. As for the Langjuns of the golden snake race, they relied on a mysterious Dao artifact, the flying snake formation diagram, to safely escape. They left one after another without being harmed at all. Boom! The attacks of the gray dragon and golden toad missed and smashed into the cosmos, destroying a large area of the starry sky. Many unrelated cultivators suffered a bloody calamity and died tragically here. Blood splattered everywhere. We turned around and came back in a hurry. We actually didn't catch even one. The gray dragon's eyes were cold and somewhat unwilling. In another part of the starry sky, the 4 Langjuns of the golden snake race met up. They were all unharmed. If one looked closely, only the tail of the second Langjun of the golden snake race was slightly trembling. "Second brother, what's wrong?" the golden snake fourth Langjun asked. The human race's sacred physique is indeed worthy of its reputation. The golden body is truly terrifying. I can't be so arrogant next time. I have to use the magic power, cultivation, and speed that I'm best at to kill him. I won't give him a single chance. Second brother, you're injured? The golden fourth Langjun was shocked. Ever since they started cultivating, no one in the same generation could hurt them. They could only be killed. Even the young supreme beings of the various races couldn't do it. I'm not injured. It's just a sharp pain. My physical body is my weakness. I shouldn't have fought him head-on like this. Next time, I'll directly use the ancient technique to kill him. The second Langjun of the Golden Snake race said coldly. Chapter 14:11. Great battles broke out every day, and well-known experts often fell. And today, a great sage was killed in battle, shaking the entire ancient region. The mythological ancient path became more and more cruel. Recently, a large number of people arrived. Experts from various races entered this place from many ancient regions, all of them wishing to reach the other shore and meet the deities. As for those with wild ambitions, they were all aiming for the ancient tree of life. The ancient mythological region became more and more chaotic. Life withering and blood blossoming occurred every day, making people numb. They had seen too many corpses. There are clues to the Sea of Bitterness. Today, a piece of news swept through the star region like a hurricane, stirring up many cultivators. An endless army of ancient beasts surged over, causing the entire dark cosmos to tremble. After repeated deductions, the heavenly secret divine expert calculated the location of the Sea of Bitterness. He marked out the approximate coordinates, causing everyone to be overwhelmed with emotions. This was definitely toppling. From the ancient times until now, it was unknown how great the price paid by the ancient beasts were, but they still couldn't find the Sea of Bitterness. Only a few people in history relied on special opportunities to enter the other shore. I've calculated it, it's at the other shore of the starry sky. Everyone went crazy. They all moved out, hurrying towards another ancient land. Of course, it was still within the range of the ancient mythological region. The exact location wasn't revealed, but everyone knew the approximate location. They followed those who understood the details. Along the way, rivers of blood flowed like rivers. Too many battles happened. The Grey Flood Dragon, Golden Toad, Heavenly Dog, and Great Peng, the four beast kings worked together to collect life energy in preparation for crossing the Sea of Bitterness. Apart from them, there were also other ancient region overlords. They all moved on their own and didn't work together, stirring up a rain of blood and foul winds. Meanwhile, the Bull Demon King, Holy Spirit, Human Tao Protector, and other transcending existences who entered from the human ancient path were also preparing for battle. Along the way, they would clash with the beast kings from time to time. These were all great sage-level characters. The battles between them could easily cause stars to fall and the moon to sink. They were all world-destroying existences, making people feel reverence and fear. They could only avoid them from afar. This was a desolate star region without any clues. There wasn't even a planet suitable for landing. The vast starry sky was bleak and desolate. When the heroes arrived at this place, they didn't even see a drop of water, let alone the endless Sea of Bitterness. There was nothing at all. I've come to this ancient region before. There has never been any ocean here, so how could it be here? Could it be that I miscalculated? An ancient beast overlord questioned. This place was too overgrown, stars few and far between. It was the coldest and most desolate region of death, too far from the Sea of Bitterness in everyone's hearts. The Permitha and the Sea of Bitterness are both hidden in the dark heavenly realm that we can't reach. We can only sense them after we open them. Otherwise, if we could see them at a glance, they wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. An old man in green walked forward. He was protected by the great sage. Even though he was from a different camp, no one attacked him. They were all protecting him. It should be in this ancient region. It should be about right. He was a divine master of heavenly secrets. He was old beyond recognition. His hair and beard were white, and he was as thin as a match. His face was covered in wrinkles, and there was not a single trace of luster. Since it is here, Divine Master, please make another deduction and calculate the exact location of the heaven region. We might be able to open it together. A beast sovereign spoke. The gray flood dragon, golden toad, bull demon king, stone man, and the others all nodded in agreement. They waited for the old man to make the final deduction, and then they would forcefully open the sea of bitterness. The old man was emaciated, and his face was sallow. One could tell with a single look that he didn't have much lifespan left. After a light sigh, he began to silently calculate. Divine Master of Heavenly Secrets was a type of transcendental existence. They could calculate good and bad fortune, as well as foresee a portion of the future. However, this would severely harm their own life force, so they definitely wouldn't do anything that defied the heavens under normal circumstances. The Permitha was too important. The great sage invited the old Divine Master to come out of seclusion, promising that he would bestow great fortune upon his descendants. This was why he, who didn't have much lifespan left, was willing to make a deduction. All of this was based on the clues that appeared when the green phoenix Daoist transformed into the Tao. Otherwise, forget about a Divine Master, even a true deity wouldn't be able to do anything. For 9 days in a row, the old Divine Master sat cross-legged in the dark cosmos. His entire person was motionless as if he was about to transform into the Tao. From time to time, essence and great Tao fragments would fly out from his body. This was a terrifying phenomenon. The great Tao fragments directly broke out from the immortal platform, and his entire person became increasingly withered. His blood and chi were withering, and his body was drying up. After the green phoenix Daoist passed away, the various phenomena and marks of the sea of bitterness appeared indistinctly at this moment, revolving around him. The old Divine Master's deduction had reached a critical moment. I see it. A vast sea of bitterness is right there. He suddenly opened his eyes, shooting out 2 beams of the most resplendent light, staring at a distant starry sky. At the same time, the resplendent eyes exploded on the spot, turning into a bloody pulp that splattered everywhere. This terrifying scene made one's scalp numb. This was the wrath of heaven. This kind of person could live in this world and witness miracles and heavenly secrets, but he definitely couldn't speak of them. The old Divine Master let out a muffled groan. His eye sockets were sunken, and there were no eyeballs there. He used his hand to carve words in the void, writing the heavenly coordinates. Pooh! His fingers broke off and crumbled, turning into a bloody pulp. His arms were also shattered, no longer existing. It was a tragic sight to behold. You all should know that my life is about to end. The old Divine Master spoke with a trembling voice. He divined the location of the sea of bitterness, but he also exhausted all of his lifespan and could no longer exist in this world. You can go on your way in peace. Your descendant will have great fortune from now on. As long as we don't die, he will become a genius of this ancient region. The great sage expressed his stance one after another, making this promise. Kacha. The old Divine Master's immortal platform crumbled as some great Tao fragments flew out. After that, his entire person exploded, starting to transform into the Tao. A vast expanse of lightning tribulation descended from the sky, all of them blasting towards him. This was heaven's punishment, suffering the wrath of heaven. Everyone felt horrified in their hearts. This was truly strange. Cultivators did things in defiance of the heavens, not believing that there was a ruler in the underworld. They were all searching for the path of immortality, but what they saw before their eyes made them shiver in fear. This might be a type of law. Ancient curses, Tao laws, order, all of these can resonate with each other. If one comes into contact with them, it might trigger some kind of change in heaven and earth. It seems to be a type of heaven's wrath. Yi Fan spoke to himself. Using his own understanding and insights, he tried to explain the intrinsic nature of this strange scene. However, there was no direct proof. This could only be considered a type of fantasy. Hong. The dark cosmos collapsed, starlight erupted. The great sages all acted together, tearing a hole in the starry sky that the old divine master finally determined. Rumble. Almost instantly, everyone heard the sound of sea waves sweeping through the sky, as if they were facing a boundless ocean. This came from that opening, and there were waves of majestic fluctuations coming from it. Kacha. An immortal ruler flew up. The stone man used the heaven-measuring ruler, releasing a resplendent radiance. This ruler was forged from immortal tears green gold, able to strike the 9 heavens above and shake the 9 hells below, terrifying to the extreme. That hole widened, already able to see a portion of the ocean. It left everyone shaken. This was a heaven domain hidden in the void, a true space, a part of the cosmos. Right now, it was appearing. The other great sages also took action again, especially when the shining diamond band in the bull demon king's hands flew out, immediately blasting that place apart. A boundless heaven domain's entrance appeared. It really is a sea of bitterness. We can use this to enter the other shore. A vast divine sense sea. The legend is indeed true. Is the other side of it the dwelling place of the gods? This place erupted with commotion, the crowd stirred up. Everyone rushed forward, wishing to see this sea from a closer distance. The great sages naturally took the lead, the first batch rushing in. They saw a magnificent, boundless sea, as if they arrived at the limits of the cosmos. This was the most fundamental sea of heaven and earth. Individuals were too insignificant compared to it, not even comparable to a speck of dust. The crowd entered one after another, discovering with horror that this place was just too big. Was this still an ocean? It was comparable to the size of a star domain. There were stars rising and falling within the sea. This kind of scene had never been seen before. There were many great stars moving about in the sky, some falling into the sea, producing great waves that were hundreds of thousands of li tall, terrifying to the extreme. This is a legend. How could there be this kind of scene? This sea can swallow stars. It isn't smaller than the ancient domain of legends. This was a continuation of the cosmos, a vast space that had never been discovered by others. It could even be called a star domain sea. It was just too vast and boundless. After arriving here, everyone scattered, no longer having to worry about competing with the great sage. Since it was so huge, why couldn't they cross the sea from there? No one rashly crossed the sea, including the great sage. They all carefully observed. Toward strange and mysterious things, people were always full of reverence. The seawater was dark, there was a mysterious power inside, making the hearts of the great sages pound. There was actually a portion of great Een essence, contained within the sea of bitterness. This really wasn't simple, there might even be a true great Een spiritual domain in the depths of the sea. Just how great of a power was this? There were no creatures in the seawater, at the very least, not even a stalk of water grass could be seen. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals couldn't be seen at all, not even a single fish could be seen. There's something wrong with this water. When an ancient beast fell into the water, it struggled intensely, actually quickly sinking. Even if it had profound cultivation, it was useless, directly swallowed by the sea of bitterness. This water is too terrifying, able to turn powerful cultivators into mortals. Once one enters, all of their cultivation and magical force will disappear. Even the great sage's expression changed, becoming full of vigilance towards this sea of bitterness. 2 days later, people began to cross the sea, entering the depths of the great ocean, not to reach the other shore, but rather to scout ahead. After flying out 100,000 li, these people all turned around and returned. There are natural laws above the sea of bitterness. The divine force of humans will quickly dry up. This was extremely bad news, making everyone feel deeply worried. They stared at the sea of bitterness in a daze. Some people began to seriously carve formation patterns, preparing to open the realm gate, carry out long-distance teleportation, test the coordinates of the other shore, and head there directly. However, they failed in the end. The powerful formation masters all frowned. There was no way to cross the void here. The Tao patterns were dim, all of them ineffective. They could only cross the sea, and not through the void. What is that? There's an ancient ship. Someone found an ancient ship in the sea region. It was very grand and tall, like a small mountain. I understand, only this kind of ancient ship can transport people to the other shore. People thought of a few rumors. The ancient people who entered the dwelling of the gods all crossed the sea on ships. It was rumored that these were left behind by the gods, and it was also the only tool to cross the sea. In an instant, a few great sages landed on the ancient ship, activating their magical force. The ancient ship broke through the waves like a true dragon, turning into a ray of light, rushing into the pitch-black sea. Not long after, a few ancient ships were discovered, and in the end, they all fell into the hands of the great sage. They rushed into the sea of bitterness. The speed of that kind of ship was too fast, in the end directly passing through space, disappearing from the sea. Several days later, everyone on the shore of the bitter sea was anxious. All the great sages had gone far away, and not a single one was left. Even one or two young supreme martial artists had crossed the sea, but it was difficult for the remaining people to find the ancient ship. Search, such a vast sea of bitterness. I don't believe there are only a few ships passing through. The gods should have left behind in each region. As expected, people found the ancient ship one after another, naturally triggering a bloody battle. People fought over it. Half a month later, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Longma stood on the bloody deck, killing a group of looters that rushed over, marching into the sea of bitterness. When the speed of the ship reached the limit, the void passage appeared, the ancient ship entered, and when it appeared again, it was already hundreds of thousands of miles away. This was a short pause, and then it began to speed up again, entering the void passage. After traveling for who knew how many tens of thousands of miles, the ancient ship began to sail in the sea, no longer passing through the void passage. There's a ship up ahead that's broken, only the deck is left floating. Where are the people on it? Pang Bo was endlessly bewildered. After Yi Fan carefully looked, he sucked in a breath of cold air. They had seen this ancient ship before. It was taken over by the two great sages, set out half a month ago, but it was actually destroyed here. There were quite a bit of bloodstains on the broken ship, powerful fluctuations spreading out. That was the blood of the great sage. Those two people actually didn't have much luck. Who took action? Could it be that there was a battle between the great sage? Longma pondered, continuously staring at that broken ship. It doesn't seem like there was a bloody battle between the great sage. The threat might come from the sea. Everyone be careful, said Yi Fan. What is that? Suddenly, Pang Bo pointed forward. In the black seawater, there was a purple light flickering in the depths, gradually rising to the surface. It was a corpse. This was a corpse that had died for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. The purple light was emitted from the blood in its body. It was extremely terrifying, floating horizontally on the surface of the sea. Yi Fan's heart trembled, an indescribable feeling born in his heart. This corpse was too extraordinary. It should be an overlord physique. That kind of blood gave him a reaction. Of course, this definitely wasn't the overlord physique of the present age. It had died at least tens of thousands of years ago, and it was probably extremely powerful when it was alive. He could still feel that kind of awe. He quietly floated away, getting further and further away, but Pang Bo's expression was ugly. He muttered, I clearly saw his eyes open a slit. There was a purple light shooting out. Why did it close again? Is it a corpse? I saw it too, but he is definitely a corpse. Maybe something happened to his body, said Yi Fan solemnly. Pang Bo nodded. Be careful, there is actually an overlord physique corpse in this sea of bitterness. It's too terrifying. Boom! Suddenly, a great sense of danger descended. Several enormous holy arrows tore through the sky, shooting toward the ancient ship, one of them almost nailing the golden lion's body. Someone is ambushing us, wanting to destroy the ancient ship, making us sink in the sea of bitterness, dying miserably after being reduced to mortals. In the distance, a large ship appeared. On it stood three terrifying figures. They were respectively, Blood Beast, Gold-Devouring Beast, and Heaven-Devouring Beast, all of them emitting blood energy that overflowed the heavens. These three ancient beasts were all immemorial species, supreme beings of the younger generation. They were extremely powerful, and now that they had joined forces, they encountered Yi Fan and the others in the sea. They began to attack. Blood Beast, it's you again. New debts and old debts will be settled together, shouted Pang Bo. The three ancient beasts all transformed into human forms. standing on the ancient ship, each drawing their bow and firing an arrow, every arrow emitting the sound of wind and thunder. It was definitely enough to turn a large area of mountains and rivers into flying ashes, let alone an ancient ship, even though it was very special. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others made their moves, punching and shattering the arrows. Then, Yi Fan's eyes turned cold, a giant bow appeared in his hand. This was refined after he reached the Saint King realm. The arrow was a Saint Bone arrow. It flew out in an instant, the heavens and the earth split, launching a counterattack. Woo! A strange whistle came, and another ancient ship approached. It was actually the 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race. They flew over. And behind the Sea of Bitterness, the goddess of the god race Shenlong, the descendants of the immemorial gods and devils Sangu, and the Copper Ant King also arrived. They stood on the same ship. Chapter 14:12. So many people came, don't tell me they are planning to surround and kill us? The Black Bear Saint's expression changed. He stood up, a pair of dustpan-like bear claws splitting the sky, his roar shaking up the great waves in the sea. Yi Zi, let's all break out of the encirclement. If they all came for us, the consequences will be unimaginable. Pang Bo's expression also changed. No matter how confident he was, no matter how good Yi Fan was at fighting, it would still be difficult for him to deal with 10 young supreme beings. Chang. The great bow in Yi Fan's hand trembled slightly, releasing a wave of desolate beast aura, intimidating the entire Sea of Bitterness, making the young supreme beings in the distance tremble inwardly. The bow core was refined from the bone of a Saint King ranked silverback azure flood dragon, while the bowstring was a divine string extracted from the dragon's tendon, refined countless times in the all-life source cauldron. At this time, forget about shooting the holy arrow, just holding it in one's hand produced all types of irregular scenes. Immortal light surged, ferocious beasts leapt, dragon cries shook the world. Yi Fan's killing intent was stirred. An arrow shot out, wind and thunder raged, as if a heavenly tribulation descended. That holy bone arrow had an azure dragon coiled around it, and there was even a group of black tigers opening the way, domineering to the heavens, directly shattering the void. This was an extremely powerful arrow, one that could destroy the world. It was accompanied by the roars of gods and devils, the sound so great that it could collapse mountains, let alone a true arrow. On the other side, the expressions of the heaven-devouring beast, blood beast, and gold-devouring beast changed. They never expected the power of Yi Fan's arrow to be so great, simply about to overturn the world. Hong. They activated their divine force, all types of brilliance surging. The ancient ship seemed to be burning. They controlled the ship to quickly evade. In this vast and boundless sea of bitterness, the ship that crossed the sea was the most precious thing. Once it was lost, their true bodies would fall into the sea, turning them into mortals. Woo-woo, a strange sound rang out. The white bone arrow was the essence of holy bone, bestowed with Yi Fan's spiritual will, unstoppable, chasing after them, attaching itself to the bone. Open. The young supreme blood beast took action. Right now, he was a scarlet-haired Daoist. He shouted loudly, releasing boundless Dao waves. A blood-colored sea appeared in front of him, forming a great bow that shot towards Yi Fan. However, the Saint Bone arrow was too sharp. It immediately pierced through his blood arrow and closed the distance between them by a large margin. It was now on the ancient ship. Boom! The scarlet ocean exploded in front of the blood fiend. The sacred bone arrow shattered the light barrier around the blood fiend's body, and the giant bow in its hand broke with a loud crack. With a pu sound, blood splashed outwards. The blood beast's expression changed greatly. His hands displayed an exceptional ancient technique, but this arrow immediately flew out. There was a type of spiraling divine force that borrowed his power, the same as being supported by him, injuring his palm. The Saint Bone arrow seized this opportunity to seize a type of spiritual will, as if it had a life of its own. It quickly changed directions and shot downwards, piercing through the ancient ship. Not good. The heaven-swallowing beast and gold-devouring beast's expressions changed. This arrow developed intelligence, and the spiritual will within was extremely resolute. If it wanted to destroy this ship, then it would be a great disaster. No one expected Yi Fan's arrow to be so sharp. The blood fiend actually couldn't stop it, and it was instead his own hands that were dripping with blood. Drops of blood landed on the arrow shaft, making its radiance flourish even more brilliantly. With a honglong sound, it smashed into the ship's body, releasing endless radiance and directly exploding. The ancient ship left behind by deities was naturally not an ordinary object. Normal saints might not necessarily be able to destroy it, but the arrow Yi Fan fired was too tyrannical, carrying tremendous divine force. Honglong. The ancient ship broke apart. The heaven-swallowing beast, blood beast, and gold-devouring beast each stepped on an enormous piece of wood and flew into the distance, avoiding this whirlpool. Otherwise, even they would be affected. This level of power, they weren't the only ones. Even the pupils of the golden snake race's 4 Langjuns rapidly contracted, shooting out wisps of sharp cold light. At the same time the white bone arrow exploded, a golden world appeared. There were Dao bells, celestial swords, heavenly pagodas, gourds, and divine truncheons all flying about. They were all forged from gold, and it was as if the heaven realm's treasure trove of weapons had been opened. Yi Fan's arrow was full of transformations. There was actually an ancient technique, the golden divine treasure within. It appeared in an instant, attacking the 3 great supreme beings at the same time as it destroyed the ancient ship. Shenlong of the god race, Sanggu, and the Copper Ant King all revealed solemn expressions. The power of this arrow was incomparably strange. If they weren't careful, they might be pierced through by this arrow. The golden divine treasure appeared, and all kinds of Dao weapons flew about. Without any suspense, the ancient ship left behind by the deities was completely torn into pieces, almost injuring the blood fiends and the others. Before Yi Fan could fire a second arrow, the golden snake 4th Langjuan's ancient ship arrived. It was only several hundred meters away, and 4 golden snakes stood side by side at the bow of the ship. Their 3-meter-long golden bodies made people tremble. "Saint Physique, come and die." The golden snake's 2nd Langjun shouted. His body shot out like a golden divine arrow that had left the bowstring, heading straight for Yi Fan. He wanted to determine a winner and a loser, a life and death battle. This kind of speed was too fast. It was like a ray of primordial light cutting through the dark universe, illuminating it in an instant. As the descendants of the flying serpent, the extreme realm flying technique was one of their primal instincts. The golden snake's 2nd Langjun was too powerful. Everywhere he passed, the void collapsed, the sea roared, the waves hit the sky, and the clouds scattered. It was like a golden god had come for the kill. Yi Fan dropped the giant bow and leaped into the air. His speed was unbelievably fast, as if he could reverse time. In an instant, he arrived in front of the golden snake's 2nd Langjun and raised his fist to attack. The golden snake's 2nd Langjuan's heart jumped. Last time, half of his snake body was in incomparable pain. Today, he used the ancient technique to fight. He didn't expect Yi Fan to be so strong and arrive in front of him so quickly. Boom! The golden fist shattered the vacuum and directly hit in front of him. This was a pure physical attack. The golden snake's 2nd Langjun didn't want to see this kind of situation, but his opponent wanted to fight him like this. It was originally a confrontation of ancient techniques, but in the end, Yi Fan's speed was too fast. He directly closed the distance, and it was as if he was forging iron in the sky. The sound of metal clanging was deafening. Roar! The golden snake's 2nd Langjun roared like a god had come back to life. He opened his mouth and roared, and a river of stars came out. It seemed to split the heaven and earth, transforming into the primal chaos of the nebula and suppressing Yi Fan. This was like a real world. The stars rotated, and the primal chaos surged. It swallowed Yi Fan, wanting to turn him into a part of the origin of the world and refine him into essence chi. Boom! Yi Fan fought strength with strength. He didn't defend himself and only relied on his fists to split the universe. This part of the chaotic star sea was shaken until it became dark and collapsed. Who was stronger than who? The two of them opposed each other with equal harshness. They both wanted to use their absolute power to suppress and intimidate the other. It was like two gods and demons colliding. I didn't expect the golden snake bloodline to be so powerful. They can really be said to be a peerless enemy. The second Langjun is already so difficult to deal with. If the four of them come out together, unless the god race and Sangu join forces, no power can be their opponent, Longmas said with a serious expression. Suddenly, a powerful wave came. The blood chi was like the sea, and it was dozens of times more violent than the waves of the bitter sea. It scattered the clouds on the horizon and arrived with a roar. The blood beast finally made its move again. The heaven and earth split, and it used ancient techniques to attack Yifan. It controlled the Azura blood sea and turned into 100,000 murderous divine swords. It shattered the vast ancient domain and chopped down. Yifan was like a human-shaped dragon. He soared into the sky and fiercely fought with the golden snake second Langjun. He stuck close to his body and bombarded it, suppressing the golden snake body until it began to spasm. Then, with a rumble, the two separated. Yifan's right fist went up, intercepting the heavens and hitting the 100,000 celestial swords. This was a powerful essence, chi, and spirit, condensed with a will. It was the true meaning of a weapon to break all techniques, and it was contained in the fist. No matter how many 100,000 murderous Azura swords came, Yifan would break them with a punch. With a rumble, the sea of blood surged, and the blood swords exploded one after another. The entire place was scarlet red, as if the blood of countless creatures had dyed the land red. The golden snake second Langjun took advantage of this opportunity to retreat. He was furious and didn't want to compete with Yifan in terms of physical strength. Just now, he was closed in and attacked. If it wasn't for his exceptional strength and bravery, he would have definitely bled. Boom! Yifan attacked the blood beast. The power of his fist was enough to break the sky, wanting to make it stay. At the same time, the golden divine treasures and the five-color divine light came out to kill the golden snake second Langjun, blocking him outside and preventing him from entering the circle of battle. The blood beast was furious. Yifan was looking down on him. His meaning was obvious. He wanted to get rid of him first and then fight with the golden snake second Langjun, viewing him as a weakling. When had a dignified supreme being of the younger generation ever been looked down upon like this? There seemed to be a fire burning in his heart. The ancient technique reached the heavens, and the sea of blood condensed into a blood sun, pressing towards Yifan. The endless Azura blood sea condensed into a blood sun the size of a face. One could imagine the murderous power it contained. If it crashed into Yifan, it would be a great disaster. Yifan's hands moved, using the Battle Saint technique to activate the black sea of bitterness below. It also condensed into a black sun, which collided with the blood sun. Both of them contained special magical power. Like Mars colliding with Earth, this was a huge collision like a battle between gods and demons. When the two met, heaven and earth were overturned, the star field shook, and everything was drowned out. When peace returned, Yifan stood there like a god. A giant bow appeared in his hand, and he continuously shot out Saint Bone arrows with monstrous murderous intent. Even if he was surrounded by great enemies, such as the golden snake second Langjun, Sangu, the copper ant king, and the heaven-swallowing beast, he was fearless and wanted to end the life of the blood beast. Clanging sounds came from the back of the blood beast, and 9 divine swords appeared. They were all supreme secret treasures, the supreme treasures of the Saint King that grew in the blood sea of his hometown. Kill. However, Yifan's murderous intent was too strong. Even if the blood sea was boundless, it was still slightly weaker. Yifan's martial will was surging, and his murderous intent could split the sky. No one could stop him. Everyone felt his murderous intent, and their hearts trembled. Even the heart of the golden snake second Langjun jumped, and he temporarily stopped attacking to watch the battle. Boom! The sky shattered, and ghosts cried and gods howled. The arrows shot out by Yifan were accompanied by all kinds of visions. There was the vermilion bird sweeping across the 3,000 worlds, the Kunpeng spreading its wings and splitting the 9 heavens, the primal chaos deity roaring, and even the blood sacrifice of ancient people to the firmament. These were all engravings on the myriad chi cauldron's wall, and now, they appeared along with the arrows. Boom! The murderous intent continued to rise, and Yi Fan's entire body was enveloped by a terrifying clear radiance. He continuously drew his bow and shot arrows, attacking the blood beast in front of him. This was a long-range battle, but it was even more intense than a close-range battle. This was because all kinds of secret techniques and ancient techniques were appearing and exploding one after another. Yi Fan continuously shot arrows, drawing the bow a total of 100 times. It was equivalent to carrying out the most terrifying battle of 100 moves. It was extremely terrifying. Every Saint Bone arrow contained the true meaning of the Dao rule, and it was the embodiment of his techniques and techniques. The magnetic celestial light, primitive emperor's Dao sword, and so on were stored in different arrows. The divine light of order was different, but their power was unparalleled. Even though it was a long-range battle, it was even more intense. This was a direct confrontation, a confrontation of the most powerful. Victory and defeat would be decided within 100 moves, deciding life and death. From a certain perspective, this was a bloody battle at the peak. One person was bound to fall. Both sides' killing intent overflowed into the heavens, shaking up the sea of suffering. Kacha! The blood beast's 9 divine swords exploded one after another. The 100 Saint Bone arrows contained Yi Fan's exceptional martial Dao essence energy. They weren't ordinary attacks, but rather the same as many ancient techniques being activated at the same time. They were incomparably powerful. Ho! The blood beast roared loudly. Another ancient treasure appeared on its body, the treasure-gathering ancient basin devouring all directions, blocking the attacks of the most powerful ancient techniques. However, the ancient basin was also blasted apart. Pooh! The most powerful 100 arrows contained Yi Fan's spirit, the embodiment of his unmatched will. They were unstoppable, evolving into 100 techniques. With a hung-long sound, they shot down on the blood beast's body. Pooh! The young supreme being's body exploded, turning into a blast of bloody mist. White bones that were sticky with wisps of blood flew out. Chapter 14:13. Yi Fan fired 100 arrows in unison, the arrows containing powerful ancient methods, tearing apart the world, blasting apart the blood beast. Blood dyed heaven and earth red. Yi Fan stood there with his bow in hand, staring at the bloody mist and shattered bones. His expression was cold, and then he looked towards the other ancient ships. Ho! The blood beast released a roar, its primordial spirit surging, wishing to condense its flesh and shattered bones, reconstruct itself. Unfortunately, it didn't have the chance. Yi Fan released the final arrow. Wind and lightning surged, fast as lightning, directly nailing the blood-colored primordial spirit, shattering it. In despair, it released a final roar of unwillingness. The blood beast's body and spirit were erased. Everyone shivered inwardly. Yi Fan's methods were obvious to all, killing the blood beast with 100 arrows. Everyone couldn't help but be on high alert, classifying him as a dangerous individual. Previously, there was Golden Snake's second Lang Jun who killed the Golden Giant in 100 moves, and now, there was Yi Fan who killed the blood beast with 100 arrows. These were both extremely glorious and astonishing battle accomplishments, making other supreme beings feel restraining fear. The heaven-swallowing beast and gold-eating beast's expressions were cold. They were also ancient beasts, yet in the end, they could only watch as the blood beast was killed, unable to stop it in time. Their expressions were downcast. The two of them were far stronger than the blood beast, because they were legendary rare beasts. One was known to be able to devour the heavens, rarely seen since ancient times. The other devoured all types of divine materials, even immortal gold, endlessly strengthening itself. The eyes of the two great ancient beasts were cold, staring at Yi Fan. Even though they felt restraining fear towards this person, they still wanted to take action and kill him. They possessed the most powerful ancient beast bloodlines. Once they reached the great success stage, they would definitely become the most powerful beast supreme beings, able to kill archaic gods and devils. They were exceptionally terrifying. You do have some methods. Let's continue our battle. Golden Snake Second Langjun moved first, his snake tongue hissing, his eyes vicious, radiating strand after strand of radiance. His golden snake body slithered forward. He naturally wasn't willing to accept this. The battle hadn't even ended, yet a blood beast joined in midway, interrupting their battle. There was always a thorn in his heart. His flesh was inferior to Yi Fan's, so he wanted to use ancient methods to suppress and kill him. The way Yi Fan killed the blood beasts was indeed a powerful deterrent. However, it was clearly not enough to suppress these supreme beings. It was because every single one of them was full of confidence. They came from different ancient regions, and were the most powerful on their respective ancient paths. Without a true battle, they wouldn't give up on their emperor paths. The god race's holy daughter Shenlan spoke, saying, "Everyone, why must you do this? There are many dangers ahead. We should join hands and cross the sea together instead of fighting to the death here. I think it's time to get rid of some people. I can't tolerate them being an eyesore on the road." Golden Snake Second Langjun said coldly as his golden snake body coiled around him. "That's right, it's time to settle things." The Heaven-Devouring Beast and Gold-Devouring Beast, these two supreme experts, also expressed their stance, pressing forward. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He raised his bow and released a monstrous killing intent. Pang Bo's blood chi surged and his battle prowess soared. His long hair danced in the wind and his eyes were like cold lightning. He was ready for a bloody battle. "Everyone, please calm down. Now is not the time for internal strife. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." Holy daughter of the celestial race, Shenlan, said coldly. She spoke the truth in a manner that was neither fast nor slow. Up ahead, the gray flood dragon, Gold Toad, and the other great sage might be waiting for them. They wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop and seize their natural luck. Shenlan's abilities were great. She understood a portion of the truth. The old divine expert had previously deduced that some of the young supreme beings might have great natural luck, drawing the Gold Toad, Heavenly Dog, and the other great sage's attention. They might take action to kill them and seize their good fortune. "You think we're scared of those old things? We'll wipe them all out in the future." Golden Snake Second Langjun sneered. A formation diagram appeared above his head. It was like a flying snake, golden multicolored light resplendent and releasing great divine might. "Killing the human race's holy body first won't affect our cooperation later on." The gold-devouring beast spoke coldly. Its entire body was cold, because its true body was a metal body. There would be young supreme beings falling step by step. The competitors on the Emperor path would be hostile towards each other. They didn't wish for others to stand in their way, so killing their enemies was the best choice. Hong. Suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation was transmitted from the bitter sea. An exceptional great battle took place up ahead. Purple energy overflowed into the heavens, divine might matchless. It was as if an ancient deity was awakening. The young supreme beings that were originally going to fight a bloody battle were all shaken. They stopped and gazed into the distance. Peng cries filled the skies. There was an enormous golden-winged heavenly peng there. It tore through the 9 heavens, its wings like clouds that covered heaven and earth, rising 90,000 li into the sky. This was a terrifying scene. This golden peng's strength was extremely powerful, ranked in the great sage realm. It was precisely the beast sovereign that walked together with the gray flood dragon, Gold Toad, and Heavenly Dog. He encountered tremendous trouble. In the sky overflowing purple mist, a pair of ice-cold eyes stared at him. An ancient corpse-like figure appeared, bone-chilling cold. The golden peng released a long cry. Its enormous divine wings tore apart the heavens, making the vast sea rise and fall. Tsunamis angrily struck the skies, as if heaven and earth were collapsing. However, purple mist overflowed into the heavens, drowning out the golden light. That indistinct figure rushed up to the golden peng, fighting a great battle with it. The battle was incredibly bitter. In just a short period of time, golden peng blood scattered down, pouring down like a torrential rain on the black sea of bitterness, triggering all types of irregular scenes. Who is that? He injured an exceptional great sage within 10 moves, and he might very well kill him. What kind of background did he have? The young supreme beings were all horrified. Even though they possessed endless potential, as well as terrifying inheritances, as well as secret treasures rarely seen since ancient times, their hearts were still beating like drums. That was but a golden-winged great peng, a powerful great sage, yet right now, it was being suppressed, placed in an absolutely passive position. It might very well die here. It's him. Pang Bo's expression became ugly. He saw a pair of purple eyes in the mist, as well as waves of resplendent purple light. He recalled the ancient corpse that was rising and falling in the sea not long ago. Correct, it is him. Yi Fan possessed the unrivaled heavenly origin eyes that could see through all fabrications. He saw the terrifying figure in the purple mist. That purple multicolored light was released from his eyes, and the purple mist was the blood energy within his body. It was extremely powerful, like a heavenly deity, terrifying into the heavens. This was the ancient great sage with the tyrant ether blood flowing through his body. Its might overflowed into the heavens, terrifying beyond compare. The Great Peng was originally the most powerful expert within the same realm, and their race's bloodline determined that they were blessed by the heavens. However, at this moment, it was completely insufficient. It was like an ordinary great bird that was being hunted down. Its entire body was dripping with blood, and one of its golden divine wings was almost torn off. This was an extremely powerful tyrant body rarely seen since ancient times. It had already died for several tens of thousands of years, and for some unknown reason, it revived. Even though it didn't have any techniques or ancient techniques, that type of powerful physique made even gods and devils tremble. It slaughtered until the golden-winged Great Peng cried out in grief. It wasn't its opponent at all. Is this a successful tyrant body? Yi Fan muttered to himself. His eyes flickered. Once this type of bloodline matured, it would truly be able to command gods and devils. It was extremely powerful and invincible. The golden-winged Great Peng flapped its wings and flew straight up into the sky. It wanted to enter the cosmos and escape from this sea of bitterness. However, it didn't have this opportunity. The tyrant ether blood supreme potential shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. It was difficult to find an opponent in this world, or else it wouldn't be called the Saint Physique's archenemy. This was the corpse of the great sage. At this moment, the purple tyrant ether blood surged like thunder, releasing an immortal power. He rushed into the sky and grabbed the Great Peng. With a pu sound, blood splashed everywhere like a downpour. The ancient tyrant corpse tore off one of the heavenly Peng's golden wings. It was extremely bloody and cruel. Ah, Gu Tianpeng screamed miserably, full of despair. The ancient corpse grabbed him, and he could no longer struggle free. It was like the most terrifying god and devil was fighting against his physical body. The tyrant body's eyes were ice cold. Purple light flickered, and with a forceful pull, Gu Tianpeng was hacked apart. His primordial spirit had just rushed out when it was grabbed and shattered, turning into ashes. The sea of bitterness was absolutely silent. Only the golden Peng blood was sprinkling down. The two halves of the corpse fell into the black sea with a dong sound, stirring up heaven overflowing waves. He is a corpse, but he revived and gradually obtained the matchless strength he had when he was alive. What is going on? The goddess of the god race, Shenlong, said to herself. Her expression was grave. The dozen or so young supreme beings were all horrified. Not long ago, they had hurriedly glanced over and saw an ancient corpse floating in the sea. They never expected it to revive now. He drifted in the sea of bitterness, soaked in seawater like a law enforcer. When he is needed, he will revive and possess the strength he had when he was alive, said the archaic demonic god's descendant, Sang-gu. After who knew how much time had passed, that pair of ice-cold and terrifying purple eyes disappeared. The mist scattered, and the powerful tyrant ether body entered the sea of bitterness, thus disappearing. After experiencing this calamity, the dozen or so young supreme beings all became silent. No one took action again. The golden snake race's 4 Langjuns, Sang-gu, the heaven-swallowing beast, and the others all went on their way, heading forward. It's a bit strange, Yi Fan said to himself. This sea of bitterness is too mysterious, and it is a bit too vast. Look, there are stars falling from time to time in the distance. It is even more vast than a stellar domain. Pang Bo said. They had never seen such a boundless sea before. It was comparable to a vast stellar domain, able to swallow the stars of the heavens. It was as if an ancient cosmos was evolving. The dozen or so individuals advanced side by side. They didn't fight and carefully headed towards where the golden-winged Peng fell. They wanted to see what was going on from the distance. That is. Everyone was shocked. At the center of that vast sea, there was a wave of supreme divine essence energy. It was as if immortal splendor was rising, surging in the sea. It made everyone's pores relax even from far away. At the center of the sea was an enormous spring. Compared to the boundless sea of bitterness, it was a spring, but for everyone, it was even larger than a true lake. It surged up from the depths of the sea. It was sacred and auspicious, full of pure white radiance. It was simply the true power of immortals. It made people feel as if they were about to sprout wings and ascend. It was too gorgeous, abnormally auspicious, divine, and holy. It was as if the divine dew of the celestial domain was surging. It was incomparably resplendent and full of vitality. This is a celestial spring. It can regrow flesh and bones from the dead. They finally knew why the golden-winged Peng appeared here. It must have been attracted by this celestial spring. It wanted to enter the spring, but in the end, it was killed. Not only were Yi Fan and Pang Bo moved, but even Shenlan, Sanggu, and the heaven-swallowing beast in another direction were shocked. The golden light in the eyes of the 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake clan flourished. There is a divine spring in the lifeless sea of bitterness. This is really strange and mysterious. Pang Bo muttered to himself. What did you say? Yi Fan was shocked after hearing this. There was a kind of sudden realization, but also a kind of shock, almost to the point of being horrified. I'm talking about the divine spring in the sea of bitterness. Pang Bo himself was stunned when he said this. Then, he revealed a shocked expression. Sea of bitterness, divine spring. Could this be a person's sea of reincarnation? The two of them looked at each other and thought of the same thing at the same time. It was too similar. Even the name of this place was the Sea of Bitterness. This might not be a random name, but a fact. Obviously, Sanggu, the heaven-swallowing beast, and the golden snake 4th Langjun also felt it. They revealed a shocked expression and carefully examined the huge divine spring. This. Could it be formed from the sea of reincarnation of a celestial being from the mythological era? Their voices were trembling. This was simply like a fantasy story. Such a vast sea of sufferings was even vaster than the vastest star field. It was like a universe. The celestial being was a supreme existence at the level of the great ancient emperor. However, at that time, there was no such thing as the great emperor or the ancient emperor. He was revered as heaven or Tao. The later generations called him the celestial being and the Tao venerable. It was earth-shattering. This speculation made the hearts of more than a dozen young supreme experts tremble. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. How heaven-defying was this? It challenged the limits of people's imagination. In the sea of bitterness that was as huge as the universe, stars fell from time to time like dust. If this was a fact, it would be enough to shock both ancient and modern times. There is most likely an ancient weapon at the level of the celestial being here, nourished in the eye of the divine spring. Yi Fan said in a low voice. Chapter 14:14. Giant black waves rose and fell, striking the skies. Waves of black mist rose, creating a terrifying scene. Yi Fan and Pang Bo wanted to find the celestial being ancient weapon. This place most likely had such an immortal weapon. Not only them, but Sanggu, the heaven-devouring beast, golden snake, and the others were also moving. They didn't want to miss out on such a heaven-defying opportunity. At the center of the sea, the life spring's immortal light rushed into the heavens. It was resplendent and dazzling, with strands of immortal energy. Unfortunately, there was no way to get close to that place. They saw that corpse again. When its purple eyes opened and closed, astonishing radiance shot out. This wasn't an ordinary ancient corpse. Not long ago, it single-handedly tore apart the golden-winged ancient sky pang. The golden rain of blood filled this heaven and earth with an austere aura. No one dared to use force. They couldn't enter that immortal spring. This was truly regretful. That place was sparkling and dazzling. Every drop of liquid was a precious medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones. It was unparalleled in this world. What a pity. Pang Bo sighed. Every drop of this immortal liquid was priceless. It was a rare great medicine, and this much was enough to make anyone's heart tremble. There will always be a way to get some divine liquid. Longma was the most unwilling to give up. This was the life spring of an ancient emperor, comparable to an immortal treasure. The group of people weren't willing to leave. They wanted to find a way to seize some immortal liquid and great medicine. They couldn't just watch helplessly like this. They were truly somewhat unwilling. The most powerful bloodline gold-devouring beast, heaven-devouring beast, and the others didn't leave. They were ancient beasts and desired this kind of thing the most. If they could devour it, they might be able to break through immediately. The Sea of Bitterness was even more vast than an ancient star field. It was like the vast cosmos. Stars flickered as they fell into the Black Sea. The waves reached hundreds of thousands of li. Everyone was cautious. Stars would fall from time to time like flying sand and stones, causing the waves of the Sea of Bitterness to rush into the heavens. This kind of scene made people suspicious and horrified. These are all stars. But compared to the Sea of Bitterness, they are like dust. The Sea of Bitterness was boundless. It wouldn't be full even if the heavenly rivers were filled up. However, this was only the sea of reincarnation of a celestial being. It was like a legend, even more fantastical than the Arabian Nights. Yi Fan opened his heavenly gaze, but it was difficult for him to see through this life spring. There was a tremendous pressure, and even after countless years had passed, this place was still a mysterious forbidden ground. The others were also exploring. Everyone's heavenly eyes were different. There were martial Tao heavenly eyes, blood will demonic eyes, supreme God heavenly eyes, and others, and the effects were also different. An hour later, Yi Fan was sweating profusely. He did his best to explore with all his might. Finally, he saw through some of the fog and saw the bottom of the sea. There were no weapons in the depths of the crystalline divine liquid, only chaotic mist and bolts of lightning. It was as if the world was being split apart. There's no celestial being ancient soldier. Yi Fan said softly. This was very disappointing. Pang Bo said, we'd better be on our way. Although the immortal liquid is good, with the protection of the Azure Overlord body, we might die if we're not careful. Without a sovereign weapon, it's not worth the risk. Yi Fan's group was not the first to leave. The 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race were very decisive. They had already gone ahead, and if they couldn't do it, then they wouldn't. Several ancient ships set out one after another. People thought that they would no longer have any contact with this life spring, but after traveling for hundreds of thousands of li, they were shocked. Smoke surged ahead, reaching the 9 heavens. That was an endless amount of essence energy gushing out, shaking down a few stars. This was unimaginable. Another life spring was like an enlarged version of the Bauta spring. It surged and surged with endless life force. It was extremely astonishing as it wreaked havoc on the heaven and earth. Something's wrong. Why did another spring appear? The people were puzzled. It was clear that a great battle had taken place here. There were remnants of the great sage's fluctuations, and it seemed like he had escaped. This kind of aura was extremely similar to the 2 Tao protectors of the human race. It can't be, right? Just how powerful of a character would it be to want to kill the 2 great sage? Pang Bo was horrified. In the depths of the bitter sea, a corpse floated horizontally. Its clothes were ancient, and its blood-colored hair covered its face. It was as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was another ancient corpse. What was going on? Why were there always such powerful corpses in the bitter sea? Were they protecting this life spring? Whose orders were they under? The ancient corpse floated past. It seemed as if as long as the life spring was not touched, it would not cause trouble. That terrifying body and ancient clothing were extremely similar to the archaic demonic gods from millions of years ago. I have a bad premonition. Could this ancient celestial being still be alive? The life spring is still surging. This is a bit inconceivable. Are these ancient corpses protecting the celestial being? Impossible. The celestial being from the legendary era was too desolate. He had already died for countless years, so long that it was impossible to trace back. No one could live for that long. In the following days, Yi Fan and the others saw a total of 4 life springs. They all had flourishing essence energy, causing the nearby sea region to become divine and auspicious. All the great sage were thinking about it. To them, the life springs of the ancient emperors were definitely worth risking their lives for. This kind of divine liquid could be used to prolong one's life. Why is there more than one life spring? Could it be that a few celestial beings were buried together? Could it be a super ocean tomb? Nine-tailed crocodile muttered. During the legendary era, there were 9 celestial beings and Dao venerables. All of them were extremely mysterious and their final whereabouts were unknown. Yi Fan frowned and shook his head. This bitter sea is so vast and boundless. It is comparable to an ancient star field. Although the life springs are big, they are still too small. Yi Fan speculated that the truly boundless life springs were about to dry up. These life springs were only a few strands of immortal essence. If they were at their peak, they would be countless times more vast than this. Boom! 2 days later, Yi Fan and the others saw the 7th life spring. An intense battle was taking place here. 4th Gentleman Golden Snake, Sanggu, and the heaven-swallowing beast were secretly watching. It's the old chief of the demonic ox race. He's about to lose. The opponent was a powerful figure dressed in battle clothes. There were totems of deities engraved on them. His entire body was shining, and there was a supreme aura of supremacy about him. He was a corpse, but when he opened his eyes, the brilliance in his eyes caused others to tremble. He was suppressing the old chief of the demonic ox race with matchless divine might. Later on, his body kept on recovering. His bloodline was astonishing and the sonorous voice of the great Tao was endless. His entire being was like a real ancient deity. Even his hair was glowing like a golden sun. God race. He was a real ancient corpse of the god race. Shenlong was excited and said with a trembling voice, "This is a real divine king." The endless bloodline of the god race can only give birth to one person after dozens of generations. Everyone was astonished. A divine king that could only appear after dozens of generations was no small matter. He was not the fake divine king of the other races. A real divine king could be said to be invincible under the heavens. The old chief of the demonic ox race was in existence at the peak of the great sage. He was currently the most powerful figure, yet he couldn't hold on and was beaten until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Even the diamond chakram in his hand was useless. In the end, he was defeated. His black mountain-like body smashed through the void, and an enormous horn was hacked off by the divine king's bare hands. With a large amount of blood blossoming, he fell into the bitter sea with a putong sound. Moo! The old bull released a loud roar that shattered heaven and earth. The diamond chakram in his hand opened up a black hole, and he jumped inside to escape without a trace. Even though the real divine king had turned into a corpse, he was still able to beat the demonic ox race's supreme great sage until he fled. One could see just how powerful he was when he was alive, and it left everyone speechless. The bloodline of deities was the most powerful race in the cosmos. This was a well-deserved reputation. Tyrannical ether blood, divine king. Which one of them wasn't a supreme bloodline? Yet his corpse became the protector of several life springs. This made people bewildered and horrified. What kind of cause and effect was there? A day later, someone discovered the 8th life spring. The divine liquid was brilliant, and immortal energy surged. It was full of powerful life force. The stone man fought a great battle here. With the heaven measuring ruler in hand, the green and golden immortal tears flickered, and divine splendor scattered across the bitter sea. However, the most powerful Holy Spirit was still defeated, and it almost died under the mysterious ancient corpse's hands. It wasn't that far from the realm of Quasi-Emperor, but half of its body was blasted apart by that person's bare hands. It was only fortunate enough to escape this disaster. Divine blood scattered out, and it fled into the void. This was undoubtedly a type of storm. The great sage who crossed the bitter sea had almost all been defeated. There was actually no one who could defeat those corpses. Could it be a corpse disaster? Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. Why was every spring protected by ancient corpses, and they were all matchless ancient existences? Tyrannical ether blood, divine king, and others, which one of them were ordinary? Even he was a bit doubtful. Could it be that the sea of reincarnation could recover its life force, and that the ancient celestial being could come back to life? Otherwise, why would there be these divine masters guarding it? In the end, the 9th life spring was discovered, and it was also the last life spring. It was located at the very center, and it was surrounded by the other 8 life springs. The area it covered was also the most vast and boundless. Divine light was resplendent, and even the sun and moon were eclipsed. The other 8 were springs, and this one could be called the Sea of Life. It was vast and resplendent, and strand after strand of immortal energy rose from it. Those who crossed the bitter sea and didn't fall all arrived here. It was because there was a great emperor weapon in the life sea of this supreme god. The great sage sensed it, and their minds were all shaken. They stopped here in an attempt to fish it out. Even the great demonic god, Di Tian, and the earth corpse who hadn't been seen for many days came, appearing in this sea of bitterness. Yi Fan sat on the ancient ship, and he gazed at the bitter sea from far away. His forehead bone shone, and his entire body was dripping with sweat. The life springs of the great ancient emperors weren't something ordinary people could see through. Even though he was at the Saint King realm and had golden blood flowing through his body, Yi Fan still found it extremely strenuous. His eyes were in intense pain, and tears of blood flowed out. He circulated the swordsman formula to recover his injured body, or else even the heavenly eye might collapse. The chaotic energy and lightning interweaved together in his sea of life, creating an extremely terrifying scene. I saw 4 immortal swords. Their killing intent is exceptional, and I can't get close. That kind of peerless aura can destroy everything. Yi Fan's eyes were dripping with blood. Terrifying cracks appeared in his eyes, caused by the murderous intent at the bottom of the sea. His body trembled, and he quickly closed his eyes. He couldn't continue. It really is 4 killing swords. During these 2 days, 3 great sage have already fallen, and 5 others are seriously injured. All of them were caused by the killing swords. Pang Bo revealed a serious expression. Hong. Suddenly, the extreme divine might wreaked havoc, and the bitter sea surged. Even the stars in the sky were shaken, and the tremendous pressure made even the great sage feel like he was suffocating. A golden pot emitting a simple and unadorned aura was currently reviving. It swallowed the heaven and earth, and it wanted to collect the 4 killing swords below. The stars in the sky all fell down, and huge waves of hundreds of thousands of li were stirred up. This is. Everyone felt their blood run cold, and they all quickly retreated. This was the extreme Dao Emperor weapon, God's smelting pot, and it belonged to the light race. At this time, even the great sage were trembling. The God's smelting pot was reviving, and this type of pressure made everyone feel despair and terror. They couldn't resist it. Everyone was extremely unwilling. The ancient race wanted to take away the ancient celestial being's weapon and take everything here for themselves. Everyone could only watch helplessly, and they had no way to stop it. Chi. Suddenly, sword chi pierced through the bitter sea and tore apart the cosmos. It directly hacked down many of the great stars in the sky. The 4 killing swords in the sea of life revived, and they slashed out sword radiance that made all living things feel fear. The endless killing intent shook the endless ages. Dang! The god's smelting pot was hacked down, and it released a ringing sound. Its radiance immediately grew dim, and it directly flew outwards, tearing through the sky for hundreds of thousands of li. What? An ancient emperor weapon was hacked flying? Everyone was shocked. The 4 killing swords were all ancient emperor weapons? This was too shocking. There were 4 great emperor weapons here. For killing swords, could it be that the heaven-reaching sect truly exists in this world? Pang Bo's hair and bones trembled as he muttered to himself. Chapter 14-15. Not only was Pang Bo frightened, even Yi Fan was startled. For immortal swords were suppressing the life spring of the ancient celestial being. This was truly strange and terrifying. Do the people from the investiture of the gods really exist in this world? Impossible. Pang Bo shook his head. The 4 killing swords' auras were horrifying. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened. They rushed over like ferocious beasts from the desolate wastelands. Surging sword energy shot up, splitting the heavens and earth. Many great stars in the sky were hacked down. Black waves overflowed from the sea of bitterness. The waves reached hundreds of thousands of miles, and the stars fell like flying sand and stones. The scene was boundlessly terrifying. This kind of atmosphere, this kind of tyrannical, this kind of murderous aura could really shock 10,000 regions. It was rarely seen since ancient times. At the very least, the great sage and the young supreme beings present had never seen it before. Was this the terrifying scene of a great emperor weapon truly coming back to life? It was too shocking. Even the great sage would be crushed by the sword energy like an ant if he went up. In another world, the smelting god pot was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. Azure golden splendor scattered down, making it hazy. It was originally about to completely revive, but in the end, it was sent flying, and its luster became much dimmer. In the sea, an old man appeared and chased after it. He was born with 4 faces, and at this moment, he was continuously coughing out blood. His body was originally full of light, but now, it was trembling, and the halo was receding. This was the light race's great sage Mi Zhen. He had cultivated for 6,500 years, but now, he was in such a sorry state, almost falling into the sea. After taking out the smelting god pot, he was far enough away to avoid this disaster. If he was near the smelting god pot, he would undoubtedly die and become ashes. How could this be? Mi Zhen's hair was disheveled and bloodstained, and his face was full of disbelief. He was the grand great sage. He took out the smelting god pot, an ancient emperor weapon that had shaken the world, but it didn't have the desired effect. He was almost shaken to death. The 4 swords were all emperor weapons with peerless power. Even now, their murderous aura made him tremble. No one used the 4 swords, so how could they be more terrifying than the great sage's immortal sacrificial pot? Mi Zhen stood next to the golden pot and silently adjusted his breathing. Sparkling radiance flickered, and the bloody wounds on his body disappeared. His body slowly recovered. Half an hour later, Mi Zhen returned to this sea region. Now, everyone was extremely vigilant. He had an emperor weapon on him, so they all had to be on him. The black bitter ocean gradually calmed down and no more stars fell. However, the murderous aura did not completely disappear. It was contained within the sparkling and brilliant life spring. Extreme emperors might, this was an indisputable fact. Moreover, there were 4 emperor swords, leaving everyone shocked. There was a type of passion within their hearts, as well as a deep fear. Everyone has seen it. There is a great emperor weapon in the sea. It cannot be seized by a single person. Why don't we join forces? Mi Zhen, the great sage of the light race, spoke to everyone. Everyone was startled. Many people's eyes shone with brilliance. Cooperating with someone who possessed an imperial armament was truly too dangerous. Mijin said, "Do not doubt me. I have no evil intentions. Everyone here is a genius. How could my light race dare to offend all of you?" He wanted to work together with the great sage to activate the smelting god pot and revive the four swords. As for how to distribute them, that would be discussed later. Some people were tempted. No matter how powerful the light race was, they wouldn't dare to make all the other races their enemy. Since there was an emperor weapon at the center of the spring, there might be ancient scriptures, other artifacts, and immortal medicines below. Anything nourished by the ancient celestial being's spring would definitely be heaven-defying. The great sage discussed. The young supreme beings hid as far away as they could. If some old man lost his mind and attacked them with an emperor weapon, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they had secret treasures. Even powerful and conceited characters like Golden Snake 4th Langjun, Heaven-Swallowing Beast, and Sanggu kept a low profile. They stood in the distance and watched silently, waiting for the result. "Do you think Tong Tian really exists?" Pang Bo asked. Investiture of the Gods was a demonic novel that couldn't be believed. There was no such person in the true Taoism and ancient China's myths. That was why Pang Bo was conflicted. "No." Yi Fan shook his head and muttered, "There is." "What do you mean?" Pang Bo was astonished. "Let's see how strong those four swords are first," Yi Fan said. He retreated again and again with Pang Bo, Longma, and the others. They didn't want to get involved. "All right. Dao brothers, let's work together. At the very least, we can absorb a portion of the celestial liquid. If we can open this spring, the harvest will be incomparable," Mijin said. After their discussion, four great sage decided to work together with him. The others continued to observe and didn't want to declare their position immediately. It was because those four swords were too powerful. Just now, they revived on their own and sent the azure divine pot flying. This made them feel restraining fear, even a type of fear. There were a few great sage who suspected that there might be living creatures in their sea of life. They might be formidable existences that were controlled by humans. Otherwise, how could they do this? That was why they were extremely cautious. Hong. The smelting god pot revived. It was entirely azure gold in color and dazzling. Streak after streak of immortal feather-like ripples appeared, releasing extreme divine might. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky were all swaying. It was forged from feather azure gold. The deities inside awakened and emperor energy swirled about. Its power shook the 9 heavens. The mouth of the pot took in and sent out radiance. Chaotic energy appeared and streaks of stellar streams flowed about. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. This was an emperor weapon that could swallow the cosmos and store stellar streams within. It could refine all things in the world. Just those fluctuations alone made the great sage want to kneel down. This time, the Light Clan's great sage Mijin didn't act arrogantly. He slowly pushed forward, allowing the smelting god pot to gradually revive to its peak and truly awaken the deities. Moreover, he didn't prepare to swallow all 4 killing swords into the pot at once. Instead, he separated them first and targeted one. However, things always exceeded one's expectations. Lightning suddenly rumbled and thunder rumbled. It was as if there were demonic gods howling. A loud honglong sounded. That sea of life was directly cut apart. The 4 immortal swords below were trembling. The murderous aura was extremely strong, shocking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The surging sword energy was like smoke signals, as well as tens of thousands of silver streams that descended. They were boundless and wreaked havoc in all directions, taking the initiative to attack the smelting god pot. Everyone's scalps went numb. How were they supposed to defend against this type of power? It really was as if an ancient great emperor had revived. It couldn't be blasphemed against. This left everyone confused. There were no creatures in that life spring's eye, so how could the 4 swords revive and attack on their own? 3 of the 4 great sage that joined in immediately fled. They didn't resist and chose to give up. Only one person and Mijin were left. They operated the divine pot, but they were also flying backwards. Hong. This time, the smelting god pot was hacked by the sword energy. Its entire body erupted with radiance, blocking most of the pressure. However, it still flew backwards. This time, Mijin wasn't that lucky. His entire body was covered in blood, flying out diagonally like a scarecrow. His primordial spirit was almost split in half, his entire body in tatters. The other great sage also coughed out blood. When he saw this situation, he didn't say a word, fleeing for his life, no longer willing to cooperate. It was a failure again. Mijin almost died. If not for his preparations being more ample this time, as well as the endless distance between them and the divine pot, controlling it from a distance, not even bone dregs would have been left. How could it be like this? Mijin said to himself. With someone controlling the smelting god pot, could it not compare to the 4 ownerless killing swords? Pooh! Suddenly, the lower half of his body exploded. Then, the upper half also broke apart inch by inch, turning into a bloody mist. This type of scene made one's blood run cold. All of the great sage were shocked. When the final light sound rang out, his frontal bone shattered, immortal foundation disintegrated, primordial spirit extinguished, destroyed under a strand of terrifying murderous sword energy. This was overflowing from the smelting god pot. Just now, when the 4 swords hacked over, boundless sword energy poured into the pot. At this time, Mijin approached, so a disaster naturally occurred. These 4 swords are too terrifying. Even the great sage was horrified. Hong. Suddenly, the smelting god pot shone, its entire body resplendent. It flew back on its own, rushing towards the sea of life. Everyone was stupefied, and then they were overjoyed. It was clear that the deity within the divine pot had awakened and was furious. It took the initiative to attack, wanting to determine who was stronger and who was weaker against the 4 killing swords. This place immediately exploded. What sea of suffering, what life spring! None of them could withstand this extreme divine might. Primal chaos lightning danced about, terrifying to the extreme. With a hung-long sound, under this strike, the 10,000 regions of the heavens trembled. Many stars above shattered, and some fell. The sea of suffering's waves rushed into the heavens, smashing into the depths of the cosmos. Chi! A resplendent streak of green-golden light flickered, rushing out of the sea of suffering, tearing apart the void, entering the ancient star domain, disappearing into the depths of the cosmos. Everyone was shaken. No one knew what kind of great collision happened between the smelting god pot and the celestial being ancient weapon, but everyone saw it retreat in the end. The star domain collapsed. Many great stars were struck down, smashing into the Black Sea. The entire star domain was trembling. Hurry and look, there is an ancient diagram above the 4 killing swords. That is, a formation diagram. So it was like this, the ancient great emperor's formation diagram merged with the 4 killing swords, naturally becoming unmatched in the heavens above and earth below. There was actually a great emperor's formation diagram left behind in this world. It is simply heaven-defying. Could it be that it was that person? I think I might know who it was. The great sage was shaken. The young supreme beings' hearts rose and fell, all of them horrified. There is no heavenly reason, it really is, him? Pang Bo's eyes released a look of disbelief. There is no such person as heaven-reaching master, but it can also be said to be him. Yi Fan shook his head and revealed a strange expression. The original form of heaven-reaching master in the investiture of the gods was the spiritual treasure celestial being of Taoism. Everything here should be related to him. Taoism had the spiritual treasure sect, and the spiritual treasure celestial being was one of the 3 pure ones. He was an ancient celestial being from the mythological era. There were many legends about him in ancient China, and they were deduced by later generations and written into books. It really is heaven-reaching master. Could it be the immortal execution diagram and the 4 swords? Pang Bo's eyes widened. After witnessing the matchless divine might of the 4 swords just now, his blood began to boil. Wrong, you should call him the spiritual treasure celestial being. To be more precise, there is no such person as heaven-reaching master, said Yi Fan. In the distance, the great sage were also discussing. All of their expressions were stirred up, and they were all incomparably shaken. They didn't recognize the four swords, but according to the ancient records, they recognized the formation diagram. It's the spiritual treasure celestial being. Who would have thought that this was his sea of suffering? There is a killing diagram in his life spring. According to the ancient records, the spiritual treasure celestial being was a heaven-warping talent with matchless divine might. He had once refined a divine diagram and used it to achieve the Tao. He swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, becoming the sole ruler of the heavens and earth. It was rumored that he had also tried to refine weapons. He said that he wanted to forge a killing sword and combine it with the formation diagram. He could use this to become an immortal and fight his way into the immortal domain. During the latter half of his life, all of his energy was invested in this. Legend has it that as long as he forged an ancient celestial being weapon that was compatible with the formation diagram, he would achieve the Tao and become an immortal. Now that the 4 killing swords have appeared and are compatible with the diagram, could it be that he became an immortal? Everyone was shocked. When they thought of this result, their scalps went numb. Impossible, the spiritual treasure celestial being sea of reincarnation is here, proving that he passed away in meditation. His vast and boundless body lies in the cosmos, how could he become an immortal? That might not be the case. Perhaps this is an emperor body shed after becoming an immortal. According to the ancient records, the spiritual treasure celestial being once said that as long as the formation diagram and the celestial being ancient weapon appear together, he could become an immortal. Not a single one of the great sage could remain calm. These 4 killing swords together with the formation diagram represented a terrifying extreme power. The ancient celestial being had placed his hopes on it becoming an immortal. We have to think of a way to seize the immortal punishing formation diagram and the 4 killing swords. Pang Bo's eyes burned with passion as he rubbed his palms together. Chapter 14:16. Yi Fan shook his head, don't randomly name it. There is no such person as heavenly connection. Calling it the formation diagram or the 4 murder sword is more appropriate. How about I change my name to heavenly connection? Pang Bo's eyes shone brilliantly as his blood boiled. He had a desire for the 4 swords and the divine diagram. The formation diagram and killing sword were too powerful. If he obtained them, who would he be afraid of in the future? He and Yi Fan could move unhindered through the heavens and earth. If they encountered the great sage, they could cut them down with one slash. Yi Fan was startled and said, "It is best not to speak carelessly in the ancient celestial being sea of reincarnation." Sword energies surged, rivers of stars fell, and the universe split apart. Great stars exploded and fell from time to time, smashing the black sea of bitterness into the depths of the star domain. Under this sword formation, nothing could stop it. It was as if a great hole had been torn open in hell. Murderous intent overflowed into the heavens, boundless and boundless. Primogenitor Lingbao is too terrifying. No one can take the imperial weapon and formation map that he left behind. Bull Demon King sighed. He had lost a horn during the battle with the ancient corpse of the Shen clan, but it was not a serious injury. Everyone finally understood why the 4 swords were left here and not taken away. It was clearly too difficult, and no one could move them. The tsunami-like sword energies lost their target and finally retracted, stopping at the eye of the life spring. That formation diagram is an illusion and not the true body? Everyone was astonished. There was a great sage who saw the real scene. Yi Fan also opened his heavenly eye. Despite the damage to his eyes, bloody cracks appeared one after another. He shot out 2 brilliant beams of light that reached the center of the sea. The formation diagram was engraved with ancient and mysterious great Tao symbols. It was like the deep cosmos, but it also seemed to be formed by the great Tao itself. It contained the great killing tribulation of the world, making it seem boundlessly terrifying. At this time, the formation diagram became indistinct like an illusion. It imprinted itself in the eye of the life spring before disappearing. It's not real. Wrong, there really is a formation diagram, but it is not here. It only left behind an illusion that can display its divine might at the crucial moment and awaken the four swords. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, their minds became active again. Where was the array diagram? That was the most crucial point. If he obtained it, he might be able to inherit the orthodoxy of the numinous treasure celestial being. At that time, the formation diagram, the four kill swords, and the ancient scriptures would become the strongest divine treasures. The formation diagram is the key. Only by obtaining it can one grasp everything. I wonder where it is buried? Everyone's eyes were burning hot, and they became excited again. The array diagram disappeared, and the four killing swords calmed down. The sea was calm, but if one were to carefully sense or get close, they would still feel the killing intent seeping into their bones. Yi, what do you think about changing my name to Tong Tian? Pang Bo said. Yi Fan pondered and said, this isn't too good. Without this person, don't create it. Why? Pang Bo was puzzled. Yi Fan said, the ancient celestial being and the great emperor were willing to do anything in order to pursue immortality. I'm afraid that something will go wrong in the end. Pang Bo was stunned and said, you think the true body of Tong Tian will appear? I didn't say that. Yi Fan shook his head, but he always felt that this kind of thing was a taboo, and it was better to stay away from it. In the following days, everyone worked hard and thought of all kinds of methods to obtain the four celestial swords, but they all failed. During this period, another great sage fell. He used a trick to create an incarnation, but it still brought about a fatal disaster. It caused his true body to fall as well. This was horrifying. That kind of sword chi was comparable to the attack of an ancient great emperor. In the era without emperors, who could face it head-on? The smelting god pot was sent flying, and no one dared to approach it again. Next, the human Dao protectors, the bull demon king, the ancient evil god, and the others all searched through ancient books and divine canons. They wanted to find some clues and flaws from the historical records. However, the era of legends was too desolate. Not to mention finding a way to restrain it, even the weapons of the ancient celestial being and their names were inauspicious in the books of later generations. They couldn't be listed all of them. It was said that the group Secret of the Nine Secrets was created by the numinous treasure celestial being. It involved divine patterns, Dao marks, talismans, and so on. It could be said that it was the ancestor of the formation, the most powerful killing formation since ancient times. And now, the great sage searched through ancient books and confirmed this saying through all kinds of clues. This was even more of a headache. This meant that without the formation diagram, there was no solution. It was almost impossible to break this killing formation. Even if a great emperor came back to life, he would have a headache for a while. Even if there is no one controlling this killing formation, all the great sage in the universe will be killed. This was the conclusion people came to. They searched through the sea of misery and started from the other springs, but unfortunately, they couldn't find anything. There was no trace of the formation diagram, and they were close to despair. The four killing swords have been here for countless years, and no one has ever taken them away. There is a reason for this. People could only sigh. The heroes stayed here for half a year, but they didn't make any breakthroughs. They could only sigh and choose to leave. Many people were already on their way. For example, Sangu, the golden snake, Di Tian, and the gold-eating beast. They were very decisive and knew that they couldn't do anything. They immediately killed their way into the depths of the sea of misery, wanting to be the first to reach the other shore. The result was beyond everyone's expectations, including the great sage. They set off from the springs and relied on ancient ships to cross through the void passage many times. The area they crossed was comparable to a huge star field. When they finally reached the other shore, it was a boundless starry sky. It wasn't the dwelling place of the gods at all. From start to finish, they added up to a year, but this was the result. It was hard to believe. Where was the so-called ancient land of life? Everyone was angry. Could this be a scam? Were the ancients playing tricks on the later generations? We can't use common sense to judge this. Since the Sea of Misery is a part of the ancient celestial being's body, could the dwelling place of the gods be the Sea of Misery, the Springs of Life, the Divine Bridge, and the other shore were the four small realms that corresponded to the secret realm of the Sea of Reincarnation? If one wanted to cross the sea, they would need to cross the Divine Bridge. It wasn't that no one thought of this. In reality, when the Springs of Life were discovered, there were already people who tried to find the Divine Bridge. Unfortunately, they all failed. In the end, they couldn't see the other shore. After crossing the Black Sea for a year in vain, they finally turned around and thought about it. The Sea of Misery is boundless, turn back to the shore. Damn you! Pang Bo cursed. Everyone turned around and returned. They couldn't help but sigh. The Sea of Misery really needed to be turned back and couldn't be crossed to the end. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. Too many people died in the Black Sea. Dozens of races sent their experts in, but in the end, they only left behind blood and bones. Without an ancient ship, they couldn't stay for a long time. Regardless of whether it was the Black Sea or this void, they would both weaken one's cultivation and magical power. Only by standing on the ship could they be safe. During these 5 years, Yi Fan diligently cultivated and comprehended the Tao every day. His cultivation improved day by day. There were bloody battles before, and he was even chased by the great sage. However, he made it through those bloody battles. That damned gray flood dragon, that damned toad, and that dog, wait until I become the great sage, I'll skin you all alive. Pang Bo was furious. His entire body was covered in blood. During these few years, the gray flood dragon, golden toad, heavenly dog, and the other ancient beast deities had persevered in their pursuit. They had just escaped from a disaster. During this period of time, Yi Fan and the others had clashed with many young supreme beings and hundreds of races. Many bloody battles had occurred, and they had experienced the baptism of blood. Everyone deduced the trajectory of the Divine Bridge, but they couldn't make it manifest. They needed the gushing of the life spring to construct it and connect it to the other shore. This was the same as the secret realm of the human body. After such a long time, how could the life spring gush out? Now, it was about to dry up. The sea of divine liquid they saw was comparatively speaking. Compared to the vast sea of bitterness, it was insignificant. I'll enter the life spring to take a look. Yi Fan frowned. In the end, he made a decision. He wanted to take the risk and enter the center of the life spring. All right, I'll go with you. We'll first obtain the Zhu Xian formation diagram, then cross the Divine Bridge to reach the other shore, Pang Bo said. Yi Fan firmly shook his head. No, it's too risky. Even though I have the man-faced ghost lantern and know the expiate people scripture to extinguish the murderous intent of the four swords, I've only tested it from the outside. I've never truly entered, so it's full of variables. There shouldn't be a problem. Since it's Tongtian's sect leader's magical artifact and scripture, it should be able to sense the Zhu Xian four swords he left behind. It won't attack us, Pang Bo said. The only thing Yi Fan could rely on was the spiritual treasure celestial being's Sea of Reincarnation. He had the ancient artifact and a magical scripture, so he felt that he had a certain chance of entering. Black mist rose in spirals above the bitter sea, containing murderous intent. Only at the center, dense mist rose and multicolored light rushed towards the heavens. There was immortal energy rising, dazzling and resplendent. The life spring gurgled like an immortal spring. The sparkling and translucent liquid made people feel as though they were about to sprout wings and ascend to immortality. All the pores and bones in their bodies were moistened, their bodies became light and agile. Their spirits were full and their immortal platforms emitted Tao sounds on their own. Yi Fan chanted the expiate people scripture. A bronze lamp hovered beside him. He got close to the life spring in the center and felt as though his bones were about to collapse and his body was about to be destroyed. The human body and ghost face lamp flickered, and a withered little old man appeared in the wick of the lamp. It was very strange. He sat cross-legged and chanted the expiate people scripture. The flames of the mythological era flourished. At this moment, the murderous intent receded and the feeling of his body about to explode disappeared. Yi Fan was enveloped by the hazy flames as he got closer to the life spring. Above his head was the myriad chi cauldron and in his hand was the green copper piece. His body was draped with the immortal treasure map from the nest of 10,000 dragons. Only then did he enter the life spring accompanied by the ancient lamp. The moment he entered, his pores relaxed and divine energy surged from his body, becoming 10 times stronger. The divine liquid almost drowned out the lamp. It was as though he was about to sprout wings and ascend to immortality. In the distance, Pang Bo, Longma and the rest had their hearts in their throats. Seeing that he entered safely and was not killed by the immortal execution 4 swords, they heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Fan also heaved a sigh of relief, indicating to them that there was no need to worry. This human body ghost face lamp had a heaven-defying effect. The murderous intent was still there, but it was not targeted at him. Yi Fan did not dare to drink the life spring of the ancient emperors. This was a good thing, but it might contain killing intent. The light emitted by the ghost face lamp blocked the sparkling and translucent liquid outside. The life spring was filled with dense immortal energy and the sparkling and translucent liquid emitted a sweet fragrance. Yi Fan held onto the ghost face lamp and dived down into the depths, wanting to see what was going on. He saw it, he finally saw it vaguely. There were 4 dark red killing swords at the bottom. Although they were simple and unadorned, they were emitting an exceptional murderous intent. Could it be that I can really take away the 4 swords? Yi Fan's heart was beating rapidly. At this time, he was very far away. Although the murderous intent passed through the ghost light curtain and entered, it did not harm him. This gave birth to a sliver of hope in his heart. Something's not right. There's a cave under the water. Yi Fan was startled. To be more precise, there was a stone mirror that was abnormally polished. Through it, he could see a cave suspended in the center of the life spring. It should be very far from where he was. This was the effect of the formation, or else he would not have been able to see it. It's not that far from the 4 killing swords. What's the connection? Yi Fan observed carefully through the stone mirror. The cave was grand and imposing, just like the ancient watchtower of the celestial court. It was majestic and intimidating, but it was completely silent. This kind of thing appearing in the life spring of the ancient emperors was very strange. Yi Fan's heart throbbed. What kind of person was this, to actually live in this place? It's a monkey. His heart jumped. He changed his angle and saw a monkey through the stone mirror. Its entire body was covered in flickering golden fur, as if it was cast from gold. It was dazzling. Yi Fan was stunned. He almost did not dare to believe his own eyes. Wasn't that the sacred battle ape? It was too similar to the sacred prince and the victorious fighting Buddha. The only difference was that it had 6 ears. Could this be the legendary 6-eared macaque? Yi Fan was shocked. It actually lived in the life spring of the ancient emperors. Chapter 14:17. The divine ape's eyes were closed, and its golden fur was dazzling. It sat on a praying mat without moving an inch, as if it was made of gold. There really was a 6-eared macaque. This made Yi Fan dumbstruck. It was too similar to the sacred prince, and if it was not for the fact that he was born with 6 ears, he would have been mistaken. How strange. How did he get in? Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil, and it was difficult for him to calm down. This was the life spring of the ancient celestial being, and yet this monkey was so heaven-defying that it could reside here. This was not something an ordinary deity could do, and it defied common sense. The formation of the spirit treasure and the 4 killing swords could not be broken. Even great emperor weapons could not break through it. Could it be that he was like me, and also obtained the ancient weapons and runes left behind by the ancient celestial being? Yi Fan muttered to himself. The stone mirror rotated, but it was not stationary. It was floating up and down in the life spring, simple and natural. It flashed past, and the figure of the monkey also disappeared. Yi Fan moved his body, but no matter how he adjusted the angle, he could not see clearly. A chaotic rune flickered, and it almost sealed the mirror. Is he alive, or has he passed away? Yi Fan could not be sure. The creature that looked like a wooden statue was like a stone statue, and it did not move at all. The distance was too far, and he could not make a judgment. The six-eared macaque was a heaven-defying race that had disappeared for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. To be able to see one today made Yi Fan feel that it was a little unimaginable. He had a bad premonition seeing such a creature in this place. This was an extremely powerful race that could pierce through the heavens. If it was still alive, it would definitely be a great calamity if it jumped out. Yi Fan observed carefully. Although the mirror was blurry, he could still see a bit of the grand atmosphere of the cave that it had formed. There was actually a bit of an immortal's aura, and strands of immortal energy seeped out. It did not seem like a structure that originally existed in the life spring, but was moved here by someone else. Only the 4 immortal swords had the qualifications to be nurtured here. Other treasures could not enter the life spring of the ancient celestial being. Yi Fan took a closer look and indeed found something unusual. The abode of immortals seemed to have been cut off from the celestial mountain and moved here. There were cracks on it. Incredible. It looks like the six-eared macaque really did move his cave abode here and treat this place as a treasured place for immortals to cultivate. At this moment, the primal chaos rune dimmed, and the cave abode finally became a little clearer. Yi Fan hurriedly opened his source-opening heavenly eye to take a closer look. Dao talismans, divine inscriptions, and scriptures. On the inner walls of the cave, there were some places that were densely packed with all kinds of ancient characters. They were mottled and full of the aura of time. Yi Fan's eyes froze. He saw some characters that belonged to the expiate person scripture. It contained a strange magical power. At the same time, there were some other scriptures, but unfortunately, he could only see bits and pieces of them. This doesn't look like an outsider's residence. It looks like it belongs to the numinous treasure celestial being. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with a strange light. He pondered for a while and came to a rough conclusion. The six-eared macaque had a great fortune and obtained a cave abode of the numinous treasure celestial being. He cut off the whole thing and moved it here. Without a doubt, this Dao field was no small matter. Otherwise, how could it peacefully submerge in the life spring of the ancient celestial being and let the 4 killing swords sense a familiar qi? It should have passed away in meditation. Yi Fan came to this conclusion after observing. The bitter sea had not been peaceful for the past few years, and there was no sign of the six-eared macaque. He felt that it was most likely a corpse. He approached the stone mirror to confirm the cave abode. If he could enter, there might be a great fortune. However, as soon as he got close, he heard a slight trembling sound. The chaotic runes on the stone mirror flickered mysteriously, and the cave abode became even more blurry. Moreover, the 4 ancient swords below were filled with killing intent. Although there was no sound, it was still terrifying. It was obvious that there was a killing intent rushing over. If he did not have a human body and the ghost face lamp, he would most likely be torn to pieces. The killing swords were mysterious and terrifying. They could easily cause rivers of blood and millions of corpses. Even with the numinous treasure celestial being's bronze lamp, I can't get close. It seems that the cave abode is really extraordinary. It was recognized by the 4 swords and is even better than the ancient lamp. At this time, Yi Fan finally saw the 4 swords clearly. On the dark red sword body was the scene of the slaying immortals. A man looked down on the world and the gods. Could this be the numinous treasure celestial being? Yi Fan's mind was shaken. None of the 4 swords had the same pattern. There was the scene of the slaying immortals, the scene of a sea of blood destroying the universe, and the scene of tens of thousands of corpses. A bitter aura covered the heaven and earth. Every killing sword seemed to have devoured the blood of millions and millions of creatures. They were clearly motionless and sunk there, but there was a kind of heaven collapsing and earth-splitting aura being emitted. It was as if the universe was going to collapse. The 4 swords represented destruction. Moreover, Yi Fan realized that they were one entity. There was only one deity born in the four sword bodies. Strictly speaking, this was only an emperor weapon. Only when they were united could they be unrivaled under the heavens. Once they were separated, their power would most likely decrease. However, there was no one in this world that could separate them. The appearance of the formation was comparable to the revival of an ancient emperor. He was personally leading the killing swords. With the four swords in the formation, I might really be unrivaled under the heavens, but it will be difficult to obtain. Yi Fan frowned. He chanted the expiate person scripture and held the human body devil face lamp in his hand. He sat cross-legged within the life spring and emptied his mind. He tried to communicate with the four killing swords and obtain their approval. However, the four swords were like the ocean abyss, deep and unfathomable. The bloody scene of the slaying immortals seemed to have reappeared in reality. It turned into a wave of pressure that forced Yi Fan to retreat. This won't do. The killing intent of these four immortal swords is too strong. There is no one in this world that can control them. I need the formation diagram to take them away. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. He didn't continue to take the risk. He avoided the four swords and dove downwards. At the bottom should be the ancient celestial being's life wheel. It was sparkling and shining, and its surface was covered densely with countless cracks. It couldn't be approached, and there was a great pressure coming from it. Yi Fan was truly shocked. Every year he lived, a crack would appear on the life wheel like the rings of a tree. After such a long period of time, why was it still shining and not collapsing? He had a horrified feeling. The numinous treasure celestial being left behind the expiate person scripture because he foresaw something. He might be able to suppress the corpse calamity, so it was definitely an expert of this path. And now, his sea of reincarnation still hadn't completely collapsed. This made people feel that something was wrong. The greatest corpse calamity better not be him. Yi Fan's expression was uncertain. He flipped through the ancient texts. According to what the great sage said, once the numinous treasure celestial being forged an emperor weapon and the formation diagram harmonized, he would ascend to immortality. However, this wasn't the case. Yi Fan was sure that the numinous treasure celestial being definitely lived for more than one era. The traces on the wheel C far exceeded 10 to 20,000 years. It wasn't the short lifespan of the ancient celestial being. Since he couldn't get close, he could only retreat and search for the life springs, but he couldn't find anything else. The strangest thing was that the cave dwelling used to have a six-eared macaque. Now, he couldn't enter, which made him feel helpless. Yi Fan collected a cauldron of life spring divine liquid and rushed out of the water with a splash. He looked around and saw that no one was there. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at another sea of bitterness. Where's Pang Bo? Where did Longma and the others go? Yi Fan was puzzled. They hadn't been separated for long, but the group had disappeared. There were some fluctuations left behind here. He sensed them carefully and then opened his eyes in anger. Two beams of cold light shot out and he said, "It's the golden toad, the grey flood dragon, and the heavenly hound again. They've gone too far." It had to be said that the three ancient beasts' spiritual senses were very sharp. They sensed that the group had secret treasures on them and stared at them like the golden snake fourth Langjun. Especially once, when Pang Bo was researching the demon emperor ruler, they sensed a wisp of chi activity and became suspicious. Since then, they chased after them, swearing to steal the treasure. The celestial ruler was broken into 5 pieces, and the deity inside was destroyed. All that was left was instinct. Although 2 pieces belonged to Pang Bo, he couldn't use them wantonly, or else he would hurt himself and others. An hour later, Yi Fan found them. Every one of them was covered in blood. Half of Pang Bo's body was exposed, and he almost died. The 9-tailed crocodrogon only had 2 tails left. Its body almost exploded, and blood was dripping everywhere. Longma, the golden lion, and the others weren't much better off. They were all heavily injured. After seeing the grey flood dragon and the golden toad, we immediately crossed the void. In the end, we were ambushed by the heaven-swallowing beast, the golden eater beast, and the golden snake race, Pang Bo said. It was difficult for others to open the realm gate in the sea, but they weren't. This was because they had the Void Emperor's chessboard formation. Yi Fan studied it carefully. He had more or less comprehended it through the Black Emperor's notes and prepared many seats. Pang Bo and the others had just entered when they were sabotaged by the heaven-swallowing beast and the others. The realm gate exploded, and they were almost lost in the dark void. The ancient ship was directly shattered. Our cultivation and magic power are declining. Without the ancient ship, we can't survive in the bitter sea. Longma revealed a worried expression. Boom! A vast fluctuation came. A 3-meter-long gray flood dragon and a mountain-sized golden toad appeared first and chased after them. Gray Loach, Toad, just you wait. I'll stew you sooner or later. Longma said angrily. Yi Fan and the others stepped into the realm gate and disappeared from this place. The great sage's palm force slammed down and smashed through the void. In another sea, Yi Fan took out the cauldron. It was filled with a sparkling liquid. He looked at it carefully and frowned. Fortunately, I didn't drink it. There is killing intent inside. Fortunately, I can refine it out. Wisps of black mist floated up and let out clanging sounds. The life spring liquid was purified. Yi Fan passed it to Pang Bo, Longma, and the others. The effects were immediate. It was truly a life and death situation. They didn't even need to adjust their breathing. The life spring of the ancient celestial being directly healed their injured bodies. It really is a great medicine. Its value is immeasurable. Pang Bo and the 12 saints were all astonished. After drinking this sparkling liquid, their cultivation and magic power recovered. They were no longer suppressed by the bitter sea. Only the life spring of the ancient emperors could dissolve the evil Yin and great Dao's suppression in the bitter sea. The group was naturally excited. They asked Yi Fan about the results of this trip. What, there's a 6-eared macaque? The black bear saint was shocked. Tens of thousands of years ago, one of his ancestors encountered a 6-eared macaque. As the great sage, he was slapped into meat paste by that monkey. Its demonic might was overflowing. As Yi Fan listened to his detailed explanation, he was shocked to discover something. That 6-eared macaque seemed to be moving. There was a small monkey on its shoulder. There was a mountain-like cave abode above its head. It was unknown where it was going. My ancestor only blocked its way in the starry sky. He was slapped into meat paste by that peerless monkey. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression and described the cave abode. The black bear saint was extremely excited. He said angrily, "It is exactly the same as the cave abode described in the ancient books of my race." Everyone was stunned. What a coincidence. That peerless 6-eared macaque actually moved to this place. Tens of thousands of years have passed. Even if he was an ancient emperor, he should have died by now. All of you, come with me. We will enter the life spring together. That is a good place for cultivation, Yi Fan said. He had the ghost lantern and the expiation scripture, which could protect everyone as they entered together. Cultivating in the life spring of Gu Tianzuan was almost the same as cultivating in the celestial realm. It was the Daoist land that all cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. They didn't need the ancient ship. They directly entered the life spring. The surroundings were filled with sparkling liquid. Immortal mist rose and divine light shone. Occasionally, the sonorous voice of the great Tao could be heard. They couldn't drink this divine liquid directly. However, they could slowly refine it and integrate it into their bodies. This place is indeed suitable for comprehending the Tao. I just don't know how long we can stay here. Pang Bo was shocked. Here, his forehead bone shone and the Azure Emperor ancient scripture circulated on its own. It was very special. The ghost lantern produced a screen of light, blocking the killing intent and protecting everyone. The expiation scripture rang out continuously. The 4 dark red killing swords below didn't move at all. What a good place. I didn't think I could actually refine divine liquid here. Longma was extremely moved. he wanted nothing more than to roar towards the heavens. Because